All right, in the immortal words of Brent Musburger, you're looking live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit here in Hallett, Oklahoma. Brian Belansky, Larry McLeod is with us here today. Joining us this weekend, our good friend Greg Ginsburg. He's calling the races out at Summit Point or somewhere in the Mars Series. Larry, how are you this morning?
I am doing fantastic. I am so excited for this weekend. My first time calling one of the Super Tours. I've obviously done runoffs, but here this is a little different vibe. It's a track I haven't really been familiar with, but I'm so excited for it.
Yep, both of us new to this track this weekend, so we're going to do our best to give you an idea of what's going on here. And the first thing I notice, Larry, when I look at this racetrack is there is a ton of elevation change here. We've been talking about it. We did a podcast with Jesse Prather this week previewing this, and I told him I was told that Hallett is a lot like Blackhawk Farms, for those in the Sendiv. I guess now it's the Great Lakes region, but with elevation. And now that I'm here, I agree.
Yeah, I'm looking at all the camera shots we've gotten. It's great. You really pick up those elevation changes around this place, and now I'm starting to understand. You look at a track map and you say, okay, it's a track, got some corners. When you see the camera shots, you see the elevation. Now I know why I hear that this is kind of a hidden gem of a track that is a favorite of folks, certainly around the Midwest, but even the folks that come from a long way. They really enjoy this place, and the elevation change has got to be a big part of that.
Yeah, there's very few racetracks I've heard people talk about with reverence like Hallett. I've not found anybody who has a bad thing to say about this place.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a lot of fun. We're in the middle of our first qualifying session of the day. We've got 7 qualifying sessions before lunch, and then 7 races after lunch. Our first qualifying session here is STL and STU, and then Touring 2, 3, and 4, Larry. These are as close as we get to showroom stock, right?
That's as close as we have anymore. A couple of bolt-ons, and we go racing. So yeah, it's not. These are not fully prepped cars by any means, which really makes the racing exciting. Is these cars they move around a lot. They're not that stiff a suspension or anything, and really gets into racecraft of nearly a off the showroom floor type car.
Exactly, and just for those of you who have been watching our Super Tours over the last several races, it's a good news, bad news situation this morning, Larry. The good news is it's not raining. The bad news is, for those of us from California who came out wearing shorts, it's 44 degrees outside with 10 to 15 mile an hour wind gusts, and it is, shall we say, brisk.
Well, I'm sure for those Midwesterners, this is just fine. I can tell you from my position here in Michigan, this is great weather, what you're describing. But I guess coming from Southern California, you've been, what's the word, spoiled with some warmer weather?
Very much so.
But hey, it's dry, so we'll take it.
Yeah, I'm told by those in the know that this is perfect spring weather at Hallett.
Yeah.
It doesn't get much better than this. So, so we're real happy to go here. This is the Martin House Straight. You can see him coming. I would say you can see him coming up over the crest, but you're going to look at our camera angle and cameras, and almost every camera angle will be able to say, here they come up over the crest. There's that much elevation change here.
Yeah, and we're going to have to kind of get used to that. Is it just kind of cars rising out of the asphalt as they come up over the hill in all these great shots? I'm just amazed at this kind of elevation. It's just going to be so much fun to watch this racing. There's another awesome shot here as they're going. I think that's around turn 4.
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing that there's one corner here, and I'm going to have someone point it out to us, where it's a big old hill, and you can't see anything on the other side of this hill. And from what I'm told is, for years, drivers were told, see the billboard out in the distance, just aim for that billboard, and if you're pointing towards that billboard when you crest the hill, you're going to be fine. Guess what, Larry? The billboard's gone.
There goes your mark.
So I got to figure out, this could be it, although that one looks like it's a pretty obvious one, but I'll figure out which straightaway that is, and hopefully I can point it out to folks here. And the other thing, Larry, is that, and it's hard to see sometimes on our camera angles, all of these corners have different camber, and in some of these corners, the camber changes halfway through the corner. It goes from off camber to on camber. It's just a lot of technical local know-how that you need to get around here fast, quickly, like early in the sessions.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. Because of, as you talked about, those camber changes, it's going to take a while to adapt. The folks that have local knowledge, the ones that come to this track most often, like a Jesse Prather,
right.
They're going to have a lot of that built-in knowledge. Those are the folks that are here for the first time are just maybe this morning starting to figure out, wait a second, this went from on camber to off camber before I even got to the exit apex. That's a little crazy. And it's going to take them a while to pick that up. It's a huge advantage for experience around this place. But, I think that's part of the challenge of it. You've got to, maybe you can watch some videos in advance, a lot of driver knowledge around. You can tap into, see if you can collect some of that to try and make your way around to set your best lap time here in these qualifying sessions to try and know that. But a lot of this is, like I said, kind of sighting laps to figure out what does this place look like? Where are my billboards now that the originals are gone? And, to try and navigate your way around here.
Right, and this is a 2-day Super Tour, Larry. A lot of times we do a 3-day Super Tour where there's 2 qualifying sessions. You get a qualifying session on Friday and then possibly a second one on Friday or Saturday morning. On these 1-day, and that's for our 3-day events. On our 2-day events, you're going to qualify and then you're going to go right to racing. So it's if you're the first car on the track, and if you're not real familiar here, that's a big disadvantage on the more compressed weekends. Now, there was a test day here yesterday, and I know there were a lot of cars here for that. So, hopefully folks were able to take advantage of that. But, sometimes we look at these first sessions on an early morning and we say it's kind of a throwaway session. You really can't throw this away today because this is how we're going to set our field for this afternoon's races.
Yeah, you're still qualifying, even if you're still trying to get comfortable with the circuit. These times will count. You got to set something in this session. You got to find your space and get your lap in. But that's part of the challenge. And then, like you mentioned from the top, it's a chilly morning. Temperature's going to come up, car's going to warm up. The track's probably going to feel completely different when you go out for your race session later in the day than here in qualifying. So you have to take all that into account as you get comfortable out there. But that's part of the challenge of these 2-day weekends. You've got to figure that out. A lot of our drivers have experienced that. Certainly, a lot of folks run like double regionals that'll run a similar format, and it's part of the deal. You just got to get up to speed quickly.
All right, let me make a call to the grid here for our next group here. Attention the paddock, Group 2 to the grid, Group 2 to the grid for our your first qualifying session of the day, Group 2 to the grid. And we should also take our first break of the day. Let's get that going, and we'll take that break, and then we'll come right back. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
We're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Belansky, Larry McLeod. Larry, as is often the case, or sometimes the case, on the first day of the weekend, on our first session of the weekend, timing and scoring, our monitors aren't being transmitted just yet. So that's why you're not seeing the timing on the screen, and I can't even mention times yet because I don't have them going. But timing and scoring is working, it's just not sending the stuff up to us yet. So, so I don't know who's in the lead, but we're having fun watching them.
I can read a couple of them as I've got the live timing open from SCCA.com.
Oh, you know what? I haven't looked at that one. Let me pull that one up.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Talk to us.
All right. So in STL, looks like we've got 6 different STL cars are out there right now. William Knight leading the way at a 124.6. Currently your top time in STL, followed by Steven Johnson in second with a 25.5. And then we jump to Jake Anton in third right now with a 27.3 there in STL. STU, got 2 cars here running this session. Leading the way right now, David Fiorelli, 23.4 is the quickest time there. The other car in that one is Patrick Lipsinek, currently at a 25.0, so about a second half back there. T2, 2 cars in this session. Judson Holt leading the way, 26.4, just a tenth ahead of Scott Sewell. So those two there, just like I said, probably 30,000 is actually separating those two in T2. Just 2 cars, but that looks like a pretty good little battle going already in qualifying. T3, pretty good sized group here. Michael Petterford running T3 this weekend in a Miata. If I got that right, possibly. And he's leading the way at a 26.1. Second spot right now, Brian Heitman. Third spot is Robert Shader. T4, we've got, I think it's 6 cars, I think I see. T4, Sergio Zloban right now leading at a 26.4, just a tenth ahead of Mark Cefalo. Jumping into T4 this weekend, William Snyder currently third at a 31.5. Yeah, the big groups in this one here: T4, 6 cars; T3, 5 cars; STL, 6 cars. We've got some pretty good sized fields there. But that T2, the fact that there's only 2, okay, but those guys are 30 thousandths apart so far here in qualifying. That we'll see where they end up at the end of the session, but good matchup.
Yeah, definitely. And it's going to warm up today too. So it's chilly this morning. We're going to get into the 60s today. So it's going to be, obviously by the time we get to lunch. And that's the hard part, Larry, about these situations is that what the track's like this morning for these cars will be a whole different deal at 12:20 this afternoon when they come back out to go racing. So they're not going to learn a whole lot this morning that's going to help them this afternoon.
Yeah, probably not. But, that's part of the game we got to play here. But
absolutely.
Yeah.
So we've got about 6 minutes left in the session. I'm going to make another call to grid here. Stand by. To find my button. Here we go. Attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid. F6, Formula F, Formula V. Group 2 cars to the grid. Well, the good news, Larry, is that it looks like it's going to be dry all weekend. And if you've watched our Super Tours this year, that is an abnormal situation. Oh, there's a car going really wide there through that corner. I don't believe that is the suggested line through that corner. Yeah, that car looks like it's a little slow, so maybe it's trying to be courteous to its fellow competitors and trying to keep out of the way there. So I think this is the section here, Larry, where they were using this. Oh, there's a car that went off there. Driver's left. A little dust. It looks like it probably came back on. Yep, and there it is. Slow and in the way of the white car.
Yeah, one of our solstices there, probably in the T3 group there. Had a bit of an off and on, but everybody seems to be gathered.
Definitely. That corner was the one with the, referred to affectionately here as the bitch. And I don't know how many times I'll call it that this weekend because we may have kids listening, but apparently it is considered by many to be one of the toughest corners in all of North America.
I think that driver just showed us as an example of it. It is not an easy corner by any means.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, so it looks like it kind of comes around like a kink through 8, and then it sort of tightens up as it's cresting a hill into 9. I can see how trying to hold the car around there and onto the Martin House Straight makes it a pretty significant corner to get right. So that's part of what makes it a challenge.
There you have it. Fiorelli still our leader in STU as far as lap time with a, well, that can't be right. It says 2:27. Maybe I need to refresh my screen here. Yeah, because one of the situations here, it says that our first place car is a 1:23. That's what I'm looking. He had a last lap of 2:27. So I know a couple of cars did come into the pits and then went back out. So that might have been one of those cars. So I'm looking at the wrong column, Larry. Our leader Fiorelli, his fast time's a 1:23.402, and then second place is Lipsinic with a 1:24.308. Followed by Knight with a 1:24.678. So less than a second is separating our first 3 cars on what would be our provisional grid if it ended right now. There are some, because of all of the elevation change here, it gives us the opportunity to give some fantastic camera angles and to have different views and different with the different elevations is really great for our broadcast here.
Yeah.
On the flat track like Buttonwillow, it's hard to get really great camera angles because there's no elevation. But here with the elevation, it's very TV friendly. Let's just say that.
It gives you a lot of perspective, a lot of variation as you look. You can kind of quickly identify, hey, look, that's definitely that turn 4 corner. Great shot though as the car is just kind of climbing around. I can't wait until we've actually got a little bit more side by side in actual race sessions to kind of see where are the good passing points and how hard is it to make a pass around this not crazy twisty, but it got some twist to it. But the elevation changes always make it interesting to try and make effective passes.
And it's a 1.9 mile lap here. So that is when we get to our 25-minute races here today and then tomorrow. You can tell it's a short track because our lap count for tomorrow's 27 lap races. And that's pretty uncommon for us as well. There's another car heading into the pits there. That is the entrance to pit lane. And it comes right off here onto our main straightaway here.
Yeah, very interesting peninsula there. But yeah, you mentioned it's a relatively short track, but I think that's part of the allure of this place. Is to, it's 9 corners, but yeah, less than that 2 miles. So it's not going to be one of those Road America type of laps around here. This place is quick, but it's going to be a lot of repetitive laps over and over again, which makes for some interesting racing, a little bull ring like.
Yeah, it's exactly the case, and but it also makes it so when you only have, like 21 cars like we have in this group, it still looks very busy out there. So it will make for some exciting happenings when the things start happening. We're going to have a good time with this throughout this afternoon and tomorrow, because it's we're kind of we're in Middle America, and there's not a lot of huge population centers around here, but we still have nearly 200 cars here this weekend, which says a lot for how much the drivers love this racetrack to make the long pull out here to Hallett, Oklahoma. And I got to tell you, I've not spent a lot of time in Oklahoma, but it is just gorgeous here, as you can see on this camera in particular. And it is just really just a really cool part of the country. I've really enjoyed my short stay here, and I got some good barbecue yesterday too, Larry.
Oh, now I'm jealous.
I know. You should. No one should be shocked that you could find good barbecue in Oklahoma. By the way. So, yeah.
Some good track food. No, it looks absolutely just gorgeous there. A little more sunshine would be nice, but the fact that there's no precipitation falling, I think, has got everybody, especially anybody that had been to any of the early Super Tours, this is a nice change of pace to be tried. It's so much rain at VIR, and just wet as wet can be.
Yeah, so we've got our checkered flag on this session, so let's do a quick rundown here of who is where, and I normally wouldn't go through all of the group here because but because there's only 21 and because we don't have time to get scoring up, let's do it here. Our first place qualifier at the moment, of course, these are provisional, but they usually stand. Fiorelli in the 190 STU car. Second place is Lipsinic in the STU 35 car. Then you've got Holt is your first qualifier in T2. That's the 188 car. Moving down to fourth place on the grid, STL number 47 Knight, followed by Johnson, Taylor, and Anton. Those are all STL cars, qualifying 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Now we've got a couple of T3 cars, Pettiford and Shader, qualifying 8th and 9th. Now we move to a couple of T4 cars in 10th and 11th, Zlobin and Cephalo. In 12th, we have a T2 car. That's the number 14 car of Sewell, followed by 13th through 15th. These are all T3 cars. Heitman, Jones, and Morrow. Qualifying 16th, the STL car, number 61 of Bettinger. Then in 17th, we've got a T4 car, Salvatore. 18th, STL car, number 47, Dianto. 19th, the T4 car, number 27 is Snyder. And then the 20th qualifier is the T4 car of Vale. That's car number 04. So that's how they're going to start, providing the provisional results stand. And we're going to be back here in just a couple of minutes, Larry, and we'll get our Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6 qualifying going. So stay with us. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live on the SEC official YouTube channel. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for our Super Tour event here. And I'm looking at my sheet here, which I've covered with a piece of blue tape. I believe this is the Greene County Grand Prix, we're calling it this weekend. Brian Belansky here with Larry McLeod. How are you, my friend?
I am good. I'm having so much fun so far, but I'm really looking forward to some open wheel fun because that's where I shine. I love open wheel stuff.
Yeah, we've got this is my favorite group, Larry. It always has been. I am a brief but former Formula V driver, and the problem for me with Formula V is that I am a man of ample girth. And Formula Vs do not accept men of ample girth. It's not an accepting race car. but I did have fun, and I've threatened for years to make a wide body Formula V, and that is still in my future. So anyway, 20 minutes of qualifying here for Formula V, Formula F, and Formula 6. And again, this is the type of car, Larry. Now you race in our solo stuff. You do shifter karts, right?
I do, yes. Which dynamically a lot like these F6s. In that it's a solid stick axle type of, throw in some slip angle to it, rev it to the moon, and do a whole lot of shifting. But I've also dabbled. I've run actually a couple of F5, F6s, two-strokes in some solo events. I've actually driven some Formula Fords. They were not the Honda ones. Actually, I take it back. I have driven one Honda one in solo. I enjoy the dynamics. Have a lot of fun. I have not yet had the joy of running a V yet, but I tell you, after watching so much V racing here through the runoffs things, I shop for them once in a while. I swear one of these days my son and I were going to pick up a pair of Vs, and we're just going to start road racing because it just looks like a blast.
Yeah, it's a good time. So the reason I was asking is these are slick tires. You've got slick tires on the shifter kart. What's the temperature like today on slick tires early in the morning? Did I lose you?
Oh, it's cold. They do not like to do anything that first half of lap, that first lap, but just continuing to warm tires. You're not going to have any grip. It might even be 2 laps before you feel some reasonable grip. The problem is in a car like an F6, where if you don't have heat in the front tires, the car will not push straight off at the end of the straightaways. So
right.
You've got to be awful careful how you get the heat in the tires slowly and steadily so that eventually the dynamics of the car works. Whereas the FFs probably want to go off with the back of the car first.
Right.
It's there in how they warm up. But yeah, slick tires in a 40-something degree morning is not the most fun.
It's so much fun. Come on now. And we'll watch them. So far, everybody's doing a good job of keeping things between the white lines. And although I don't know that there's white lines on this racetrack,
between the greens,
they're keeping it on the pavement, and that is the key, of course, to getting this all done and doing it in a safe and fast manner. I've never seen anyone turn their best lap time when they've gone off on the grass.
No, grass is not very grippy, so it is tough to turn. Although there's one right there at the exit one of our FFs off there at 1. Finding the limits, as they say.
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing. So, still getting all the windows.
We've got a couple of times starting to trickle in, but
okay. What do we got so far? Let me pull that screen up. We got a good field too this weekend in this
go ahead.
group. It looks like we've got about
so far FFs, as you kind of expect, might be the first ones to get some times in. Cliff Johnson out of 20. Yeah.
So the other part of our track temperature this morning is that we've got a nice little layer of light clouds this morning, so the sun's really not fully out, and obviously the sun helps heat the track as well. So we're not getting the benefit of that early this morning, and that'll take a few more sessions throughout the day to get some heat into the racetrack as well. All right, so early on in this session, your first 3 cars in Formula V are Johnson, Reed, and Boyan. Johnson's fast lap, he just went purple actually, a 125.127, and that's obviously with tires heating up here. Oh, well, now we've got a car off here on driver's right between 2 and 3. That is a Formula F car, and I can't quite see the number there, but he looks like he's just got a mechanical at this point. And the situation here is I'm not exactly sure whether or not how the safety crew here responds to cars like this, so we're going to learn a little bit here and see how things are going. I do see a corner worker there off to the right trying to get some signaling to the driver. So what that corner worker is going to do there is they're going to walk down so they can get in the view of the driver and do some signaling to see what the situation is, and that will help the track crew here determine what the proper response is to come out. I see the standing yellow there for I can't tell if that's a full course yellow or a or just for that particular corner. So I'm listening on the radio here to the corner workers here as they're asking for this car to be moved immediately. So that's going to be the next situation here. We're getting to the point now where probably most of the cars have seen this car here, and so they know it's there, and they'll come through here appropriately. So some changes up at the front here as far as our running order. Zach Johnson, or I'm sorry, Johnson's still our fast car. He just went purple again, going to a 125.127, and then but our second place car is now Reed, followed by Kopecky. And just as quickly as I said that, Messenger has now jumped up to the 3rd place position here, and he is now in 3rd in the 75 car, and that's a 127.8 that he's got going on there. So lots of changes here in the running order as these drivers start to get a little heat in their tires, and that's what's going on there. All right, we've had some internet connectivity issues with Larry, who is our remote broadcaster this weekend. So he's working to get through that, and he'll be back with us as soon as possible here. So for the time being, like we do on our Friday sessions of qualifying, you're just stuck with me here. We have a new first place car in Formula F. That's Reed. He's just gone purple with a 124.675. So he is jumped to the top of the board here. Looking at our Formula 6 car, John Dahl is he's got a best time of 134.8, followed by Jorgensen with a 136.7. And I apologize, Kopecky, who is in 4th place, he's actually in an F6 car. So he is our fast car in F6, followed by John Dahl and then Jorgensen. So that's where we are there as far as that goes. Since we're at the halfway mark in this session, let's do a call to grid here. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Here is our first call to grid for our Group 3 cars. Group 3 cars to the grid: GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, and T1. Group 3 cars to the grid. Let's also take this opportunity to, well, actually, before I do that, the course truck came to tow that Formula V car, and the minute the tow truck came, the Formula F car drove away. So that's how it sometimes works here, folks. All right, let's take an opportunity right now to take our first our break in this session. We'll do that, and then when we come back, we'll get back to our qualifying action. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Greene County Grand Prix. Brian Belansky here. Larry McLeod is working on some internet issues. He'll be back with us shortly, and we will keep working on that. So,
Can you hear me now? I think I'm back.
I do hear you now. Welcome.
The wonders of the internet.
Isn't that so much fun?
It seems to be good now that, yeah, I don't know what that was about, but we should be all set unless internet decides to fail again at the homestead here. But I'm back, and looks like we're still in qualifying of FF and F6, so we're good.
We are. And we had one of those classic SCCA moments, racing in general, I guess. We had a car pulled off around the turn 2-3 area, and all of the machinations that needed to happen to get a course truck out there to tow that car happened. And then as soon as the tow truck showed up, the car was able to get going again and drove away.
The tow truck, the Grim Reaper, and the car said, "Not yet, Grim Reaper,"
That's
and I'm getting out of here.
That's right. So, but we were able to get that going. So we've got about 5.5 minutes left in this session, and we are going to get this thing going. And a lot of changes in the top of the order as far as our lead cars here. Right now, it's Messenger, Boyan, and Reed. And these top 5 cars, Messenger, Boyan, Reed, and Johnson, have all been swept in. And just as I said that, Larry, Johnson goes purple with a 123.381. So it's a lot of action here going on in this particular session, and I think a lot of it has to do with just a little more rubber on the track, a little warmth in the tires, and each lap is a little bit faster than the last.
Yeah, these cars really need to keep building that heat. I think we're going to continue as long as the clock is ticking to see this jumping around. What's great is it looks like everybody's pretty well evenly matched around this top 5, especially, which is as soon as whoever got the hottest tires is going to turn that lap. Now, Johnson's right now got top time, but I see Reed just got himself into the 23s. Messenger keeps getting quicker at a 24.3. So times continue to drop for these guys, which is a sign that it's a pretty even match. It's just a matter of getting heat in them to get the time down.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars to the grid. Our GT cars, A sedans, and Touring 1 to the grid. Yep, and everyone seems to be playing like good boys and girls. We've had just a lot of fast laps and not a lot of chatter on the radio net from the course workers, which means no issues, at least no issues big enough to talk about. And everyone's just kind of in their groove at this point.
Yeah, as FF goes even faster now with Cliff Johnson getting into the 22s, not just the 20s, almost into the 21s, a 22-2. It just screaming around here right now, continuing to go faster and faster. So these guys getting comfortable with the track, getting some heat in the tires on this chilly morning, and we're getting pretty tight now. 4 cars in FF into the 23s or faster, so that they're getting quick.
They are getting quick, and then the good news is also the next group of cars that are going to come out, the big heavy, we call them ground pounders, that's going to also help with getting some heat into the track as well. So lots of stuff moving in the right direction, and each group's getting faster than the group before it. So that's probably because it's warming up a little bit, and you know, we're having a good time. That's also fun.
Yeah, and that's the best thing about it. I'm just now seeing a couple of cars starting to pull back in from their session. One of the F6s just pulled into pit in and looks like he's heading back. As we count down here on the clock. Just about 2.5 minutes left here in this first qualifying session for FF and F6. I don't see any FBs out there this morning, so yeah.
And Cliff Johnson has just, you know, every time someone takes the first grid spot away from him, he's like, no, that's mine. I want it back. So, and he keeps coming on, and now, again, he's our top qualifier at the moment with a 122.2.
Yeah, but it's close. Just a couple tenths back to Matt Boyan there in the second spot at 22.8. And then Reed, Messenger both into the 23s. So super, super tight, which is what you expected in FF, right? I mean, every race you ever call for FF ends up being into some level of dogfight. It's hard to run away in more or less kind of spec open wheel in the way these cars race.
Coming into our final 2 minutes here, and so Larry, what are these drivers trying to figure out here now that they've probably got their faster laps in? Is there a point in time when you start thinking about the race here in this qualifying session, or is it just too short to even get to that?
Oh, it is kind of short, as you mentioned earlier about having this 2-day event, not the 3-day. So yeah, there may have been some practice time yesterday, but a lot of these drivers are using this to really just get familiar with the track. Now, you might start to think about, especially with interclass mixing, is where are the passing opportunities? When am I going to catch, you know, if I'm the front of the FF, when am I going to catch the back of the FF or the F6 group? And when am I going to have to worry about making those kind of passes during a race? And where am I going to be if I'm side by side with a competitor, but now I have to pass some lap traffic? There's going to be those thoughts maybe going through your mind to get those sights down. Where can I drive offline safely and still get a good corner exit? I think you might, in the last couple laps, think about a little bit of that just before you pack it in for the session.
Absolutely. Johnson, Boyan, Reed, and Messenger, your top 4 cars in Formula F. Then when you go down to Formula 6, your fast car now in Formula 6 is Jorgensen. There's 2 Jorgensens out there. One is in the 8 car, one is in the 8-8 car. I don't know what the relationships, if they're brothers or father-daughter, father-son, could be any of that. Could be mother-son for all I know. I'll get that sorted out here. But the 8 car of Jorgensen has now taken the pole position in the F6 group. Then the 8-8 Jorgensen car is in second, followed by Kopecky, Jondal, Bug, and Walbrand. So that's what our Formula 6 field looks like at the moment. And it looks like at any second here we're going to get our checkered flag here on this session, and then we'll get ready for our Group 3 qualifying.
Yes, a lot of these drivers, especially in the F6 category, they tend to be veterans of the class. A lot of them stick around quite a bit. You know, I'm familiar. I've called this class of runoffs now, I don't know, 6 years in a row or something. Whether it's Jack Walbrin, whether it's John Dolbug, even Jorgensen, these guys they come out to every weekend, every event they can possibly get to, and I love that. They really enjoy the series, they enjoy the competition and the camaraderie that goes along with this F6 group, and it's a fun group to hang around. If you haven't had the chance to, go talk to some of these F6 drivers. They're a bit of a hoot.
They are, and they're also very quick to correct me when I say something wrong. So, and I love that. I don't say that as a negative, but they're in our chat all the time, and they are really helpful with the information they give. And Larry, we do this a lot, but it's hard to know everything about all 27 of our classes. So we learn along as we go here, and it's kind of part of the charm of what we do here in the SCCA. We've got so many classes, so many different iterations of classes. It's sometimes kind of hard to keep track. So, all right, let's do this. I'm going to do the top 5 in each class, and then we're going to take a quick break and come back for our Group 3 qualifying. So, first off, we've got Messenger as your provisional pole sitter with a 122.133, followed by Boyan, Johnson, Reed, and Condor. And then when we go to F6, we've got the 8 car of Jeff Jorgensen is your pole sitter. And then the it says Jeff Jorgensen in both cars, so I'm guessing that's what the transponders say, but there's a different driver in one of those 2 cars, obviously. Jeff's not driving both cars. And then we've got Kopecky, Jondal, Bug, and Walbrin. So, all right, Larry, we're going to take ourselves just a short stop here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes for our Group 3 qualifying. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back. right, here comes our third qualifying session of the day. This is our big bore session with our GT cars, our A sedans, and our Touring 1 cars. Larry, at one point we just had 2 cars. A couple more stragglers have come out, thankfully. But this should be fun.
Oh yeah, we finally get to add a little bit of horsepower to the day after some small bore stuff and little light open wheelers. Now we get to hear some beautiful racing engines go ripping around little Hallett.
Well, and here's the situation, though. We have horsepower on a cold track.
Yes.
Those are not always a good recipe, Larry.
Well, all we just talked about with the last group, hey, what do you do when you've got super cold tires? What's the car like? These guys have it in spades. This is, especially you think about like a GT1 car going out here with hundreds and hundreds of horsepower, big tires that have got zero heat in them. It's basically like your outlaps. You can see them there on the screen. It's almost like driving on a wet condition for the first lap or two. You got to go super easy. Now, if you're in the T1, probably not as much of a problem.
Right,
right. But certainly with these larger GT1, GT2 cars, yeah, they're going to take a minute. You can see a little bit of a log jam there, turns 2 and 3 as they get things sorted out.
As we speak, right in front
there
of
goes
us.
one. Yep.
There goes our first car to go around here. That's a Maserati. They don't drive those in cold temperatures.
He's not ready for the early morning yet.
That's right. That's right. They're still sipping on their espresso, trying to get ready for the day here.
Ooh, espresso, that reminds me. Okay.
Espresso and a biscotti. That's actually what I'm dreaming about right now. Is an espresso and a biscotti. But one person who's not here this weekend who would be really good in these conditions is Tony Ave, a former snowmobile racer back in the day in Wisconsin. He used to be sponsored by Ski-Doo. And they race Ski-Doo snowmobiles, but if you have an ice racing background, Larry, it would be a good. You'd be able to pull into that knowledge base for today.
Oh, you learn quickly how to modulate that throttle just right and listen for the tire spin and to feel that bit of yaw when you're doing ice racing. I've done a little bit myself, and I can tell you it does teach you a lot about car control in limited grip conditions. We'll put it that way.
I did some ice racing in a Pontiac Fiero.
Oh, nice.
That was a joyful moment, I gotta tell you. But yeah, that would be a good skill basis sporting with these big rear-wheel drive, big horsepower cars. So as you can see on the left of our screen, Larry, our timing pylon is here.
Yes.
We've been able to what we had to do is we had to go downstairs and give the timing and scoring system a cup of coffee. And it's got its caffeine on board now, and it's now ready to join us.
The Maserati had to share its espresso with the...
Exactly. Maybe that's why that happened. But you'll see different colors. So the A sedan colors on our pylon are going to be purple today. And we'll circle through here. Our GT1 cars are going to be red. And this is important, Larry, when we show the full rundown, because you will see all those different colors. Now I'll have to kind of pick out which cars are in the overall and in which classes they are. So GT2 is in blue. So that's how the pylon works. The green stripe across the top means we are in green flag condition. That will turn to yellow if we ever have to go full course yellow, and we hope that doesn't happen this weekend. There's some real ginger racing going through this corner. It feels like they're not so confident in the temperature of their tires. Those cars aren't supposed to go those slow, Larry.
They don't like going that slow. I can tell you that's probably a whole lot of first gear through some of that corner. But they're working on it. They're working to get in the heat in these tires. I tell you, it's taken a while. And if you've looked at our forecast, we've talked already how it's in the 40s or something. But there's a chance of some mild precipitation in the next hour or so. Well, what it means, whether we get it or not, I'm not here to curse the weather gods on us. But it means that it is so cold. It's basically on the verge of moisture. There's probably a high humidity, but it means there's an overcast. There's no chance this track is going to get any warmer in the next few hours. So all the heat you get as the car is off there and in between turn 8 and 9, but all the heat you get is going to be what you can put into the tires throughout the session. So again, like we saw in FF in the previous session, the last laps are probably going to be the fastest, assuming they can keep it on the track and not slide off like we have one of our cars there.
46 degrees right now, and I can tell you I've looked around the entire... The cool part about our announce booth this weekend is we have almost 360 degree windows here. I don't see anything that looks like rain. So I think maybe that's a different part of the area, and I'm going to be hopeful. Mike McGinley is our fast qualifier at the moment. He's in a GT2 car. His fast lap right now is a 1:27.4. But I think, Larry, like we had in the last session, we're going to see all of these early laps are going to get wiped out in the next 20 minutes, and I don't suspect that a 1:27 is going to be our qualifying time when all is said and done here.
I would agree with that exactly. Is that these times are just going to start dropping one after another after another. But what I do like to see is that it looks like 10 GT2 cars in this field here, 6 GT1s. This is incredible to have such a great turnout at this little track here with all this GT1 field. I'm super excited about that.
Yeah, I mean, you would think that you get big turnouts like this where you can really stretch out these GT1 cars, you know, a long track like a Road America but you know, they must enjoy this tight racing here and on this 1.9 mile essentially bull ring here at Hallett. There's no better place, no more appropriate place to refer to a racetrack as a bull ring than Oklahoma.
Yes.
I think I drove past about 3,700 bulls between Tulsa and here this morning. So it is well named when we use that vernacular here. Barry Bowes has leapt to the top spot in GT2 with a 1:23. So he sliced off 4 seconds from our previous pole sitting lap, and that just means we're getting heat in the tires.
Yep, and then just as you're saying that, Mike McGinley in his Corvette just runs his own 23, just a couple tenths slower than Bowes, but yeah, the times are falling quickly in this GT2 crowd. And GT1, they're starting to get some heat. They get the bigger tires and more horsepower, a little more cautious opening laps, but they're starting as the Smiths are at it. Looks like Dane Smith at 24.1, Tom Smith at 24.6. So they're starting to get with the program, get some heat in those tires.
And 29 cars on the racetrack at the moment, and this place is busy with 29 cars, Larry.
Well, yeah, less than 2 miles, 29. They add up quickly, which means getting a lap in is not going to be easy with maybe one car out there running in the 130s or 140s trying to get heat in the tires and somebody else trying to run a 120. So your 20-second differential on a minute and 20-something lap, that's a recipe to be a lot of catching traffic. But they're working it out. They're figuring out, and that's part of these sessions is also to figure out who is faster and where can you get by a slower car.
And just like that, Larry, Barry Bowes, his fast lap was a 1:23. Then he went purple with a 1:20, slashing off another 3 seconds. And then Tom Smith in the GT1 car, along with Dane Smith, they've now gone to the top of the speed charts in the GT1 cars with laps of 1:19.5 and 1:19.7. So, you know, the GT1 cars should be faster than the GT2 cars here. Maybe it took them a little more time to find an open piece of track to go fast on. But now the Smiths have gone right to the top of the speed charts here.
Yeah, and one of the things you run into here in the GT classes that maybe the touring classes don't have as much is differentials and tires as well. Somebody's going to be on Goodyear, somebody's going to be on Hoosiers, and they all are very different in how they heat up and how they work at cold temps and warm temps. So what we're going to see is some of these drivers in the first couple laps, perhaps, you know, that's where Bowes is and he's still running 20s. Maybe he's on a tire that gets heat quickly, where the other GT2 cars are maybe working their way up there. Same thing in the GT1s. It's going to take a while, maybe for some of these, and I can't recall off the top of my head which one, but I do know that some are better in the cold temps because they heat fast. Some need some time. So let's kind of watch that as this goes.
Exactly. So right now our top 5 are Dane Smith, Tom Smith, Barry Bowes. So 2 GT1 cars followed by a GT2 car. Then you've got the GTX car of William Coffey. That's the Maserati GT4. He's out of Carrollton, Texas. He is in 5th, and as soon as I say that, Mike McGinley jumps back into 3rd spot in GT2. So now it's Smith, McGinley, Bowes, and Coffey. That's how your top 5 are running at this moment. And then your Fast T1 car right now is Michael Pettiford. He's down in 14th on the overall, but he's your fastest car in T1. Pettiford is driving a Corvette Z06. He's out of Louisville, Colorado. And then your fast car at the moment in a sedan, let me scroll down here, is Andy Schneidermeyer. He is in a Chevy Camaro. So there's your fast cars at the moment in our respective classes here. As we come up on the halfway point here in this session, we'll take advantage of that to do our call to grid here. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4, Spec Miata to the grid. Group 4 cars to the grid. We'll also take our break. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
All right, we're back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. About, what do we got left here, Larry? About 8 minutes left?
Yeah, counting down, and you're just watching these GT1 times really starting to fall now with the Smiths pushing the limits. They're now in the 16s, 116.2. Wow.
So this is one of those situations, Larry, where I actually said something that came true. It's one of those moments that I tricked myself into thinking I know what's going on. So we started our day here 12 minutes ago in this session, and we had cars circulating at about 129s, and now we're down to 116s, and it's all about heating the tires.
Oh, absolutely, and it also looks like maybe Dane Smith and as well as Tom Smith probably have some track knowledge here as well. But they're definitely the ones getting the heat in as well as putting that track knowledge to good use. Both of them now into the 116s with first and now third in the GT1s. David's down to a 117. But yeah, these guys are really working on getting the heat in those GT1s. GT1 cars with all that horsepower need all the grip. And I can tell you, 46 degrees and overcast is not a good combination. We've seen this at the runoffs. Obviously, we go to Road America, and we've seen temperatures in those days in fall and October down in the 30s and 40s. Same thing. These cars take forever to warm them up, but once they do, they are blazing fast.
And the Smiths are out of Fayetteville, Arkansas. So before Coda and NOLA came online, the choices for them to go racing were to go east and go to Road Atlanta, or Memphis was there for a while, or to come out here to Hallett and Topeka and Heartland Park. So yeah, it makes sense that they know how to get around this racetrack.
Yeah, absolutely. They are quick.
And there was a little wiggle there in that GT car as it was trying to come through that section there, and everyone behind him had to check up just a little bit. But no harm, no foul.
So looking at this GTX group, I think that's kind of newer this year. We've got, 6 entered here this weekend. I'm sure you guys talked about it last, but it's kind of new to be able to be running these, and obviously don't see these at the runoffs, but these are those other homologated GT3 FIA cars and some other TCRs, GT4s, all kind of thrown in here together. Kind of cool to see as many as 6 of them out here this weekend.
Well, and if they can get 6 cars to every weekend, they'll end up being runoffs ready here. I think oh, there's a little puff of smoke out of that car. That did not look like tire smoke either. So we'll keep an eye on that, and I'm sure our corner stations will do so as well. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I believe the number to become national eligible is 3 average per race. So if they keep the numbers up, they'll be runoffs eligible before you know it.
Yeah, and we've seen some of them. I know, like we've seen the TCR cars, I believe, showing up in GT3 at the runoffs, or sorry, GT3, and then we've seen FIA GT3 showing up in GT1 at the runoffs. So we've seen some of that already as they filter into the other classes, but as a group of their own, it's great to see this kind of participation showing up. And like I said, maybe at some point they'll end up being their own class at the runoffs.
Well, and the other thing that could happen, and actually I would hope that this would be the happen, because the last thing we need is another class. But maybe they'll get enough data running on the GTX cars that they can figure out which class to fold the GTX cars into with various balance of power, elements, either restrictor plates or weight changes. I kind of think that's probably what will end up is they'll say, okay, this kind of fits into GT2 or GT1, and then they'll put them in there at some point.
Yeah, and they kind of run there now, but clearly underarmed when they come into some of those classes. Like a SCCA GT3 is quicker most of the time than a TCR, unless you add rain. I think it's because the TCR is also running on a spec tire when it comes out for like the runoffs. But last year at the VIR, that's exactly what happened. The rain came and it made for a fascinating battle. If you want to go back and watch those, that TCR car running against the traditional SCCA GT3s and all the Mazdas. Same thing in GT1 where you had an FIA GT3 Mercedes, I believe, running against our traditional GT1 ground pounders. And again, when the rain came, it was all bets were off. It was kind of interesting. It's certainly not something that happens all the time, but it made for a fun thing to watch.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 4 to the grid. Group 4, Spec Miatas to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 4 to the grid. We're coming up on 2 minutes to go here, Larry. Our top 3 in GT1, Dane Smith, Tom Smith, Dave Fairstand. Our top 3 in GT2, Barry Bowes, Mark Kirby, and Mike McGinley. Then your top 3 in GTX are William Coffey, Colin Cohen, and Stephen Burns. Your top car in T1 is Michael Pettiford, and I think that's our only car in T1 at the moment. And then our A sedan top car is Andy Schneidermeyer, followed by Tim White. And is there another A sedan? No, I think those are only 2 A sedans in our group at the moment. So that's how they stand right now. Is we come up with about 2 minutes left here in this session.
Hey, you mentioned T1 and Michael Pettiford. I believe he was out there earlier at T4 as well. That guy gets a lot of seat time coming down from Colorado. I suspect he's been here a few times as well, but enjoys it so much he enters twice.
Absolutely. And we got a lot of folks who we call them double dippers. And in some cases, we've got some triple dippers who will race 2 or 3 races per weekend. And for those of you who might not be familiar with the SCCA, we'll run 7 races today and 7 races tomorrow. So that could be 4 or 6 races in a weekend if you go down that route. And it's a good way to maximize your track time and get the most out of every weekend. And it's also really good if you're a young driver just to get that seat time. And laps and laps and laps are what you need to get yourself faster. And it's hard to practice these cars. It's not like baseball where you can go to the park and do it. You got to have a racetrack and a race car to go do practice.
Yeah, it is great they can get in a couple of times and get that much more seat time, especially if you're still coming along or if it's a new track to you.
Right.
A great way. You go to all that trouble to travel and to get there and to spend all your time and effort. The cost delta is probably not huge, but you can find a way, the old STL and Spec Miata sort of tricks in the same car often. But these guys, you can get multiple. You get so much seat time, and it just... if I could do it, I totally would.
Yeah, absolutely. Now you see a couple of cars coming in now early before the session's over. Think about this though: if you stay out for this last lap after other cars have come in, you're gonna maybe get your one clear lap out here. So I always try to stay out at the end an extra lap or for the last lap of qualifying, because I know there's other people who have come in, and it's your best shot to get a good clean lap if you haven't screwed your tires over in the previous 19 minutes to get a clean lap in.
Yeah, certainly, especially if you're on one of those tires that needs all the time to get all the heat in them. Nothing better than finally getting your peak heat in your tire at the same time as the track's a little more clear for you. So
Yep.
it does take some patience. You probably got to know how your tires behave and know how to get them to the optimal temp on the last lap of the session. But if you can, the payoff is there.
All right, our session's over here. Let's go through our top three in each class. Right now, it's Dane Smith, Tom Smith, and David Fairstad. That's going to be your GT1 top three. They're also your top three overall. Your GT2 top three right now, Barry Bowes, Mike Kirby, and Mike McGinley. That's your actually 4th through 6th overall. Now your GTX top three is William Coffey, followed by Ray Ramirez and Stephen Burns. Your fast car in GT1 was Michael Pettiford, or in T1, I should say, Michael Pettiford. And then your A sedan cars, Andy Schneidermeyer and Tim White. All right, Larry, take a load off. Rejuvenate, grab yourself that espresso, because we're going to come back here and do Spec Miata here in just a few minutes. We'll take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We will be right back. We're back live here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Polanski, Larry McLeod is here with us. And Larry, we have a guest with us for a couple of sessions today. He's supposed to be racing this weekend, but there were some towing issues.
Yes.
Kent Carter is here. How you doing, Kent?
I'm well. Thanks for letting me join in.
I'm not hearing you.
Did I mute myself?
I heard him.
Oh, you heard him?
Yeah.
Okay, good enough. That's fine, as long as everyone else can hear him. I don't need to.
You're lucky.
Oh, now I hear you. Very good. Kent, welcome.
Thank you.
We're sad that you're not racing, but that's your loss is our gain. Thank you.
My pleasure, I guess.
You were supposed to be here in B-Spec, so we'll have you here for that race as well, but you've got a ton of experience here in Spec Miata, too.
Yes, not all of it good, but this is still my favorite track. I love Hallett, and I love Spec Miata at Hallett. They put on the best show.
All right, so tell us, it's now, let me pull up MrWeather.com here. It is now 46 degrees. Tell me how a Spec Miata is here at 46 degrees outside.
Well, you know, they're really quick. The motors like the temperature. The Hoosiers are really good, solid tires, even when it's chilly outside. I think you'll see what we saw in the previous session where people are a little careful on the first couple laps.
Good.
And then they'll turn it up.
All right, and we've had some adventuresome Spec Miata races this year in the Super Tours, and we'll see how this weekend goes as far as that goes. And we've got some names here that you will recognize here from a lot of our Super Tours. Jim Drago is here with us this weekend. Matt Stretch is here. Just going through the list here. Scrolling through here, Tyler Quantz we've seen before. Nicole Cefalo is in this weekend. I don't know that we've seen her at a Super Tour yet, but that's a long-standing name in this club. The Cefalos have been with us for a very long time. So,
Don't forget local talent Matt Reynolds.
okay.
He has dominated this race many times. Expect to see him at front. He's having some motor problems yesterday. We'll see if they got that sorted.
Good.
He's generally pretty good.
Yes.
That's one of the fast guys in any class he joins into.
All right. And we'll start getting some times here. These first lap times don't mean anything because it's our out lap. So, and Larry, like we had last couple sessions, I do suspect that we'll get our fastest laps of the session late in these sessions.
Yeah. So, Kent, you mentioned that, Hallett is one of your favorite tracks. For folks that haven't been to Hallett, me included, in fact, what is it about Hallett that makes it one of the favorites?
Well, as you know, it's a pretty short track if you look at it in terms of miles, but it flows so well that it drives like a much bigger track. You're busy all the time. It's very technical. There's lots of elevation changes, Brian pointed out earlier. So it's just a beautiful track through the woods.
And tell us about this billboard, this missing billboard. We did a Inside the SCCA podcast this past Wednesday, and which we were doing before every Super Tour, previewing the next Super Tour. Had Jesse Prather on, who admittedly probably knows a little bit about Hallett.
Yes.
And he talked about this billboard, which was so important on a blind over the hill thing, and it's not here anymore, right?
The frame of it is still there.
Okay.
But the windstorm a few years ago took out the panels from the billboard, and it's no longer the visual reference that it once was. So it's the term that we used to call the B. And
Yeah,
now
we can say it.
Okay, it's
It's
bitch.
YouTube.
It's the bitch. So, and now it's called the good, the bad, and the totally.
Right.
And so when you're coming up the good toward the bad, you're blind. It's a little kink to the left and then a sharp rise up to a fairly significant right coming down the hill. And the billboard was kind of your target. It was what you would aim at as you would come up. And,
Right.
And now it's just the bare stick frame of it up there that you really can't see when you're in the heat of the battle.
And they call it the good, the bad, and the Tolly, of course. That is named for Anatoly Arutinov.
Yes.
He was the original track owner,
Yes.
built Hallett back in the day. Absolute legend.
Absolutely.
So they've changed it. They've made it more politically correct.
Yes. But every driver still calls it
Yeah.
the bitch.
Yeah. So.
And it is.
It is difficult. What makes it so hard, other than not having the visual reference anymore?
Well, it's blind,
Right.
And you've got to kind of cross the curbing a little bit to get through it quickly. But
And this is it here coming right at us on the right-hand side of the screen.
yes, that's the downhill after you've succeeded.
Right.
And then it's a hard more than 90 at the bottom of the hill that's slightly off camber with tire bundles, tire barriers adjacent to the track in very short distances, especially when you're hauling.
And I've heard this described as one of the most difficult sections of racetrack in North America.
Yeah, but when you get it right, it's just so awesome.
Yeah, it's like you get into like this nirvana bliss moment.
Yep.
So
My first lap at Hallett, where that car's disappearing over the peak, I was on a practice day. I stuffed in the wall right there. And so this track has bitten me multiple times. And yet, everyone will hear me say it is my favorite track in the Tour.
Yeah, absolutely. At top of our leaderboard right now, Logan Stretch and Matt Stretch, another storied family in the SCCA. They've got times in of 1:29 and 1:29.5, and then followed by Chris Schaefer and Alex Stanfeld, and then Jim Drago. Don't forget about Jim Drago.
Never.
He is one of the elder statesmen. I refer to him as the godfather of Spec Miata.
One of them.
And he's been around since pretty much the beginning and knows Spec Miata like the back of his hand. So, and he's helped a lot of drivers come up through too. He had written a how to build a Spec Miata book at one point in time.
I think that was another chap who wrote that. But,
Okay.
But Jim certainly has been the fellow who's certainly guided me through a lot of iterations of my 3 Spec Miatas.
That's what we love. That's what we love.
Absolutely.
Going a little deeper into the field, Matt Reynolds in 6th, Vinny Barada in 7th, then Matthew Davis, Tyler Ladd, and William Keeling. That's your top 10 at this moment. And just as I speak, Jim Drago's now in 3rd spot on the grid at the moment.
With Matt Reynolds jumping up a 2nd. No surprises there.
No surprise.
There you go. So.
Yeah, and those top 3 times, they're on the same temp. 29.0s for all 3 of them so far. Again, still early in the session, these tires. I don't know. What's your thought, Ken, on the peak for these Spec Miata tires? Is it probably in this short track, maybe about like 4 or 5 laps in? Or
I would expect that. I would expect to see the top, fastest laps brought in somewhere around in the 4th, 5th lap.
Okay. Well, we're approaching that now, it looks like.
But these are great tires. They'll last throughout the session and be fast.
So once they get to their optimal temperature, do they fall off after a couple more laps after that, or they stay pretty consistent right through?
Just a little bit of fall
Okay.
off on this track. This track's not hard on tires, even though it's tight and twisty.
Right. Well, it's not terribly fast. So, generally, compared to other tracks.
Top speed's not fast, but
Right.
there's a lot of busyness here.
That was actually what Jesse Prather said. Exactly what you just said. Top speed's not fast, but that doesn't mean things don't come at you really fast.
True.
So, all right, Logan Stretch just goes to the top of the board, going purple for the first time. He is in 1st now. Matt Reynolds in 2nd. Jim Drago is in 3rd. Those are names we'd expect to see at the top, don't you think?
Agreed.
I see a puff of dust. And
There's the bitch.
and that was not that is not the fast line through that corner, folks. But back on the track and ready to go. Here we go. See, I thought that was the billboard out in the distance I'm seeing, but apparently it's a different one.
Other way, yes.
So, all right. Where are we at here? We are 8 minutes and 40 seconds in, so about 12 minutes to go here. And still a lot of time to go here in this session. With 12 minutes, a lot of things can happen here. Now, looking at our scoring pylon here, folks, unlike the last session where we had 4 different classes, it's just Spec Miata. So all the cars are red, and that is our color of the day for Spec Miata. And but if we were in a multi-class race, you'd have various colors up here on the board right now. The green bar across the top, that means we are full course green at the moment, or at least no full course yellow. And that is our indicator there. These are 20-minute qualifying sessions this morning. And then at 12:40 local time, so 12:40 Central Time, 12:20 Central Time, I'm sorry, we'll start our 25-minute races. And that should be fun, Larry.
Yeah, absolutely. That should be a blast to watch these guys actually do the racing around here, and not just qualifying. But qualifying so far, I'm watching the leaderboard continue to shuffle as top is still held by Logan Stretch. But now you've got Alex Stanfield in second, Vinny Barada up to third, pushing Reynolds to fourth, and Matt Stretch down to fifth. So it's pretty tight up there, all now into the 28s. The other good thing, earlier sessions where we had multi-classes, the range of the fastest and the slowest was 20 or even 25 seconds. This group's pretty snug. We're talking 9 seconds fastest and slowest cars on the track, and I think it's helping these guys turn laps. They're not catching the slower cars.
Well, and it also looks to me like they've done a pretty good job of giving themselves some spacing. I don't see many big packs of cars, and that's what happens in a race where they want to use the draft. In qualifying, you want clean laps. So, and a lot of times, even though you want that spacing, it doesn't work out that well. Here, it looks like they've done a pretty good job of finding, 10 car lengths between cars and being able to really concentrate on laying down a good lap.
Absolutely, Brian. This is not a track where the draft really affects your qualifying time. There are certainly some tracks where we want to grab somebody and hang on their tail, but this one is all about getting through the turns.
So now, is this the entrance to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep, that's the entrance to the B.
To the good, the bad, and the totally.
Yes, there you go.
I'm going to have a hard time remembering that, but yeah. When we were getting ready for the weekend, and we do a little prep before each race weekend, and Brendan, our producer, director extraordinaire out here, said to me, "Oh, we're going to have great camera angles, lots of elevation, beautiful camera angles." He didn't lie to me, folks. These all look just so good today, and it really gives us an opportunity to see. You can actually see some of the off-camber corners here. You can absolutely see the elevation change. So, not selling me down the river this time. Good information, and some of these cameras just look fantastic. Most of them do.
I love the feed you guys are doing in the Super Tours this year.
Thank you.
I really do.
We're having fun, and I think that the people at home are enjoying it as well, and that's really what our goal is here. To provide some entertainment, to give people who aren't here a chance to see what's going on, and get involved in the chat. I haven't had a chance to talk about the chat yet very much. I'll do that right after we take our first break here. I'm going to also do a quick call to grid. We'll do that, and then we'll be back for the rest of qualifying. Attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for your qualifying session. And now we'll take our break. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
And we're back live. Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in beautiful Hallett, Oklahoma. Just about 40 minutes outside of Tulsa. and about an hour north or so, hour and a half north of Oklahoma City. Is that a pretty good guess?
Northeast.
Hour and 20 northeast. Yeah. Really beautiful part of the country. My first time here, and I am loving every minute of it. Looking at the top of our leaderboard right now, Logan Stretch, Tyler Quantz, Matt Stretch, Alex Stanfield, and Jim Draco. That's our top 5. Our fast time at the moment is a 128. I don't have my glasses on. 128.079. Not bad for an old guy. And that's a pretty good lap here.
That's a solid lap, yeah. I don't think they're going to say records today, but that's pretty solid.
Yeah. Well, if you were to turn a record, this would be the weather conditions to do it in. Cool temperatures, no precipitation. This would be, but if you look right in that picture out there, folks, you can see an American flag blowing strong. It is windy here. I don't know why I was not expecting that much wind. I should have been, probably. It's Oklahoma, right?
It's Oklahoma.
Yeah. Is it ever not windy here?
No.
Okay. Well, see, I've been educated. So.
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Yeah. Stretch, Quantz, Stretch, Stanfield, Drago. Those are names we expect up front. They're all pretty stout drivers with well-prepared race cars, which is also, one of the good parts about Spec Miata is no matter whether your car is top-notch national level car or whether you've got a decent regional car, you come out to a race like this and have somebody to race with. So, and that's, it is amateur club racing. Nobody's getting rich racing in the SCCA. Some out here clearly just to have fun with cars. Others are out here trying to get to the national championships and put a big trophy on the mantle.
Absolutely.
So, Larry, what are you seeing? What's your thoughts at the moment?
I'm getting excited for this particular race. I'm always excited for any kind of Spec Miata race, but certainly I'm looking at this group saying they got a lot of folks super tight together. I think this track's going to race really well with this group, and I think this is going to be, as usual, one of the most exciting races of the weekend.
And Kent, we've got one driver out here this weekend who is celebrating, I think, we'll call it celebrating, a pretty momentous moment for them.
Absolutely. So number 11, the red and silver car, William Keeley. In fact, I think that may have been him, just went by on the screen there. I just looked up. But Will is my neighbor and a friend. There he is. He and I have been racing together for probably 12, 13 years, and he's hanging up his driving gloves this year. So this will be his last Super Tour race unless his schedule changes. He's had a really good time in this sport. It's been fun having him out there. There he goes. He's going to do the regional race down in Daytona and then call it quits. So if you know anybody wants a really lovely Spec Miata, his will be for sale.
So knocking off a bucket list race at Daytona, a bucket list track.
Absolutely.
And that's a good way to go out if you're going to do it. Find that one track you've never been to, and go out and one last hurrah. So.
Yeah, I think I'll surprise him and show up. Oops, there goes the surprise. Oh well.
It's just us here. It's just us and 2,000 of our closest friends listening. So that's cool. I love to hear that. So I mean, I'm sad that someone's hanging up their gloves, but it's good to know when your time is your time.
Yep, he's had a good run at it.
Absolutely. I don't know that I'll ever be ready, Larry.
No, I face it every week. I go, you know what? Is this the season? It's like, no, not yet. I don't know when it'll ever be. I see a lot of people, many years my seniors, still doing it. And it's like, okay, as long as they can. The worry is going to come that day where I'm no longer I can't look up to anybody. I'll have to make that call. But it's just so much fun, no matter what you're doing. If you're able to get out there on a weekend and put a car around a racetrack, it's never a bad day.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get back out starting next year. And I'm going to pull the Paul Newman trick. I'm going to keep my car number every year my age. And see if I can have a car number 80 on the side of my racetrack at some point in time. That's my goal.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
So, all right, we are running out of time on this session. A little over a minute left to go, and we are going to get these things wrapped up here. We'll talk about the final numbers here in just a second. Attention to the paddock, Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid. That's our Spec Racer Ford 3s, Group 5 cars to the grid. And Larry, we just saw it, another car going off there at the exit going onto the main straight. The good news is there's a lot of runoff there, and you can kind of keep your foot in it if you're lucky and just get right back on the racetrack.
Yeah, it's kind of looked like what he was able to do there and get back on didn't really interrupt anybody's laps either. It's but yeah, end of the session, you're trying to push, right? Trying to see if you can get that last ounce out of the car.
And again, like we talked about last session, if at the end some cars pull off, it might be your best shot to get a good, clean racing lap in. So, that is always a thought process here. With 15 seconds left, Logan Stretch still our fast car at the moment with that 128.079. And his last lap was a 128.145, so he is not taking it easy to the finish here. Tree's trying to get another couple of tenths off there, but does not look like he's going to get that.
It's so close at the front of this field, though, just behind Logan. That group really tightening up between Matt Reynolds, Tyler Quantz, Matt Stretch. They're all within a tenth or so of each other. And so this is going to be such an exciting race today.
All right, here's our top 10 provisional qualifying order. Of course, we might get a quick lap period at the end, and there's always the potential for a protest, but usually the qualifying times stand. Here's our top 10 right now. Logan Stretch and Matt Reynolds, they're going to be your front row. Second row is going to be Tyler Quantz and Matt Stretch. Your third row, Alex Stanfield and Jim Drago. That is one stout front three rows, folks. That's going to be one heck of a drive into turn one here when we get this thing underway. Brett Kowalski is in 7th. Chris Schaefer is in 8th. Mark Curley in 9th. And Vinny Barada is in 10th. That is our top 10 right now as we finish our qualifying for Group 4. We're going to take a break, and then we'll be back here with our Spec Racer 4 qualifying in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Berlansky, Larry McLeod, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Have I made this dramatic enough, Larry?
Oh, all the drama. Oh, you need drama. You not like you need drama actually with Spec Ford coming out because
Pregnant pauses. So Larry, we've got two classes here in the SCCA that are big classes. We just got done with one, Spec Miata, usually our biggest fields in that class, and then our second biggest fields class, and sometimes it varies from weekend to weekend, but the top two are Spec Miata and Spec Racer Ford 3. Got them back-to-back this weekend. They really want me to press my blood pressure medication this weekend by doing these two back-to-back.
Yes, there's always some high intensity in both of these classes. Big names, top to bottom. Something special, though, about Spec Ford here in Hallett this weekend. There's a few names that have popped in that we don't normally or haven't recently seen in Spec Ford that I'm kind of excited to see. You may have talked to one of them last week.
Yeah. Oh, yes. There's some secrets going on in that group of people too, and they wouldn't share the big secret. But we've got two national champions in this race, but they're not national champions in this class, Larry.
Yes, we've got your Inside the SCCA podcast guest this week, Jesse Prather, running in Spec Ford this weekend, and his good buddy, some guy named Prill that most SCCA people may have heard of. Both are going to be running here in Spec Ford along with some of the usual suspects that we have that have been traditionally running, like Stripling and Ogburn and some of the others. I am super psyched about this race this weekend.
And they're both very, well, at least Jesse was very humble in their expectations for this weekend.
Yeah.
But knowing those two guys as well as I do and knowing how good they are, I would not be surprised to see them in the top 10, maybe not in qualifying, but by the end of the weekend.
Yeah, they both
Don't
know
be shocked
this
if they
track.
finish up near the front.
Yeah, they both know this track as good as anybody, obviously, being a couple of guys from just up the road in Kansas. I fully suspect that if these cars are set up as well as, I mean, come on, you think those guys would come here with anything other than pretty well set up cars? I'm excited to see these two good buddies out there. They're going to be doing their thing. I think it's exciting because, like you said, they're humble. Neither one of them is going to be brash and claiming the big victory. But once that helmet is on, you know they're going to be going 10/10ths from the green flag.
Yeah, I mean they definitely want to be strong. No one with that amount of talent wants to run in the back of the pack any longer than they have to. So it'll be cool to see them as they work out their stuff this weekend here. We're just getting our first. Oh, and now we have a car spun there. Is that the 188 or the 138?
I'm trying to see that as well. A little grainy on my screen.
I think that's Judson Holt in the 188 car.
Could be, yeah.
So let me crank up the corner workers here and see if they can confirm that for me.
But it's out lap on a spec tire, so it might take a little extra lap to get some heat in them. Like a lot of these cars are lightweight. They don't have a lot of weight behind them to drive the tires into the ground, so they do have to work on that. So like we've said in the other sessions, the opening lap, the first lap flyer, is not going to be anybody's fastest lap.
No.
It's going to be, again, like in the Miatas, the 6th, 7th lap probably are going to be where the sweet spot may come in for these guys. And so they're just getting the toes wet this morning, no pun intended, here as they're just getting their first flyers in.
Yeah, after our first 5 Super Tours, let's hope nothing is wet today. Don't put me into some bad post-traumatic stress here, Larry. Thank you.
I just appreciate your optimism that you're wearing shorts at 46 degrees in Oklahoma in April. I think that's fantastic.
Well, those who know me know I don't like pants or shoes. I'm wearing shoes. But yeah, if I could wear shorts every day, I would.
At least you're wearing some form of pants, and that we appreciate.
Oh yes, no one wants to see me. Never mind. Let's not go down there. David Ogburn, as I'm told, one of the fast guys here as well. He just turned a 126.1, and you are 100% correct. These times are going to come way down.
Yeah.
I suspect we might get even to the 119s here before it's all said and done.
Yeah, not at all to see Ogburn up there early. He's a guy from Texas these days, one of the front runners anytime there's a Spec Ford Gen 3 race. Drives everything out there. I believe he actually works for a large tire company as his career as an engineer in development. So he gets a lot of seat time, and he's been here to Hallett numerous times. He's won a few Super Tours. I want to say he may have even He won a COTA a couple times. I want to say maybe he's even got a win here, but not at all to see. Surprised to see him up near the front. His good buddy Denny Stripling is going to be right there with him as well.
And there's 27 cars on the racetrack, Larry. And the car in 11th right now is, in 9th right now is Jesse Prather.
Yeah.
Oh no, now 9th is Eric Prill, and Jesse Prather is in 12th.
They're figuring it out, aren't they?
Yeah, they're figuring it out. They're not wasting any time.
Yeah, and you just watch that. If you're looking at our timing ticker, you go to SCCA.com, click on the link, you can get live timing. Purple is fastest in the session. Green is personal best for those drivers. I see nothing but a purple to top and a whole bunch of green. So everybody's going to do that for about the next 2 or 3 laps.
And as I understand, Ogburn is part of the famed 3 fast guys and a Denny race team. So I understand he's one of the 3 fast guys.
Apparently, yeah. When they do their endurance racing in the other series, yes, that's what they call themselves. And I believe that Denny is the Denny Stripling.
It is. It is 100%. So yeah, and guess who's number 1? So if it's 3 fast guys and a Denny, they must be really fast, because right now Denny Stripling's you're on your provisional pole with a lap of 1:23.8.
Yeah, so maybe the 3 fast guys are only fast. Denny is like super fast.
Exactly. Right now your second place car is Grayson. Well, as soon as I say that, Ogburn goes to P1.
Yeah.
Denny Stripling drops to second. Grayson Strathman is now in your third place car. And that has changed again. Just going purple is Richard Stevens with a 1:23.3. So here's what I'm seeing, Larry. It looks like these cars came up to tire temps really fast because they're not making huge chunks anymore off their fast lap. They're now, taking tenths off of their 1:23 time. So it looks like these Spec Racer Ford 3 tires, they come up to speed really fast on these colder temperatures.
Well, I'm watching each one. Like Richard Stevens, for example, that was his 4th lap. He's gone from essentially a 26.9, a 25.2, a 24.4. He's dropping 8 tenths per. The overall fastest is starting to hone in on that low 23s as each driver gets there. But again, that 4th lap was still a chunk of 8 tenths. What I'm curious to see is, does the next lap in crack into a 22?
And it did.
Yep, there you go. For Denny Stripling, just as we're talking about it, right into the 22.5. So I think that's what's happening is they're each individually finding it on their 4th or 5th lap as they get heat in the tires. But each driver, as they go another 1.9 miles around, is getting that much more heat to push. And I'm just kind of keeping my eye on where that Prather and Prill are currently 12th and 15th. But they're in the 24s, creeping down there quickly.
Yep. Now, I don't know the Spec Racer Ford Spec tire well. When I was racing this class many moons ago, we were on a Goodyear tire. Now they're on a Hoosier Spec tire. So I don't know how quick if they fall off here at all. I don't suspect that they do very much once they get the temperature. But so that's, like I said, it's been a long time since I've been in these cars, and they're a whole different motor and transmissions now. But a lot of, other than the speed, a lot of the characteristics of the car are exactly the same. So Grayson Strathman now your top spot with a 1:22.5. There's 35 100ths of a second between the first and second place cars on the track right now.
Yeah, and you talked about how these cars have evolved in the Gen 3 form. Even within a Gen 3, they've gone from the H-pattern box with an option now to run the SADEV sequential box, which most of the guys that run Super Tours, and certainly the ones that are running the runoffs, the majority of them were. In fact, I think at last year's runoff, something like 18 or 19 of the top 20 were on the new sequential gearbox to give them the flexibility of gear choices. And that's just the where things are going. I'm told maybe there's some durability benefit and some other things with that as well. But these guys continue to go faster and faster while the cars' dynamics are just so perfect for wheel-to-wheel racing. They draft well, they side-by-side well, and they're just, from everybody tells me, they're just some of the most fun racing you can possibly have on a racetrack. And that's what it's all about, right?
It is, and it's the perfect car. And by the way, now we're down to a 1:21.9. Denny Stripling is now just going purple with a 1:21.9. And when I say going purple, if you're looking at the full timing monitor, purple happens. when a driver gets the fast lap in the session. It's class. It also shows up on our timing monitor, on our scoring column. If you see right there, Denny Stripling's name is purple. That means he just turned the fastest lap in his class for this session. And that's what that purple means when you see it on the pylon.
And our timing and scoring is now giving us all sectors, which it wasn't earlier, as well as a trap speed. So now we can really break down as to who's faster where. And I'm still seeing greens everywhere, which means everyone is continuing to go faster and faster and faster. I don't think we're even done at a 21.9, which Denny Stripling is on right now. Would not be surprised to see a low 21. Stripling just does a 21.7, but I still think we're going to see low 21s before the session's out. We're only 6 laps in of a relatively short track. That's like, in compared to like a Road America where it's 4 miles long, that's like 3 laps at Road America where you still think they're coming up to temp. 6 laps here, they're still coming up, and I suspect we'll see some low 21s here before we're done.
Attention the paddock, your Group 6 cars to the grid, Group 6 cars to the grid. That's your production cars and your GTL and B-Spec, Group 6 cars to the grid. Since we're at halfway, let's take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
There's a live picture, turn 2 at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Belansky here. Larry McLeod is at our remote headquarters this weekend in Michigan. Welcome, Larry. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's so exciting. It's better than being outside in the cold and rain because it's actually colder and wetter here in Michigan than it is at Hallett. I'm actually jealous of the weather that you might be not happy with, but trust me, it's better than we've got here.
Got it. For those of you joining us and hearing, not hearing the dulcet tones of Greg Ginsburg, he is calling races out. I think he's at Summit Point this weekend.
Yep, he is.
And so he's taking the weekend to do his thing. I do the same thing at the Cal Club races. So, but none of the Cal Club races have been on the same dates as Super Tours. So we've got to get all these organizations to coordinate their schedules. No, it's all good.
Oh, we got the Pine Mountain Hill Climb this weekend as well.
Right.
There's so many activities happening around SCCA, pretty much every weekend, but this weekend in particular seems to be packed for such an early season weekend. Those of us in the upper Midwest, this is still early season.
Well, it's like the reason I think is because for those places that can't race all winter, they try to get out there all at the first good weather weekend they get, and it would make sense that the middle of April might be that for a lot of parts of the country. So
yeah.
All right, 5 minutes, 45 seconds. Here we go. Our leader right now in our on our poll is, as I try to pull up my timing grid because I've lost it here, Denny Stripling, believe it or not. And I believe it because he's one of 3 fast guys in Denny. Denny Stripling.
Well, yeah. Well, one of those 3 fast guys, I believe, is monitoring our chat right now. Russ Turner is out there calling it 2 fast guys in Denny out there right now. But Russ, hey Russ, how's it going? Great to see you. Keeping an eye on your buddies over here in the Spec 43 while you're at home, I assume, watching in. So very cool to see other competitors from this class keeping an eye on what's happening here in Hallett.
Yeah, definitely, and lots of folks in the chat who are regulars. Ray Esports Racing is here. Love having him on. He says he wishes they would scan Hallett for iRacing.
Yeah.
That would be a ton of fun. Patrick Lipsync has been in here before. Michael Lewis is here. Hey, Michael. This is the first Super Tour, I think, this year where I haven't seen you with your beautiful blue cars here. But that's been fun, and we miss you here. But thanks for joining in on the chat. Yeah, if you have any comments or questions, throw them in there. We'll try to keep an eye on it.
Any complaints? They can go to Greg Ginsburg.
Exactly.
All complaints to Greg this weekend.
Exactly. All complaints to Greg every weekend. No, it's all good. Anyway, Denny Stripling still up top on the leaderboard. David Ogburn, and then Richard Stevens, Peyton Long, Grayson Strathman is your 5th place car. 6th through 10th right now, Nils Macias, Chris Funk, Tyler Fox, Scott Monroe, and Sal Weber. And then if you look for our first-timers, first-time, long-time in this race, Eric Prill is, yes, that Eric Prill, who's normally in a production car. He is 15th in Spec Racer Ford, 17th in Spec Racer Ford. The other production national champion who's trying this out for the first time, Jesse Prather. So, yeah,
and
good stuff.
They are setting some green sectors themselves. We're going to keep an eye on them as they just went green sector 1 on their most recent lap. Now, the guys at the top, Ogburn, has now got quickest at a 21.4. Yeah, that he turned later in the session, so those guys still have some pace in them. They're not done yet.
Yeah, Nils Macias just threw out Macias just threw out a big lap too, a 121.8. So some really good stuff here late in the race with about 3 minutes to go here. A big off there on the right coming out of turn 1. Let's see if that car gets back going here. Wow, that was a huge off.
That's that's a whole lot of dirt getting kicked around. There's a lot of runoff there, at least.
Yeah.
The car's probably made its way back.
I bet you that's it right there, coming out a little bit slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that car is acting like it's got dust on the tires, and it'll have to go a couple of corners to get those tires cleaned up.
I think he's got some dirt in the bodywork. It's still dropping it there as he goes around.
And here's the problem with these cars. It shouldn't be too much of an issue late in this session, especially with the temperatures, but the front of that car, Larry, is essentially a front end loader. And
it's a shovel, yep.
It is, and when you go off the track, it gets filled with dust and dirt and stuff, and that's the only air going into these motors. The radiator's right there, and it has been many a time that a Spec Racer driver has had to come into the pits following a big off, and some guy runs out, sticks their hand up there, and digs all the dirt out before they go back out, because you can overheat pretty quickly. Probably not an issue today, but you'll probably add another half a pound of stuff in the front of your car, if nothing else.
Yeah, it definitely makes for a mess. And honestly, you probably still could come close to overheating one of these, even on a 47-degree day or whatever we have right now, because it's, like you said, it blocks all the radiator right there if you start scooping that up. So that's one of the things about this car. Same thing can happen if you do too much bump drafting. They start to dent that bodywork around it, the aluminum piece around. Same thing can happen. You start overheating, and all you've done is just running a pack and bump draft. As I see Ogburn going by through turn 10, wondering if he's on a good lap this time around. I see his time trip up here in a minute. Probably not.
I don't know who DZ is in the chat, but they write, "We don't grow grass in Oklahoma, we grow rocks and dirt." So that's a good point. Russ Turner tells us it might be good for a few good laps, so we should be fine. Darkside 208, what motors do these run? These are the Ford motors. I got to go back and look at the exact iteration, but they're Ford motors with, it says here, the 1.6 Fiesta Sigma motors, and most of them have the sequential gearbox in it. Some still have the H-box, but most of the top guys are running the new sequential gearbox here.
Yeah, most of the top guys are. There's a few that aren't, but here at a Super Tour, where you got a mix of maybe more of the local, regional type of guys running in a Super Tour, they may still be on the H patterns. The Satan sequentials it's a bit of an investment to get into. Certainly, the fast guys are doing that, but this group, you might have a mixture now of H patterns versus the sequentials.
Right, and I understand, yes, there's no question it's a big chunk of change to get into that Sadiv gearbox, but the benefit from them, from a cost standpoint, is that they're supposed to last a lot longer between needing to have rebuilds. And of course, all of the money it costs if you're not doing it yourself to pull the box out and put it back in. So over time, I'm told the belief is that these will kind of pay for themselves by their reliability. So
I think that's exact expectation long run. It does pay for itself, but man, that initial investment it can hurt a little bit for a spec car that generally is a good entry point for a lot of folks to get it because it's not an expensive car. These are relatively easy to operate. They're sealed motors. It's a spec tire that lasts pretty good. But yeah, so somebody says, hey, you got to drop a few $1,000s on a transmission. It's like, oh, that's going to hurt. But yeah, long run, it's going to pay off.
And also long run, there are cars that were built in the 80s when my dad got his car. Yeah. There are cars that were built in the 80s that are running in the top 10 at Super Tours today. Sure. Obviously they've been upgraded to all the current spec. But the chassis themselves has been unchanged since 1986 or 85 when it came out, and there are legit cars that were built in the 80s who are running here, maybe not here this weekend, but are running Super Tours, running at the runoffs, and finishing in the top 10. So
yeah, little sigh of relief. Good news. Russ Turner confirmed that yes, the Sadevs are much more reliable. So we're right.
Yes.
That's good.
Well, I knew that because I've had a lot of conversations about these. So all right, let's run through our top 5 here, and then we're going to take a quick break while we wait for our next session to start. Right now, our pole sitter, our provisional pole sitter, David Ogburn, followed by Denny Stripling, Peyton Long, Nils Macias, Richard Stevens. Let's go through the top 10. Grayson Strathan, Sal Strathman, Sal Weber, Tyler Fox, Rob Peelsticker, and Matt Strathman. That's your top 10. And our production guys who are freelancing in Spec Miata, in Spec Racer Ford this weekend, Jesse Prather will start 19th, and Eric Prill will start 18th. So lots of championships in this field, and many of them not in Spec Racer Ford. So all right, let's take a quick break, Larry. We'll be back in just a few minutes, and we'll get our Group 6 here ready to go. So you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, we are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. As you can see, there's a bunch of cars coming out on the racetrack. This is group number 6. Yes, group number 6. Our E production, F production, H production, GT lights, and B-Spec. And back in with us, Larry, is Kent Carter.
Hello.
He is here because his car didn't make it to the racetrack this weekend. They had some tow vehicle issues, and but he's here anyway, and that means we've got his talents here with us. He is a B-Spec driver, so we're going to tap into his expertise throughout this session and for all the Spec Miata and B-Spec races this weekend. Larry, what are you expecting here early on?
Well, this could be very interesting in how things kind of roll out in terms of who's at what tires and what kind of pace. Could be a pretty interesting group. A lot of different types of cars out on the track at the same time. Generally, obviously, in the small bore realm, but different classes all in this mix with a couple of FPs, a couple of EPs, a couple of B-Specs, some pretty good names in those B-Specs. But going to be very cool to see this mix. And early in the session, probably like what we've seen, everybody getting out to get some heat in the tires, and probably going to be a couple laps before we start seeing the real flyers.
And Kent, you know this track well, you know B-Spec well, and B-Spec's always combined with, usually combined with our production cars here. Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit about that dynamic. I hear varying forms of discussion on this, sometimes passing borderline complaining, but welcome to multi-class racing, right?
Absolutely.
And by the way, I hear this complaint about the production cars complaining about B-Spec. It's been somebody complaining about somebody since the beginning of multi-class racing. So this is not a new discussion.
Right. The difference is we don't get paid to complain about it like the big guys in SRO like.
And we have social media that complain on, which we never had before, too.
Absolutely, and I'm a complainer, so I mean, this is just like the most loaded question you could have possibly have asked today, Brian. But we're all out there trying to have fun with our cars, and there's B-Spec has some pretty good contingencies right now. So sometimes it's not just I want to be at the front, I want to get some money out of this as well.
Or a set of tires, or
absolutely, and the cars make speed in different ways, as you know. The B-Spec, there's 3 keys to being fast in B-Spec, and that's momentum, momentum, and momentum. And if you break that momentum, then we're done.
Yeah.
And you're seeing the dynamic right now. The B-Specs are on DOT kind of tires, so they're already out there turning some of their better lap times. They're up to speed, and some of the guys in the prod cars are still trying to get heat in the tires.
Right. And Larry, you've got the slick tires for most of the prod cars, and I say most because some of these prod cars are from different classes that then race again in prod. A lot of the Miatas do stuff like that, and sometimes they don't switch to the slick tires because the cars are dialed in to work on the DOT tires, right?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they're not going to switch it up just for the race weekend, and they'll be out to mix it up, which also means they'll likely, if they're on a more of a DOT tire, turn like the B-Specs, they're quicker laps earlier in the session.
Right.
While all the prod cars and your traditional slicks are probably taking a little bit longer to get up again. And these are all lightweight cars. They don't burn the tires up quickly. They all take a little bit of time to get there. But it's going to be interesting to watch how that shuffle goes throughout the qualifying session.
So, Kent, what in particular at Hallett is the thought process in a B-Spec versus other cars or other racetracks?
As I said, momentum. I mean, it's Hallett's a twisty track, not a lot of straightaway here, so the B-Specs are a lot of fun. But it's really about rolling your speed through those turns because the motor just doesn't do a whole lot for you.
And how hard is it to do that with all the off-camber turns here?
You got to be busy. It's not uncommon to see B-Specs on 2 wheels anyway, and that happens a lot here. We hike wheels all the time here.
Yeah, definitely. I remember back in
that was a big lockup from Joe McClugan there. Does he have an ABS problem?
There should be no ABS on race cars.
Well, the problem with these cars is that they don't have any way to bias the front rear other than electronically.
Yeah, I got you. I had a question for Larry, and my old man brain just left me, so it'll come back to me at some point in time.
That's all right. I'll be here whenever it comes back to you.
There you go.
Shout it out.
All right, our early provisional pole sitter is Brad Miller. He is in an E production car. He has turned a lap of 1:33.7. You've got another E production car right now in second place, Brian Heitman, also a 1:33.29, so about 0.142 seconds. Although now that I've said that, a brand new car goes to the top of the leaderboard. Two more. Oh my gosh, I'm going to stop talking because it's changing too fast for me to keep up with it. Right now, it's Matt Reynolds, Goodale, and Miller are your top three.
Yeah, again, like we talked about, as those slicks finally get some heat in them, they're going to drop time in a hurry. Matt Reynolds, obviously one of the best. He's already been out there once today. He knows this routine. He's getting it done already here at his EP car. Another GTL with Jonathan Goodale. He knows what he's doing, been around a while. He'll get his GTL car up to pace pretty quickly, but none of this is set in stone. We're only 3 laps in to probably what's going to be 12 laps around here in qualifying.
You know, sometimes our timing and scoring sheet here just stays static for lap after lap after lap. And then there are times like this last one where it looks like the final seconds of a bad Tetris game, where everything's flashing in front of you and then it stops again. That's what it looked like for a second when I was trying to give you the times before. All right, so our new purple lap is Matt Reynolds with a 1:26.3, and I'm going to guess that they'll still probably knock a couple seconds off of that before it's all said and done here.
Yeah, we're watching Reynolds now as he was purple in Sector 1, a couple tenths off his previous best in Sector 2, but we'll see if he's able to come down quicker. So if he's doing sector by sector faster, maybe he's catching some traffic, and he's going to have to lay it all down, but you're right, I think we're going to see some 25s, 24s very soon.
And it's really warming up here, Larry. We're up to 48 degrees.
Whoa. Time to go to the full flip-flops now.
We've gained a grand total of 2 degrees in the last hour and a half. So, but yeah, it's looking here at our start-finish line. I wish y'all could be here and see just how gorgeous the area around this racetrack is. Lush, green. I know they said they don't go grass, but I see a lot of grass here.
Yeah, maybe the grass grows in the month of April, but by June it's probably a little too dry. But right now it looks just gorgeous there. I wish I would have made the trip. This looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, no question. No question.
As Reynolds now is on another quick lap, Sector 1 quickest. His speed trap in Sector 1 is his personal best. He just set session best, second sector, so he's definitely on a flyer this time through.
Looking at our B-Spec class. There they are. Hold on a second.
Yeah, we got John Phillips in the lead at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Right, John Phillips, followed by Joe Gersh,
Yep.
Joe McCluggan, Stephanie Anderson, and Chuck Davis. Although Anderson and Davis have not turned a lap yet, so I'm not sure if they're here this weekend.
They're out there, but they're clearly having a transponder problem.
Okay.
That's why I stood up a moment ago to put eyes on both of them.
Got it, okay. You know, that's the thing, all these cars are electronically timed, and now when their transponder doesn't work, there's manual timing down in our timing and scoring group. So they're going to get some times here.
Maybe.
Well, hopefully.
Well, my wife is the chief of timing and scoring, so I'll call out to Diane, and I'll tell you, when my transponder did not work at COTA this year, she did not give me a time.
Well, that's because it was you.
I started at the back of the pack.
That's because you didn't take the garbage out the night before, and you're taking the garbage out.
I went out. What are you talking about?
That's funny. A lot of times, though, they're able to get a couple of times on cars when the transponder's not working, just so something gets in. But it's all transponder driven, and that's what happens when, sometimes they forget to turn it on, sometimes it just doesn't work, sometimes the battery runs out.
You got it.
So lots of things can go on there. Your top 3 in E production right now, Matt Reynolds, Bill Miller, and Camden Jones. In F production, you've got Cliff Ira, Sam Henry, and Wade McBride. There are Jonathan Goodale is the only car on the track in GTL, although Roy Lopshar is on the list. So, and then in our H production group, Ralph Linlow, Jack Schultz, and Chris Albin. Chris is a longtime stout driver was a big guy in IT out east. Now he's running a H production car, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, he's been in an H-Prod now for a number of years. In fact, his daughter's building her own H-Prod car. I happen to have that insider. She's shared that information. She's got a Volkswagen Shell they're working on, so that's going to be pretty cool. But to stay in the family tradition of running the Volkswagens is always pretty awesome there.
Yep.
But I'm watching E-Prod. I'm watching Matt Reynolds' times. When we were talking about 3 laps ago, I think he was at a 25 or 26. He's now in the 22s, and again, just eclipsed a new session best sector 1, so he's continuing to just rip times now those tires finally are full of heat.
That's Matt Reynolds for you. I mean, he's the kind of local talent here, and he's just a superb driver and a great guy overall.
Yep, he's in a Mazda Miata. He's out of Fair Oaks, Texas, Lone Star region driver, and again, one of those cars where it makes sense that he knows a little bit about how to get around Hallett. So.
Absolutely, this has been, for the most part, his home track all of his life.
Yeah, I mean, for a lot of people before COTA came on board, this was the most popular track in the region.
Well, there was Texas World Speedway that
right.
Lots of people have forgotten. God rest its soul, but that was sort of our favorite track at that time.
Yep, we see a yellow car that went off going into the final turn here. It's now getting back on the racetrack. Looks like that was a moment of driver lapse. Because he's right back in it at this point in time.
Joe Gersh has popped up to second place in B-Spec with a really respectable lap. That's nice to see. Joe's an airline pilot and a really good guy. John Phillips still has about a second on him, but that's not to be surprised, much of a surprise either. John's really good here.
John's in one of the best nationally as well in this B-Spec class, and if he's got good local track knowledge, he's going to put it all together, and that's expected. But great to see Gersh getting up there close to him as well.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid, Group 7 cars to the grid. This is what we call wings and things. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 to the grid. Let's also take our break for this qualifying session. When we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in a second.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Thank you. We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Belansky, Larry McLeod, Kent Reynolds, Kent Carter here, doing this fantastic qualifying for our production of B-Spec cars and GT lights. There's a couple of those in there. B-Spec has closed the gap between the top 3 cars, right, Kent?
Yeah, the top 3 cars are now in the 135. So 065 for Phillips, 0.409 for Gersh, 0.431 for McLuhan. So yippee, that's going to be fun.
For those of you watching the stream, just to get you up to speed here, we've got one more qualifying session after this one. Then we're going to break for lunch, and when we come back around 12:20 Central Time, we will get our 7 races underway for the afternoon. Essentially the same schedule tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again. So this is, I believe, rounds 11 and 12 of our Super Tour this year. Race weekend number 6, Larry. We just keep tooling along here doing our live streams.
We do, and it's been exciting. I get a lot of good feedback about the video coverage we got this year, people liking it. I think that's great. The more people like it, the more we do it, and it makes it a lot more fun. I love chatting with folks on the YouTube stream as well. I think that's great.
And I'll also say it's very likely, Larry, that our streams from our first 5 weekends and then this weekend, it looks like we're going to cross over 100,000 views this weekend.
Awesome.
On the live stream. So thank you to all and everyone at home who is watching. Thank you to our associate producers in the chat. We've got Jason Daywood in the chat. Russ Turner's there. Russ Turner is there. I love Justifiably Proud Productions. I'm not quite sure why you're justifiably proud, but I'm sure there's a good reason. Yeah, lots of folks who we've seen over the time here, Ray Esports Racing. So a big thank you to all those folks for being part of our chat. I call you our associate producers because you're always feeding me good information, which I can then say and not give you credit for and make it sound like I know everything.
Brian, I need to correct myself. I had the wrong mode up here on the timing software. So
okay.
John Phillips still holds about a 1 second advantage in qualifying over Gersh and McLuhan.
There we go. Our top 3 right now are all, no, they're not all. E-Production is our fast car right now, Matt Reynolds. And then you've got 2 F-Production cars, Sam Henry and Cliff Ira. Those are your fast 3 at the moment. But there's still 3 minutes left, Larry. That could change.
It could. Matt Reynolds, I think, is pulled in. It looks like he did 6 laps and called it quits for the session.
Sure.
But some of the other guys still out there right now. I believe Miller is out there possibly now on his 10th lap, so we'll keep an eye on that. Over in FP, I think Henry and Ira are both also still out on track. So there could be some changes still going on between Sam Henry and Cliff Ira. That looks like a pretty good little qualifying battle between them, as they're only about a 10.5 separating the top 2 in FP.
And Kent, there's a nice contingent of Volkswagen Rabbits in this area. I love that's. I mean, I've got a special place in my heart for those cars.
Well, I had one in high school, so I guess I have a little bit of a special spot in my heart for them as well. But
I'm pretty certain all of us have owned a Volkswagen Rabbit at some point in time, right?
I had an 85 sedan, yeah.
there you go. You know, it's kind of like a rite of passage.
What's hilarious, I still remember the color. Inari Silver Metallic.
I think that was the same color as mine as well.
Kind of that pale silvery green? Yeah. How funny is that?
Crazy. Yeah, except mine was from Wisconsin, and the car was faster when I was Fred Flintstoning it than it was when I had my foot on the accelerator pedal. We had such big holes in the floorboards.
How hilarious.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, didn't need air conditioning in the summer. Came right up through the floorboards. But minute 30 left here as we keep looking at our timing and scoring system here. Our top 10 right now, Reynolds, Henry, Ira, then Jonathan Goodale. Bill D. Miller is in 5th. And you've got Camden Jones, Ralph Lidlow, Brian Heitman, Wade McBride, and Randy Wagner. That's how they are lined up at this moment. All of those are various production classes, except for Goodale, who is in a GT Lights Mazda MX-5. He's out of Conifer, Colorado.
John Phillips just threw down a lap, 134.154.
Woof.
So, woof. Okay, well, John's my, I don't know, John was my mentor. When I got in Spec Miata, John was the guy I worked with, and same with B-Spec. So, for the longest time, he towed my cars to track and helped coach me and prep the cars and all that. And then a few years ago, he got busy and had less time for me, which was fine. I started working with Chris Taylor. And, of course, poor Chris Taylor, both of his toter engines blew last month, so that's why my car's not here today.
There you go.
Sometimes the gods of racing just tell you to show up in the announce booth rather than be on track. And that's today.
I'm not arguing that. That's awesome. So, yeah, we appreciate having you up here. It's a good time. So, 13 seconds left in the session, and it's now gone checkered. Let me go through. I'm going to go through the top 3 in each class, and then we'll take another break before we get to our final qualifying session of the day. So, B-Spec, you've got John Phillips, Joe McClugan, and Joe Gersh in E-Production. Our top 3, Matt Reynolds, Bill Miller, and Camden Jones. F Production, Sam Henry, Cliff Ira, and Wade McBride. In GT Lights, our one car out on the racetrack, Jonathan Goodale. And in H Production, our top 3 cars, Ralph Lidlow, Jack Schultz, and Chris Albin. Your pole sitter, your front row for the race start, if nothing changes after we go official here, your front row will be Matt Reynolds and Sam Henry. All right, we'll take a break. When we get back, our fastest race group of the weekend, at least it should be, it's our Formula Atlantic, Continental, and FE2, FX, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. They are up next, folks. Don't go away. They always put on an exciting little show here. So stay with us. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. All right, we are starting our final qualifying session of the day. This is our Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula E FE2, FX, P1, and P2. I'm hearing myself in my own ear. That's because I've done something wrong. Larry, talk for a minute while I fix this. E FE2.
All right, I will let you fix your technical issues. Wings and things, though. I love me some wings. I love the combination that we're going to have out there. This is going to be a good time. Are you fixed yet? As Brian's trying to figure out how to work a microphone. First day in a microphone, I'm sure.
No, I'm just trying to figure out, are these buffalo wings and things out here right now? What is the deal going on?
There are a variety of flavors of wings, I will give you that, with the FCs and the FXs. Then we got the P1s and P2s out there. The SCCA Enterprises FE2s are out there. So all the flavors. You get everything from mild to spicy all the way up to full habanero.
I mean, the prototypes are kind of like boneless wings.
Yeah, but yet somehow in there's still some wing. But they usually are a little extra spicy, especially those P1s around this little place. They've got with some downforce. Oh, this place will be a lot of fun. Looks like we've got a old Formula Mazda spun there coming out of turn 2.
Oh yeah, there's a spinner. Cold tires.
Yeah,
So it's funny, Larry. I do some sim racing, and the guys I race with, we do a lot of the 24 hours of Daytona, Le Mans, and whenever someone takes over the car, there's someone's job on the team to get on the team speak and say, "Cold tires, cold tires, cold tires, cold tires."
You need that.
Exactly.
I do the same. I typically run the LMP2s, and yes, cold tires first lap needs a little bit of caution, a little bit of patience. It helps to go a long way, and on a day like this, 48 degrees in the middle of Oklahoma, patience is your friend.
Got a couple of cars still coming onto the racetrack here. Hopefully they'll be able to join without any issues with the cars coming out of turn. Which turn is that? Turn 10.
Yeah. I tell you the other thing. So traffic, there's a pretty good sized group out there. What am I seeing? 19 already out on the track. Varying degrees of speed. Everything from the FX, which is kind of a homologated group of different things in there, including our traditional Formula Mazdas. But you also have your prototypes. I see a couple of P2s out there. They're going to be at the pointy end of that speed. What I can tell you though is it's windy.
Yeah.
And this is where aero cars, you like to get that air. This place has some high-speed corners, but those crosswinds are going to play havoc with some of these guys, depending on where it hits them.
Well, and the crosswinds are going to be worse for the Formula cars than they are for, I don't want to see that. Zach, are you trolling me this weekend, Zach? Are you really doing this, Zach? Zach is our director, and he just put up the radar for us. And that is a band of precipitation that's heading kind of in our area. If you don't know, the red dot there is where we are, and it's not wet here to the moment that I can tell. But
it's all atmospheric. It's not actually hitting it.
It's never going to hit the ground.
It's fine.
It's never going to hit the ground. Thank you, Zach, for doing that. I appreciate it. Early on here, Mark McGeehee is your fast car. Ashland Speed is in second. Robert Henson is in third. Justin Upchurch fourth. And Randy Freeman is your fifth fastest car. But we're early, still 16 and a half minutes left in this session.
Yeah, so, in the FXs, you've got the old Formula Mazdas, but you also have some of what were very similar to your Van Diemens you'd find in FC, but running a different power plant. So you find similar cars. In fact, you can run them in both places with some minor tweaks there. So we've got somebody off, I believe, exiting turn 9.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. I don't know who it is, but that car, I hope that car is not high-sided, because if it is, that's a bad spot, and
it's a very tough spot.
They're going to have to go and pluck that car out of there. Oh, it's moving.
Okay. Well, we talked about all the blind corners around Hallett and how it's a lot of crests. Everything seems to be over a crest. That is exactly at the crest, as you can see the pack coming up. I'm sure they're watching for the yellow flags at the station coming in through 8. But I tell you,
I hope they are.
that is a tough place to be stranded. It looks like the car is still there. It did move a moment ago, but it left entirely.
Yeah, it looks like it might be no longer on the track surface, but it's still very close to the track surface. Let me crank up the volume here on our corner workers and see if they'll.
What this becomes while he listens into the flagger net is this becomes more time to warm tires. Obviously, you got to go slow and steady around that spot there where you're getting yellow flag, but you're still building heat in all these cars' tires. So what you're seeing on the leaderboards ticking down, you're seeing a Formula Mazda actually in an FX at the top of that 121.1. I fully expect that we're going to see probably some FD2s going quite a bit quicker when they're allowed to, when there's no more yellow, as well as the prototypes should be the quickest. P2, and I believe that's Dunellen out there. It's going to be probably one of the quicker ones if I had to predict. So still waiting for everyone to be able to get green flag laps before we'll see some real flyers. Lots of dirt there. The car off in 6, coming into 6. Probably at the exit of 5 there at the bird turn. A lot of offs. Everyone's trying this. And I wonder if some of this is the aero disadvantage where you've got some crosswind. So the car feels like it's got grip, but as soon as you change directions, now the wind's at your back, you lose that grip. As we kind of scan around and see who the fastest. More dirt is one of the, might be an FE2 car off there in 6 as well, coming to the exit of 5 towards 6.
So, Larry, what they're doing right now is it looks like that car is not completely off the racetrack, and they're trying to figure out what the best course of action here is.
Do we know if Hallett does hot pulls while cars are running? Is there anybody on site to try and do a poll? While he's listening in to Flaggernet.
Okay. All right, so as I expected, Larry, they're going to get someone out there to get to that car, and they're going to go and figure out, hopefully they can get them off the track and not go for course yellow here. We'll see how it works out. So we'll keep an eye on that.
And so that looks like, and I think that we said that's at 9 at the corner affectionately known as the bitch.
Yes.
Proving its name may be correct there.
Yes, exactly.
So once they pull that, it should be able to get that. Looks like there's actually a spot opening in the wall there, just around, pretty much right where our camera is, I think, is the opening in the wall.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say that. I drove around the track this morning before we went green, and there are ample fence cutouts all over the racetrack to make for easy access from the infield to get onto the track and how. Oh, well, then we have a car right off in front of us, and
trying to. The weather was off at 5 a few moments ago either. I wonder if he's just struggling with the cold temps.
Yeah, definitely. But I was saying is there's plenty of access for our course trucks to get out and make a rescue here and possibly keep the course, full course, well, most course green here. And that's kind of what we hope for in a best case scenario in a situation like this.
Yeah, just the local yellow, but I tell you, it's a precarious position to have a local yellow right at the crest of 9.
Yeah.
As we just got done talking to Kent how difficult that particular corner is, and you've mentioned how difficult it is across, as relative to corners in the nation. It's one of the hardest, and here you have a car on the exit side of that corner, and here comes, I can see the track vehicle making his way around 8 right now.
Yep, that is the case. Russ Turner says FV2s are the fastest cars per dollar on the racetrack. Yeah, everybody who drives those FV2 cars just loves them. And another, because it is a spec class, you get a lot of drivers all kind of real close together, and there's a lot of good racing. So Ashland Speed has taken over our top spot here with a fast race lap of 119.5. She is hauling the mail, Larry. Mark McGahee is in second, and Brock Evans third. So our top 3 cars right now are those FX cars, and they are showing how to get it done here.
Yeah, that sector 3, which I believe is where this incident is, everyone's no faster than there's the Dunellen just sort of lays down a 30.2 in that sector as the fastest of the session. I think a lot of that is they're all holding back through turns 8 and 9,
right,
through that sector 3. So once we get this cleared,
right,
I suspect that's where people can pick up time. That's the sector where if you come out correctly out of turn 9, you've got the Martin House straight, a pretty good straight all the way down into the final turn there at 10. We're going to see some times drop quickly. We'll see if we'll finally start to see some of those FE2s at the top of the leaderboard in this group. Or
right.
I see an FA now up there at a 119.
Yeah, I was just going to say Paul Rivaris just popped up on the top going purple with a 119.114. And just like that, Ashland's speed goes low, 118.6, Larry. Wow, that is moving.
It is. So they're really starting to pick up the pace, get the momentum going, and start spinning that rock, because we're starting to see it. As they finally might have enough heat in the tires as well, because all of these cars need to really build that heat. I know from watching FE2 at the runoffs the last couple years, calling those races, watching qualifying, it would be 5 and 6 laps at places like Indy and VIR to get enough heat in. Here at a little track, a little place is 2 miles or less. Lap 6 and 7 is certainly within reach of what it takes to get heat in them.
Well, and we're lap 7 right now, and we're right past the halfway point on time. So let's do this. Let's take our break, and when we come back, we will get you to the green flag. There's going to be a lot of purple laps here coming up, I'm sure. So let's do that right now. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
You're looking live at a chilly, and as you can see by that flag out in the distance, windy Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Formula Atlantics, Formula FE2s, FXs, our wings and things, our prototype cars are out here, Larry. And when we left our broadcast here just a few minutes ago, the fast lap was a 118, Larry. What is it now?
115 for our FA driver there, Paul Rivaris. Just cruising around out there in that Formula Atlantic. Obviously one of the quickest cars in all of SCCA Club racing, but he's continued to go quicker, just set a personal best trap speed, actually session best trap speed, 120 peak speed. So again, not the overall fastest trap, but I suspect the average speed around here is pretty quick.
Yeah, definitely. And Formula Atlantic should be the fastest race car at any SCCA race on any given weekend. Now, obviously, driver skill and the preparation on the car matters, but those are our fastest cars out here most of the time. A well-prepped Atlantic with a good driver is a fast race car.
Yes, they are. And, maybe the P1s can be on certain tracks with the horsepower they've got, but the downforce as well as the power of Atlantic is just hard to beat. But I'm watching a couple FX times that are creeping down there. Ashland Speed now into the 16.6, leading the way in the FX group, second overall. Mark McGahee currently in third at a 118.4. There's a couple of more cars in the 18s and 19s that are starting to get their speed. But Rivaris is, I think, on a flyer. And yes, just laying down a 114.1 for Paul Rivaris in that Atlantic.
Well, and many people might not remember that at one point in time in the open wheel motorsports world in North America, Formula Atlantic was the stepping stone to IndyCar.
Yeah.
There's some really big names who got their starts in Formula Atlantic and made that jump up back in the day. So, this used to be a premier series across North America. And before Indy Lights and all that other stuff, there was Formula Atlantic. So
Yeah, and they've adjusted the rules a little bit to make it a more cost-effective, a little bit more budget-friendly type of class. Those chassis are out there, but those Toyota engines, no knock on Toyota, but they got to be very expensive to maintain. And so they've made allowances now. I believe it's for one of the Mazdas now that you could put in there. And that's been a big boost to the Atlantic at the national level here in club racing. So good to see some of those coming back. Those cars have been mothballed for a while, and we're starting to see those creep back in. It's pretty cool.
4:30 left in the session. Paul Ravaris, your fastest car right now, just went purple again, 113.3. Ashland Speed's in second place on our grid at the moment, followed by Brock Evans, Steve Zerga, and now it's changed again. Jack Donnellan has jumped into third place right now in a P2 car, followed by Brock Evans, Steve Zerga, and Brad Yank. That's your top 6 right now as we come into our last 4 minutes of qualifying today. That means we're going to get racing here after this, Larry.
We are, and it's going to be exciting. And I think one of the things that's going to play a little bit of havoc on the races, we talk about qualifying. Some car field need 8-9 laps to get down their pace. Ravaris is an example in his 11th lap, just turned to 13.3. What happens in a race condition where now it's go time and those cars need a few laps to get their pace and somebody else doesn't? That's going to mix things up. That opening lap is going to be very interesting if they can't get enough heat on the warm-up lap, because the cars that are fast out of the gate are going to have an advantage.
All right, so what you're telling me is I need to pop some popcorn and fire up the Colortini for the racing coming up.
Absolutely.
It's going to be some good stuff here, definitely. 3 minutes and 19 seconds left. Still Ravaris, Speed, Donnellan now third, McGahee fourth, Brock Evans fifth. Going a little deeper into the field, 7th through 10th, we've got Brad Yank, Moses Smith, Garrett Yolvin, Justin Upchurch, and then 11th through 15, Shannon Edwards, Paul Crabtree, Roger Addison, Roy Hillenberg, and Scott Fouch. There's your top 15 here as we get into our final couple of laps.
Yeah, you mentioned. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just going to mention Moses Smith. You mentioned him running at an FA kind of this weekend. Of course, he's one of the guys that has been running Formula Mazdas and helping other folks run in the old Formula Mazdas for years. So good to see him back. I believe he's from the Texas area. Great to see him out here at Hallett this weekend.
Definitely. So after this session, folks, we're going to take a short break, about an hour for lunch. And then when we come back, we'll get to racing approximately 12:20. Looking at my clock, yeah, we should get real close to that. And we'll have 7 races, 25 minutes each this afternoon, starting with our ST and Touring, Super Touring and Touring classes. And that'll be right after our lunch break. 1:55 left in the session. And yep, so you still have Paul Ravaris in that Formula Atlantic car, followed by 2 FX cars, Ashland Speed, Mark McGahee, and then you got a P2 car of Jack Donnellan.
I'm seeing one of the. I was just wondering who might be out there. Still, he hasn't pulled back in. Ravaris has sector times in that was representative of his last lap, but I have not seen a sector 1 time come back up. Perhaps he's somehow pulled off or something. Some folks pulling in early as the last minute of the session, but you mentioned before, if you're out there and you've got the right heat in the tires, now is a great time to go lay one down.
That's right. That's right. Yep. Yeah, there's lots of different ways to use the strategery here in qualifying. And the key is, as we've said a couple times, is finding that clear piece of track where you're not being pressured by a slower or by a faster car and not being held up by a slower car. And that can be hard to do, especially on a track that's only 1.9 miles long.
Yeah, absolutely. To try and find that real estate that you're comfortable to get what you need, especially if you're still trying to learn the track, where you've got things like temperature working against you or wind working against you, as is the case in these winged cars. So definitely some challenges for these drivers, but at the end of the day, you lay a time down, you get in the field, and at that point, you just go racing. And then things, to me, I think always seem to get more comfortable for some of these drivers, because once they're in that mode, it's just start gauging what's around you, and now just to go racing.
All right, our checkered flag is out. Let's do our provisional starting orders, not starting order, but provisional top cars in each class. Paul Riveras, Moses Smith, and Scott Fouch. Those are your fast cars in FA, Formula Atlantic. Our FE2 cars, your top three: Steve Zerga, Justin Upchurch, and Roy Hillenbaugh. In FX, Ashland Speed is your fast car, followed by Brock Evans and Mark McGahee. And then your P2 fast car is our only car in P2, Jack Donnellan. I don't see, Formula Continental I missed, hold on. Robert Henson was your one car in Formula Continental. No P1 cars here this weekend, so those are your fast qualifiers on the provisional qualifying order here for our final race of, or final qualifying of the day. Any final thoughts, Larry, before we head out?
I think that the name of the game today is going to be getting heat in your tires on that warm-up lap as before the green drops, or you're going to be in trouble if you want to be competitive.
All right, come on back around 12:20 Central Time, folks. We're going to get underway here with 7 consecutive races starting at 12:20. Find out where your group that you're most interested in. Actually, what I'd like you to really do before you do that is hit subscribe, smash the like button, hit the bell, and come for not just the group you're looking for. Come and check out some of the other groups as well. Got a lot of fun racing here. Great racetrack in Hallett, Oklahoma here, and we're going to be good. All right, we're going to sign off for about an hour. For Larry McLeod, I'm Brian Polanski. We'll be back at around 12:20. Be with us, folks. Welcome to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. This is round 11 of the Super Tour from Hallett. Brian Belansky here with Larry McLeod. Larry, how we doing, my friend?
I am excited for this. We've watched all the qualifying. I'm sure the temperature there is now just a balmy 50, maybe.
Well, you're going to make me pull it up. I wasn't ready, but hold on a second. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It is risen to a 52 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
And so we're good to go with that.
Get your sunscreen. It's going to be hot.
All right, let's get our qualifying order under the way. It's a short racetrack, so I'm going to give you the top 5 in each group. We've got a split start. Our touring cars will start up front. Our Super Touring cars will start up front. Our touring cars will start in the back with a second pace car. Our top 4 rows here in the STU group, or ST group, are going to be David Fiorelli and Patrick Lipsink in the front row, followed by William Knight and Stephen Johnson in the second row. And then you've got Mike Taylor and Jake Anton in the third row. Our touring cars, your pole sitter on that group is going to be Judson Holt, and next to him it's going to be Michael Pettiford. Then we've got Robert Shader, Sergio Zlobin, and then your third row is going to be Mark Cephalo and Scott Sewell. That's how we're going to start them here today, Larry, and it's a short pace lap, so we're going to get to action here very soon.
Yep, every lap is short. Kind of what makes it exciting, but it also means you don't have a lot of time to drill some heat into those tires. So this will be interesting who was able to get some heat in them as we see our front field rounding there through turns 8 and 9. Looks like they're done weaving. They're just going to get down the last straight, one more corner, and we will be green.
And we will be racing for 25 minutes this afternoon. These will be timed races. Tomorrow we'll be going towards laps. Pace cars should dump off here on the left, and that's exactly what we're seeing happening. Now the first group has control of the field as they head down towards the start stand for the first time. Second group's right there behind them, not too far behind, nice and tight, which is how I think they should be done. People don't always agree with me on that, though, so that's okay. And here we go. We've got ourselves a green flag. Third row already making a move for the lead. We're going to go 3 wide here down the front straight. Look at this. This is where they slow down for a hard left-hander here. Nice movement. No issues there, Larry.
Not yet. Looked real good, although there's an issue. We've got a hood up on the last car in that STL group. So we have to see if that car is going to pull off somewhere. It's going to be tough visibility.
Definitely. And here comes our second group. There are a lot more cars in this group, and still with some cold tires, but they've made it through there cleanly so far. That looks very nice, and there's our car with the hood up trying to manage a way through. That car's going to get eaten alive here by this second pack, though, so hopefully it can stay out of the way while this car comes through and tries to get to pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like Pettiford, and I think that's Holt. The two in the front row are still basically the front row, side by side, all the way around this lap so far. They're finally starting to sort things out as Pettiford in the Pontiac fills in there behind them. But pretty exciting start there side by side as they have to make their way around that Miata, who's got some visibility obstructions.
Visibility obstructions. That is the overstatement of the day.
It is.
Absolutely. Here comes our second pack right at us coming into turn 7. Looking really good, and that car is basically stopped on the right side of the track, slowed down enough where all these cars can make it by. Doing a really nice job of staying out of the way, I have to say.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get back to his crew, who probably are the ones that forgot to latch the hood, and tell them, hey guys, I think you missed something.
Yep.
And see if they can get it relatched and get back out in this field. But meanwhile, the front of the field here in the STs, or now touring cars, I should say, are finishing up their first lap.
Definitely. Hopefully that hood's not bent too badly where they can actually get it to latch. If not, they're going to have to probably go back and try it again tomorrow.
I'm sure they'll pull out the encouragement device out of the toolbox and send it home.
As AJ Foyt used to call it, the Polish torque wrench.
That's the one.
That is the one. All right, we've completed our first race lap here. Our leader at the moment, David Fiorelli, followed by Patrick Lipsink and William Knight. There's our 2 STU cars and an STL car. And then that T2, or that touring group, your leader is Justin Holt, then Michael Pettiford and Robert Shader at your top 3.
Yeah, they're going to have a pretty good race, I suspect, there. But again, like we talked about qualifying, The cars with the advantage of the opening laps are the ones whose tires heat up the quickest. And obviously, a lot of these cars in this field are probably on those, probably the DOT stamped Hoosiers or maybe the road race compound. But if they can get some heat in them quickly, they can get out to a pretty good start. If it takes them a while, it's going to, especially the front drivers, those rear tires are going to stay cold a lot longer than the cars that are rear drive who can equal balance their heat.
Right, and this is these cars out here are not spec cars, so they could have a variety of tire manufacturers as well. And as I'm sure you know, not every tire responds to the conditions the same way. So it's key for these drivers to know what their tire does in these conditions and take advantage of it when it goes fast and when it doesn't.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine being in a front drive car out here in this field where you get heat in the fronts and almost none in the back around this track with all of its elevation and its camber changes. Oh, that's got to be a challenge.
It is absolutely a challenge. So, and this race will go fast. There'll be lots of laps, but it will get through it quickly because we're only a 1.9 mile twisty bit kind of course, Larry, and that presents its own challenges. There's no real time to rest out here.
It's yeah, just like we were talking earlier with Kurt, he was saying how much this place really doesn't give you a chance to rest. It's just connected corner after connected corner with a couple little straightaways, but it's a 1.9 mile track. How long can the straightaways be? You'll get a couple of seconds to relax your hands, but you might have somebody next to you doing it, so the intensity just maintains for the entire session.
Yeah, I was able to go out during lunch. The pace car driver took me out, did his best to scare the bejesus out of me. And but yeah, you're right. It's just the front straight is it goes by in a blink, and there really isn't anything else that even resembles a straight there. Basically, shoots between corners, and there's, like I said, there's really no room to take a break anywhere.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this place a bit of a fan favorite. But it looks like it also flows well enough that it generates some side-by-side actions. We're seeing a lot of it happen. We saw the opening lap there of the touring cars where they were side-by-side for pretty much the entire first half of the lap at least. And we're seeing again here where opportunities to maybe carry a side-by-side because the way these corners flow one to the next.
Well, and they flow, but they're also at the right pace to go side by side. You know, you're not going so fast where you worry about tracking out into someone who might be next to you. So that was the other thing I noticed when I was out there, is that there are some corners slow enough where you can really go with somebody, hopefully somebody you trust, and go side by side through some of these corners. No change up front. Still Fiorelli, Lipsync, and Knight. That's two STU cars followed by an STL car. Your fourth place car, Mike Taylor, he is in an STL Acura Integra. I believe he has a new motor in that car this weekend, Larry, and he was talking about how happy he was to have that and see if that's going to work for him.
Yeah, well, he's one of those front drivers with a little contact coming down the straightaway into 7. Yeah. But they seem to have sorted it out before they actually turned in. But there's that side-by-side, and now they're still kind of at it, going through 8 and 9. Is the car up there, is that Cephalo going sideways?
It could very well be, yeah. And, yeah, I don't know if that's an odd place to not expect somebody to be there, but it did look like where the contact happened, that the car that moved over just didn't think there was another car there.
Yeah, they seem to continue to swap positions, but I do think that is Cephalo in the 0 car, the traditional paint scheme that he runs. But I think he's battling it out there with Morrow right behind him, and maybe Jones also kind of in that pack.
Looking back at our touring cars, now Judson Holt remains your leader, followed by Michael Pettiford in T3. So T2 is Holt, T3 is Pettiford, then another T2 car, Scott Sewell. Then you got a T4 car up there in the mix. That's Sergio Zlobin, followed by Robert Shader and Mark Cephalo in that 0-0 car that we were just talking about. So it looked like it was probably Shader and Cephalo who got together there.
It may have been, right, Nick? We just saw Cephalo kind of falling through the pack there. You mentioned the Pettiford, Sewell, and Holt actually leading the touring cars. Holt's now about 4 seconds ahead of the rest, but that pack is the Pettiford. He's got that yellow Solstice, and then I think behind him is Sewell in what I believe is a Porsche. And those two are, so you can see them there, just nose to tail for pretty much the entire lap running around. And it looks like Zolbin's able to kind of keep pace with them as well. So it's a good little threesome now running there down the straight towards 10.
You were right. Sewell, the Porsche, came in out of Fort Worth, Texas. So.
1
Looking back at our touring cars, now Judson Holt remains your leader, followed by Michael Pettiford in that 0-0 car that we were just talking about. So it looked like it was probably Shader and Cephalo who got together there.
You were right. Sewell, the Porsche, came in out of Fort Worth, Texas. So And then this pack of one of those cars, the one in the middle of that, I believe, is a MX-5 Cup car running here in the, I think, T4 group. If I have that right?
Yes, I think you are right.
I think that's who that is. I think that's Heitman in the Cup car. T3,
Up front,
I think.
in our ST classes, you know, there is 2 to 3 seconds between each car, so no real battling going on right there as far as STU goes at the front. Now the STL cars, there's 4 of them straight up there in order. There's a second between first and second, and then those 3 cars are the ones are putting on a pretty good show there with less than a second covering second through fourth in STL. So a little bit of action going on there.
Yeah, with Taylor Johnson and Anson just basically scrapping it out there. But I'm also watching that STU battle, the 2 cars up front. Lipsinic's on pace again. Looks like he's actually turning quicker laps now the last 2 times around than Fiorelli, who's out in front. So we're going to keep an eye on that gap between them and see if Lipsinic can make a race out of this before we're done. It's going through there. That looks like Pettiford through the field there with Sewell right behind him and pulling in. Is that Sewell actually in the Cayman?
It could be.
Coming through pit lane right now.
Wait to see if we get a call from our course worker to tell us who that is. They've got
I'm pretty sure that's him.
Yeah, a crew member coming out to talk with them. Figure out what the situation is there.
That's unfortunate because he was running real strong right up there with Pettiford. We're having a good battle.
Back to racing action here.
Oh, a little wide there for one of our MX-5 Cup cars.
Little wide is good, really wide not so good. All right, we're coming up on the halfway point here, so let's we're going to call to the grid and then take a break, and we'll get back to green flag action, hopefully all the way to the end here. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, Group 2 cars to the grid. That would be Formula F and Formula 6. FF and F6 to the grid. And we'll take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. So Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. To find out those details and more, go to scca.com/live. We are back. 12, what would that be? 8.5 minutes left to go or so here. David Fiorelli, been at the lead since the start, continues to do so. Actually, our top 3, 4 cars, even 5 cars, I don't think have changed position here since very early in this race. You've got Fiorelli, Patrick Lipsink, followed by William Knight, Mike Taylor, and then Steven Johnson, and I think even Jake Anton. Larry, those 6 cars I think have basically held station here for the entire first half of this race.
And they have, in those 4 STL cars after the leader Lipsinek kind of pulling out there, Knight, Taylor, Johnson, and Anton look like they're all in the same little grouping. Nothing's really decided, although they're all kind of playing it cool right now. Let's see as the laps rack up if we start seeing some movement and some aggressive moves.
And then if you look and scroll down to our touring cars, fairly same running order. You've got Judson Holt, Michael Pettiford, Sergio Zlobin, and Robert Shader. Those 4 cars have also been at the front of that pack for, I think, almost the entire race as well.
And they have. We did have Sewell, who was in that pack. It looks like he's back out on track after pulling in a few moments ago, we had seen. But that leaves Pettiford and now Zlobin trying to chase him down. The T3 Pettiford, the T4 Zlobin. But the two of them just about a second, maybe a little bit more than a second apart. So Zlobin's at least got the T3 car to go out there and chase. But the best battle in that group, you've got Schrader and Morrow, a couple of T3 cars, about a half a second apart from them. And then you've got that threesome out there running. I was trying to see if that's Heitman and Jones, possibly with Cephala behind them. There's a couple of groups there that are all still somewhat bunched, but having good little races.
Scott Bettinger in the 61 car. That was the car with the hood that went rogue on the first lap. They were able to persuade that hood back into place, and he is back out there in the mix. I'm pretty sure a lap down at this point. Not hard to go a lap down when the lap is only 1 minute and 29 seconds.
Yes, he's at least still out there, and now with the hood down, he can actually see where he's going. I was amazed he was able to make it around there on that first green lap with the hood in his way, but there's a little bit of opening he was able to see. Great to see, though, he's going to be able to get in and get some of this racing done. But definitely some spread in this field, but not all of it, as we see a couple of good shots. Here's that threesome now coming down towards turn 7.
Yeah, and depending on what a driver's future goals are, some of the qualifications to get to our national champions include completing a certain number of races. So if nothing else, if that's the goal, just finishing this race helps in that process. So a lot of times you'll see drivers complete 7 or 8 laps or half the race distance and then pull in if they don't think they're going to be able to get a high up finish, when what they're really trying to do is complete enough laps to be considered a finisher in the race for other future endeavors. So
yeah, so there's a lot of different things that are priorities for every driver. Obviously, finishing any race is always one of those.
Sure.
But certainly in the bigger picture, there's a lot of these folks coming to Super Tours to get that runoffs qualification. They want to get off to VIR here coming up in October. This is a way to do it. Watching these battles, there's a little bit of side-by-side going there up through turn 4. But I'll still watch that STL battle of Knight, Taylor, Johnson. I think Knight running in the Acura, and then you got Taylor and Johnson and a couple of Miatas. The 3 of those have been pretty close still, but it looks like Knight's finally starting to pull away. Maybe he's got some, with Taylor, I should say, pulling away from Johnson. Maybe he's finally starting to get some heat in the rear tires. That car's taking a better balance here at this stage of the race.
Got about 8 minutes left here. It's interesting how everyone seemed to sort themselves out real early. And a lot of action here is not really close enough to become action, which is a little unusual. These groups tend to have really close action for all these races, so this is a little odd the way this race is playing out. Obviously, there's still 8 minutes left, so anything can happen. And a little further back in each race group, there's a lot of action, so that's been fun to watch.
It is, and that's kind of watching there again. Looks like Johnson and Anton were awfully close to each other coming into 10. We'll see who actually ends up on the good side of that as we come down the front straight. But I'm also watching Sewell, who is one of our front runners there in the touring group, stopped in the Porsche. You can see him now making his way through the back of the field in the other cars. So always fun to watch a Porsche truck going left and right around traffic.
Yeah, definitely. And if you're coming from the back, there's some fun factor in that as well. You hate to have to come from the back, but you can have a lot of satisfaction at the end of a race when you've had to run through the field like that. So.
Yeah, I think Scott's got. Hopefully, that's the attitude he has right now. Let's just go have fun, because he was running so strong and then had to come in for whatever that reason was. But now he's finding a different way to have fun and picking his way through traffic. He's currently about 3 seconds a lap faster than those around him, and there's some smoke by one of our cars going through turn 6.
Yeah, that appeared to be a little bit of tire smoke, I think, a little lockup maybe. So. Okay. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 2 to the grid, Group 2 to the grid for your race. F6 and FF to the grid. At the 6 minute mark here, Larry, what thought process? Are you trying to figure out the guy in front of you and where to make that final pass? There's still maybe some lower podium positions in play here, especially for this touring group. What are you thinking here with probably 3 laps to go?
Yeah, if you're in one of those battles and it's a class battle, like if you're in the T3, there's a couple groups there, that STL battle where there's 3 of them there kind of running. Yes, I think you're thinking, I've watched this guy for 18 laps or whatever, 13 laps so far, and maybe there's an opportunity in this corner or that corner. You're trying to test that out to see if you can make it. The other thing you're doing is you might be listening to your car as it's changed since qualifying and here throughout this session. You might start to hear a different rattle, you hear a little bit of squeal of the tire or something that you want to make sure you're paying attention to, because you do have to finish this race. And it's only April. Some of these drivers maybe had a race or 2 in earlier in the season, or this might be one of their first long race weekend. So you're starting to think, that goes through your head of, how do I make sure this car finishes this race here with just a couple of minutes left?
Well, and the other thing you might be thinking, Larry, is that this is the conditions you're going to race in tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So, maybe you thought this was how your car was supposed to be set up for today, and you might have missed it. Now you have the chance of racing at the same basic time of day with what is going to be similar temperatures, and you're like, oh, I missed it here, and I can get this taken care of and come out and be real racy tomorrow.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're always learning. And if you can carry that data over from a day 1 like this into a day 2 and do a little tweak to the car here and there, huge dividends for you, knowing the conditions are probably going to be pretty similar tomorrow.
All right, our top 6 unchanged here. David Fiorelli, Patrick Lipsink, William Knight, Mike Taylor, and Steven Johnson. Jake Anton is in 6th. And Judson Holt in the T2 car is now in 7th. You got a gaggle of touring cars: Holt, Pettiford, Shader, Zlobin, and Morrow. They're the top, I guess that's 6 cars in the touring classes. And they're starting to make their way up through the ST classes, and some of those ST cars start to drop back as well. And you've got that being the situation too.
Yeah, and that's anytime you've got lap traffic to contend with. If you're in your own battle, it gets very dicey, because the lap cars can do what they can to stay predictable, to stay on their line. But with this kind of track, we've talked about it all day, how it just continues to flow. Sometimes it may be hard to pass those lap cars because they're going to continue to use their line, and they'll lift where they can. But it's not that easy to find a spot when there isn't that long driveway, straightaway, to be able to get by a lapped car. This is a bit more of a challenge. You don't want to lose the fight with the car you're racing with because you're coming up on lap traffic.
This is one of those situations where the split start has really worked well. We've got that pack of ST cars up front, and then a whole pack of T2 cars, and they really haven't had to intermingle too much. It doesn't always work out this well, but in this particular case, it's really working out nicely. There's 16 seconds between the ST group and the touring group, so it's like, this is like, if you have a dream of making a split start work, this would be a dream come true.
I think it's working as planned, at least from the steward's standpoint.
Of course. Well, and for the drivers too. I mean, they want to be racing against their own type here, and in that particular case, it seems to be working. So.
Yeah, I don't know for Bettinger with the hood coming open on the out lap, probably wasn't per plan, but now that he's underway and a couple laps down, at least he's out there competing.
Well, and the good news is there's only one group of people to blame that for, and and yeah, can't blame
But,
that
you
on
know,
another driver.
But most crews that support you these races probably get paid in beer, so it's hard to really cut their pay.
Or you could be like I was and not have a crew at all. So if the hood didn't get lashed, it was my own damn fault.
You got one guy to blame.
That's right.
You had one job, or well, drive the car and work on it. You had two jobs.
That's right. The buck starts and stops in the driver's seat. I've never had that happen, but I have run out of gas before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Checklists, people. Use your checklists.
They do come in handy.
Absolutely. Minute 50 left here. So we'll get the white flag here shortly, I'm sure.
I'm wondering if anybody's going to try and make that last-minute move. Yeah, you got to plan ahead around here. This may be the kind of track where you can't just say, I'll do it on the last lap. Maybe one of those, you do it when the opportunity presents itself.
They've already called through the leaders saying that the next time the leaders come by, they'll get the white flag. So my suspicions will be confirmed here in just a second.
You've got the flagger stand right there in the camera shot.
Right. That's right. This is probably the best front straight finish camo we've had so far. We'll wait for them. I haven't heard them call around. Let's see if I can pick up.
Because that's the leaders in touring that just went by as we've been watching here, which tells me that the leaders, STU, Fiorelli, and then Lipsinic are probably about maybe 20 seconds back before we'll see them round turn 10. And look at this. A little bit of working his way through traffic is Pettiford in that yellow Solstice. Look at Schrader then right behind him in the Nissan.
All right, there is our white flag. It's out. We're on the final lap. 1.9 miles to glory for David Fiorelli. He's got Patrick Lipsync 6 seconds back, and then the gap between second and third is 7.2 seconds. So this is one of those situations where you're listed into your car, and every rattle that you could begin to imagine, even rattles that aren't there, you start to hear.
Yeah, every one of them concerns you. Is like, wait, was that a lifter noise? Wait, was that, are my brakes still okay? You know, is there something loose, or a body panel that's rattling? You know, you start hearing all that kind of stuff at this stage of a race.
Yeah, so Fiorelli is going to work himself around here to take, like I said, if there's no problems, I don't want to throw the announcer's curse on him, but he's going to look to try to get a Super Tour win here today. And the 6.7 seconds at the line last time by, so he should be able to cruise here without any issues. The gap between T2 and T3 is 17 seconds, so no big issues there for those guys as well.
Watching the pack coming around through 8 and 9.
All right, here comes our leader through turn 10. Is that our leader pulling into the pits?
I'm wondering, because that's... I'll wait to see. I thought Fiorelli was in the Mustang, which just came in.
Yeah, we have a new leader here on the last lap, Patrick Lipsync. Fiorelli looks like pulled into the pits. William Knight is coming across. Is there a chance that Fiorelli thought the race was over?
I can't imagine, given what he's just pulling straight back into paddock. You could see him in the shot there just after pit in. I worry that he's got something that's gone wrong. At this stage of the race, that's what we're talking about. You start listening to every noise, and unfortunately, sometimes those noises come true. So Patrick Lipsinic now, the leader, and maybe your winner in STU if he saw checker.
All right, so let's start going through the field here. Your STU and overall winner is Patrick Lipsync. STL, first place is William Knight. He's second overall. Mike Taylor's second in STL and third overall. And then your STL third on the podium is going to be Steven Johnson. If you go down to T2, Judson Holt is your race winner. Second place on the T2 podium is going to be Scott Sewell. And that's just the two T2 cars. T3, your race winner, is going to be Michael Pettiford, followed by Robert Shader and Keith Morrow. Your T4 race winner is Sergio Slobin. Second place in T4 is Mark Cefalo. And third place in T4 will be Paulo Salvatore. So that is your full field here, all your podiums in your classes here. We're going to take ourselves a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have our second race of the day. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Polanski, Larry McLeod. Getting ready for race number 2, Larry. F6 and FV.
Yep, and it's going to be interesting as they all try to get some heat in their tires. A couple of reasonable fields for both of these classes. Definitely would prefer some warmer temps into these colds, but I'm watching that radar too and knowing that there may be some precipitation in the area.
I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I'm not going to say it. Nope.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, Zach. Man, whose side are you on, Zach? The new guy or the guy who's been here for 6 races? Don't answer that. Don't answer that.
Do you want the honest?
All right, so our top cars here in this race, if I can pull it up real fast here.
You got it there?
Yeah, I got it. Maybe. You have it?
I have Ace sheet. I have something.
Go for it.
All right. Looks like on the pole in FF, it's going to be Jay Messenger. And it looks like on the outside of the front row, Matt Boyan. You're going to have Cliff Johnson and Cameron Reed on the next row in FF, followed by your third row of John Condor and Bill Kephart.
And your F6 car should be Michael Kopecky and Stephen John Dahl. So we've got ourselves a green flag. Here comes our first group here and our second group, a split start, not 2 pace cars. But they're all going to go down here towards turn 1 for the first time. There's a little brake lock up there.
Oh,
and 2 cars come together. 3 cars have come together. I see 2, and there's the third. There's another car, so at least a couple of them have moved on. Hopefully no suspension damage on those cars. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. But all those Formula F cars have now gotten back behind the F6 cars, and they're going to have to make their way back through that field if they want to get to the front again.
Yeah, that was a pretty big lockup on cold tires going into turn 1. I didn't quite see which was that maybe was the one that locked up first. I want to say maybe Condor was involved, or maybe Reed was involved. I don't know which side of that they were involved in. I can see their sector 1s are pretty slow there. But it looks like they've gotten themselves going again, so that's good. These cars do damage pretty easily. These control links are not the strongest, but now they find themselves behind some of these F5s, as you mentioned, or F6s, excuse me, and as the F6 crowd starts to go by. And these F6s are definitely some pretty quick ones. Jorgensen leading the way so far in that group.
Yeah, that was a clear situation of ambition being bigger than adhesion, and it was not as successful as I'm sure those cars were hoping. But they'll have to work their way through those F6 cars. And like you said, this is a good F6 field. So, and at many races, the F6 cars are faster than the Formula F cars. So we'll just see how this thing works out here. We're still way early, lots of racing left to go.
Yeah, tracks with longer straightaways tend to go in favor of the F6s with the higher top speed, especially when they've got the 600cc bike motors in there.
Right.
But the twisty tracks, the FFs are spot on. They carry all the momentum. Places, I'm sure here at Hallett explains a little bit of the why they are so fast. And right now, the front 3 in FF, Messenger, Johnson, and Boyan, all in the same second, and all of them already into the 27s or 28s there on their opening flyer. The F6s are led by Jorgensen, his first lap of 32, so he's still getting heat in his tires, but he's one of the quick ones around, so we'll keep an eye on him as he's picking his way through the rest of that field. It looks like John Dahl may have gotten around him, though.
I was just going to say that. It looks like that move has been made, and the cool part is you've got 3 good, strong packs here, and they're having fun with it as well.
Yeah, for sure, as we've got a good shot coming through that 8-9 complex to the front 3 in FF, Messenger, Johnson, and Boyan, all essentially nose to tail, making their way down the Martin House straight. They're having a good scrap, and then as you mentioned, right behind them somewhere is you've got the John Dahl, Jorgensen, and Kopecky all sort of running in their F6s, as there they are now coming into shot.
And it does look like that John Dahl and Jorgensen are pulling away a little bit from Kopecky, so it looks kind of a 2-car battle there for the front, for the top spot in F6. It looks like most of the Formula Fs that got together in that first lap, Schmazel, were able to get themselves back on the racetrack and seem to have all the corners straightened up to at least keep racing.
You're such a Wisconsin guy, a schmozzle.
Oh, I'm channeling my inner David Hobbs.
He's a Wisconsin guy these days.
He
right?
is, actually.
It checks
He's been a
out.
Wisconsin guy for a long time. He owns owns the Honda dealership I bought one of my first cars at. So, David Hobbs Honda. Free plug, David. He joined us in the booth at Sebring.
Yes.
So if you want to listen to a fantastic interview or discussion, I won't say it was an interview, because basically we asked one question and then David Hobbs started talking for 20 minutes. It was not a lot of interviewing going on, but all these old guys could give just great storytelling. So cue back up, I think it was Saturday at Sebring. He was on the broadcast, and that's worth going back and scrolling through, even if you just watched that bit. That was a lot of fun.
I've heard that. I got a sense that he could jump right in the broadcast booth and do what we're doing very quickly again if he wanted to, but he sounds like he's just enjoying the little bit of a slower life and not having to keep up with pace. But that guy's an absolute legend as broadcaster and as a driver. I mean, clearly one of the best there was back in the 70s. That guy was on all the fast cars.
Yeah, he didn't know the names of the people attached to the cars, but he was calling a little play-by-play there when he saw something cool on the screen, and it's like he never stepped away from Varsha and Match It. And I'd love to have either of those up in the booth with us too. So if you guys are listening, come on up. We'd love to have you.
Hey, Varsha called the runoffs in 2020 up at Road America, so
okay.
he's been a part of all of this, and it was pretty cool to be able to see him do that. Back to this race, as it looks like Jay Messenger, who was leading in the FF there for a little bit, he's dropped back a little now. He's in third, but 4 seconds back from Johnson, who's now taken over that lead spot. So a bit of a shuffle there in the FFs, while Jorgensen's also gotten his way around John Dahl in the F6s. So we've seen a couple of changes of the lead here over the last lap or so.
Still 19 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So, and as we learned last race, it can all go to craziness here on the final quarter of a lap.
Yeah.
So it wasn't even on the final lap. Still hoping we can find out sometime today what the situation was on that race. But so yeah, plenty of time to go here. Johnson, Boyan, and Messenger, your top 3 in Formula F. Jorgensen, John Dahl, and Kopecky, your top 3 in Formula 6. And then you've got Bill Kephart and Cameron Reed, who are trying to get back towards the front here and get back into the hunt there. But they're a good ways back, so I doubt that they're going to be in the hunt for a trophy today, unless there's a problem with one of the 3 cars up front.
Yeah, but they'll go out there and keep plugging away and cranking out some laps like we're doing right now. In fact, Boyan running second in FF. I think that's him right there in the white car. He's just turned quickest lap of the race at a 21.6, a couple tenths quicker than Johnson, the leader. So he's trying to stay pace with Johnson here at Hallett. Messenger, though, is kind of settled in at the 23s. He's kind of fading back from the leaders, but solidly right now running third here in FF. I actually got to talk to Jay at the runoffs. He's a fun guy to hang around with. Just has a great attitude about enjoying himself and loving these FF cars. I think they're just one of the best platforms in all of motor racing, certainly within SCCA Club.
Well, and FF is a class worldwide. Huge FF races in Europe, and I believe they're still just using the Fords in most of Europe. There's a big FF contingent in Australia. I know there's an Asian Formula Ford series. So this platform is worldwide, and in most of the world, it's where all young Formula racers get their first ride. Doesn't always happen that way here these days, but around the rest of the world, this is the starting point.
It's just such pure racing. There's no downforce, there's no aids, it's lightweight, it's momentum based, it is just pure racing. And I think that's fantastic. And iRacing recently unveiled, they now have the Formula F. I think actually it's free content if you have an iRacing account. Not to give them a free plug, but yeah, I'm on the platform a lot. I know a lot of our SCCA racers, they do a lot of sim racing, they're on that platform. But it's great having the FF in there now, because you can go and get that same sensation and feel what it's like to drive those cars, because they are fantastic. And I can tell you, side-by-side racing doesn't get any better than either the FF or the Spec Racer Ford, which is now also updated to the Gen 3 version. So between the two of them, I mean, that takes up my whole week. I can't do that today because I'm doing this, but man, I love both those cars.
Absolutely. There's also a Formula V in iRacing,
yes, there
too.
is.
And I have proven how slow I am in iRacing by doing a lot of those races. Yeah, it's a good time there. Johnson, Boyan, and Messenger, your leaders, continue to be at the point of this field. 2 seconds between first and second. and then there's almost 7 seconds back to third place. And then you've got your Formula 6 trio of Jorgensen, Jondal, and Kopecky. They're your top 3 in Formula 6. They're the next in line. And then you got Bill Kephart and Cameron Reed, who have not been able to make up enough time to get past those F6 cars. They're doing one of two things. They've decided they can't catch the leaders, and they don't want to mess up the race for Formula 6. I think that's probably some of what's going on here.
If you just check this camera shot, as they just went through 7, Kephart and Reed got past Kopecky.
Okay.
And so you'll see that change on the timing here in just a minute. But they're both together, and there they are in the shot. That's the first 2 cars out of those 3. That should be Kephart and Reed. And Kopecky now falls in behind him. So those 2 are starting to pick up the pace. Now there's still another 6 seconds back at Jondal. I don't know if they'll be able to catch him, but they're finally back under pace, which means whatever contact there was there in turn 1 doesn't seem to be slowing them down.
Absolutely. Good catch on that. But if you put all the math together, they still have 24 seconds to make up to get to the back of Jay Messenger's tailpipe there to have a shot at the podium in Formula F. And I don't think, without any problems from those cars up front, to gap 24 seconds at this point on this short racetrack with 15 minutes to go, that's pretty overcomable at this point.
Yeah, what they're probably going to find out is as they were picking their way through the F6 field, they're going to find out at one point, like, wait a second, we're kind of racing each other. And so they're between Kephart and Reed are probably going to have a pretty good battle. Their nose to tail almost working together to get through traffic, but at some point they're going to look at each other and say, one of us is going to take 4th, and it's not going to be me, or I'm not taking 5th, it's going to be me taking 4th, and they're all going to be fighting for it. So we'll keep our eye on them, as that's probably the best battle on the track right now. You can see the 2 of them coming into turn 10 right there on the camera.
Well, and the mindset to battle for 4th when you're this far back, Larry, has to be, if there's a problem up front, we're 3rd, you know?
Exactly.
So it's you can't, as we know, you can't count on all the cars to get to the finish line. And so while you're a ways back and you're fighting for 4th, in my mind, I'm racing for a potential 3rd by trying to get around this guy or staying in 4th if that's what happens here.
For sure.
They're 3.8 seconds back from the next F6 car, so that's how far back Kephart is from Jondal. That'll be the next hill to conquer here for these cars as we come down to a little under 14 minutes to go.
Well, they are cruising through 6. Nose to tail, and they're 2 very different chassis FFs, which is always pretty cool. A lot of times they're both in the same class, but there's been some manufacturers that try some different things. Very neat to see Kephart and Reed with different chassis, but still racing very well together.
So your top 6 in Formula F right now: Cliff Johnson, Mike Boyan, Jay Messenger, Bill Kephart, Cameron Reed, and John Conder. Your top 6 in Formula 6 is Jeff Jorgensen, Stephen Jondal. Going back a little further, Mike Kopecky and Jack Wilbon, and then George Bugg. So and Timothy Price. So there's your top 6 in the Formula 6 group as well. Coming up on halfway to go here, so let's call to grid, and then we will take our break. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3, GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, A Sedan, T1. Group 3 cars to the grid. And now our break. We'll be back in just a minute. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SEC Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing Program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. Now, when we say trackside, I wouldn't go out by those folks right there, but that's trackside, folks. And if you want to be trackside, come join us and become one of our workers. There's lots of things you can do out here besides just watch. You can get involved and meet the cars and meet the drivers, and we let everybody who wants to come and play with us. So we can always use extra volunteer help. It's a great time with some great people and some great cars, and we love it, and we think you would love it too, so come on out. All right, Larry, 9:26 left. What have I missed in the last 2 minutes?
Well, we're keeping an eye on that now. Three-way pack of the FFs who had the early issue on lap 1 making their way through the F6 field. They've now worked their way past all except for Jorgensen. So Kephart, Reed, Condor running 5, 6, 7 in the session. They're still about, I think, 10 seconds or so behind Jorgensen. But now the three of them are going to have to fight it out for 4th, 5th, and 6th, because the top three, Johnson is still ahead of Boyan. He's pulling away. Messenger's not keeping pace. He's got 3rd place right now, though. So 3 at the front FF haven't changed. Jorgensen's still leading F6, and then it's the train behind with the 3 FFs. John Dahl Kopecky currently 2nd and 3rd in F6, running 8th, 9th in this session.
Yeah, and the best news for Jeff Jorgensen is that Kephart and Reed are working their way through the F6 field. It has given him the opportunity to open up a ginormous lead over the cars behind him. So it is more than 8 seconds back to 2nd place. And Jorgensen's got a 23-second gap just to get to the front to the FF field. Although it says 23 seconds, it looked a heck of a lot closer to that the last lap, didn't it?
Yeah,
I mean, we can look at it right now. That's not 23 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have to see what timing scoring says next time by, but we'll take a look, because I think the 3 FFs you got on the screen there, that is the Kephart, Reed, Condor, and that's John Dahl then just a couple seconds behind them. He's running, actually, John Dahl in 2nd at F6, 12 seconds down in the field here from Jorgensen, his class leader, but they're running similar times. So it tells me that John Dahl had some troubles there for a little bit and maybe gave up a lot as those FFs came through. And like you said, really helped out Jorgensen build that lead now, because Jorgensen's running 124s, John Dahl's running lower 124s, but there's 12 seconds between them on track.
Yeah, and I don't know that the gap portion of what we're doing here is really working, because those front 3 cars are not separated by 16 seconds. They're not. I can see it. So I don't know what's going on, but there's a good battle brewing there.
Yeah, I think that 3 we're watching, though, that's the 5, 6, and 7th place. That's Kephart, Condor, Reed. So that's the 4th, 5th, and 6th in FF. That's such a great battle. That's why our guys are keeping the cameras on them, so we can see that great battle. Johnson is 6 seconds up in Boyan. Messenger's down, so they're not even going to be in the same shot. But watching that threesome do traditional FF things is pretty wild. There, the camera on turn 6, I think that's Jorgensen kind of by himself because they're right behind a couple seconds. There they are. The yellow car is Kephart, Condor. Behind him in the black and white, and then the yellow-black is Reed.
Yeah, the producer just whispered in my ear that I was completely mistaken.
You need your espresso.
Yeah, every once in a while. Every once in a while. That's okay.
Where do you get a good espresso in Oklahoma?
Yeah, I had a good one this morning from Starbucks.
There you go.
It was fine. They have those here too. So, I was like, what is going on?
Oh, look at this. They come off a 10. Again, Kephart leading the way, but look for a second like Condor was able to maybe get a reasonable line. Different lines coming through that corner. These cars do draft, but maybe he didn't get a good exit because it looks like Reed actually is closing on Condor. So great little battle, all three of them trying to figure out. Being in the middle of those battles as a driver is really challenging because you want to make a move on the front guy, but you know that if you don't make it work, you're going to lose a spot to the behind. And here comes an attempt, at least a different line, maybe try and late apex over under him there with Condor trying to make a move on Kephart.
Yeah, I mean, if you follow the car in front of you lap after lap after lap with no change, it's kind of like, the definition of what is it, chaos is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results.
Insanity, I think.
Insanity, yes. Chaos. Well, both could work here. So, want to say hi to Brian Straczynski in the chat. He has been in our chat, and I think every single Super Tour race. Appreciate his support here. Will Nellis is here as well. Thank him for being with us. Jason Daywood, Russ Turner was in earlier, so I suspect Russ will be back a little bit later for all the classes he's involved with. But we're coming up on 5 minutes now to go. Cliff Johnson is your race leader. Matt Boyne second. Jay Messenger is third.
I'm just watching these three guys, and Condor looks like he really wants to be the aggressor now, trying to get a move somewhere on Kephart. He's got a pretty good run now coming off a 10 to the front straight, but we know the straightaways here aren't all that long.
Right.
Yeah, so it's hard to just make a draft move as they come through one, but look how close he is as they'll head to two, see if he can get an opportunity to pop in or out going into two.
Right, so if you're wondering why we're not keeping an eye on Johnson, Boyan, and Messenger, and why the producer, look at that big lockup going sideways, could have pulled right out. Both those cars. It looks like when the car, Condor locked up and got sideways, may have tapped Bill Kephart. All that work they did to work their way up through the field, and those cars are now going to drop all the way back to the back again. And how disappointing for those guys.
Oh, the move by Condor, it looked like he did everything right, but his car went under brakes. It pulled left and got him into the dirt there going into two. And as he spun, he tapped Kephart and kind of spun him around. Really unfortunate, but I think that left, if I got this right, Reed to go past them for fourth place. But luckily, no other contact there. Everyone else was able to see it and get around it. But really kind of a sad way to end what was really a great fight in three ways.
Well, they gave us a good show for about 17 minutes here, and that we're thankful for. But and you're right, it's going to be Cameron Reed is the big winner there. He was able to get past and go right into fourth place. And Bill Kephart and John Condor, you will see if you're watching the timing grid, will start sliding backwards down the order here. Stephen Jondal moves up behind Cameron Reed. And then you've got John Condor, who was able to get going first, and then Bill Kephart. So they've dropped back to 7th and 8th overall. And those are the consequences of making a bold move there. But at some point in time, you got to make a bold move. You can't just sit back there at in this place, 5th place, and not take a shot at it.
I thought I recognized that car for a second. So Cameron Reed, she has moved into 4th and FF. Very young driver. She was at the runoffs last year, been into karting before she then jumped into FF. And great to see her out here. She's getting faster every day, it seems, running kind of a budget sort of entry. And in FF, we know that some of the front runners are running some bigger budgets, but she's fast, she's young, she's trying to learn, soak it all in. Great to see her, staying in this mix now in 4th place.
Yeah, we've had a handful of young drivers that we've featured over the course of the Super Tour here, and I've talked to a bunch of them on the podcast, and she's on my list to get on the show as well. But there's a lot of young future stars here that are coming up these days, which we haven't had a lot of in the recent past. And it's good to see some of the youth movement back into club racing.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're seeing it whether it be the Spec Miata platform or we're seeing it here in FF. Great entry points for folks who want to get in and be competitive, knowing that it's not about building up an expensive car. It's just get into the platform and learn how to road race.
Yeah, we've got a couple of young Spec Miata drivers down in Cal Club that I wish could have the budget to come and do some of these Super Tour races because they're really some top-notch people. So thinking Austin Barco and Brian Schubert being two of them would be great to give them an opportunity to get involved with some more of these Super Tour races. But it's tough to pull from the West Coast to basically all of those East Coast races.
Yeah, yeah, I'm sure it is. Great to see when they can come out to some of those races out there along the West Coast at least. But at some point, well, it's amateur racing. Everybody's
Yep.
got day jobs. So, but at some point, you save up enough money, you can make that tow across and show up and show the national level what you're all made of.
Absolutely. So, still up front, Johnson, Boyan, Messenger, your top three in FF. Then you've got Jorgensen, Jondal, and Walbrand, your top six in F6. As we come up on our final minute of racing, we should be getting our checkered flag here in any moment. Okay, we're going to get the white flag this time by, so it's going to work out where they're basically going to get a bonus lap here. White flag will come out with just about 15 seconds to go in the race.
There it is.
So one more lap of racing, Larry.
Yep, it's Johnson. We don't want to talk too eagerly, as that may have bit us in the last race, but Johnson leads the field to take the white first, so we'll see if he gets his 1.9 miles around as he's looking to try and secure a win here at the Hoosier Super Tour. Jorgensen trying to get his win in the F6 category. His lead on his nearest competitor, probably around 14 seconds, as John Dahl's back there behind Cameron Reed now in the order of the run.
Absolutely.
Looks like Kephart and Condor, though, got themselves recovered and continued on as they're seventh and eighth in the field, a couple seconds apart. I think they're actually a little closer than that. The last time I'd seen them, I think they were even side by side.
Yeah, and that was one of those situations. There's nothing malicious there. Condor's just trying to make a move for a position, and once the brakes locked, he was kind of a passenger in his own race car.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate because it almost looked like the car pulled harder to the left. I don't know if he had a bit of a brake pull. Sometimes you get these open wheel cars, you get that. It may have pulled him into his left, and then suddenly when that left tire hit the dirt, all bets are off. So
yeah,
unfortunate, but luckily no major damage. It looks like they're able to finish this race and bring it home.
All right, we'll get our checker flag here right now. There's your race winner, Cliff Johnson. Matt Boyan will come across the line here second. Third place car is going to be Jay Messenger at some point in time here.
I think that's him right there, if I got this right.
I believe you are correct. Or not.
He might be the next FF we see.
All right, let's go through our provisional finishing order here in Formula F. We've got, where is it here? Let's go Formula 6 first. Jeff Jorgensen, followed by Steve Jondal, Jack Walbrand, George Bugg, Michael Kopecky, and Timothy Friest. That is your F6 finishing order provisionally. And in Formula F, Cliff Johnson, Matt Boyan, Jay Messenger, Cameron Reed, Bill Kephart, and John Condor. That's how they finished here after race group number 2. We'll be back in just a few minutes with our third race of the day. Stay with us. We're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back. And we're back here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SEC Super Tour. Brian Polanski, Larry McLeod. How you doing, Larry?
I am good, ready for some ground-pounding, loud noises.
All right, here comes our starting grid for this group. I'll try to get through the first 5 rows here before our pace lap is over. Your front row is filled with Smiths. Dane will be your pole sitter, and Tom will be on the outside of front row. Row 2 is David Fairstead and Barry Bowes. Row 3 will be Mark Kirby and Mike McGinley. Row 4, William Coffey and Kevin Rich. Row 5 is Brian Carrick, and Brian spelled the wrong way, B-R-Y-N. Brian Carrick and Renee Molina. Then your next row is Stephen Wild and Ray Ramirez, followed by a row of Colin Cohen and Stephen Burns. Robert Kapowicz is in, and Paulo Salvatore are your next row. Then we've got Michael Pettiford and Rafael Martinez. And row 10 will be Paul Evans and Ivy Wood. That's your first 10 rows here, Larry, as we get ready for our fastest sedan group of the weekend.
Yeah, for different reasons, I do turn the volume up on this group than the last group. I love the sound of the two-strokes screaming around racetracks, but I absolutely love, who wouldn't, the sound of these monsters going around a place like Hallett. Again, the top speeds aren't always there, but this place has a lot of high average speed. There's some places you can squeeze some horsepower out, and they sound good no matter when and where.
Yeah, we need to get a Richter scale meter at the start-finish line for the start of these races, because it would certainly, it shakes the entire tower when the whole group goes by nicely and tightly fielded together.
It makes you feel happy and secure. It probably feels like you're back in Southern California and a little bit of an earthquake's rolling through.
It smells like America.
Well, watching the Smiths line themselves up here for this front row start, this is going to be interesting to see who in the family gets courtesy going into one, or will there be no courtesies?
Nobody. You don't want the only time. It's like the Packers and the Vikings. The only team I can lose 17 games out of the year, and if we beat the Vikings, I'm happy. Here comes. Oh, it looks like our second place car of Tom Smith missed his shift or something. Didn't quite get on the gas, and it stacked up the whole field here across the start-finish line, but they came through okay. Oh, what a big move there to make a move for first place. I think that was David Fairstead trying to get around Dane Smith.
It may have been, but a big slide there for Dane Smith. Slowed him up, and it looked to me like the other Smith may have been in a wrong gear when the green flag dropped. So a lot of things happening there. Actually, I don't know, that might be McGinley might be the one pushing in the GT2 car. Might be pushing for the lead. Maybe he's got the better tire here in these cold conditions. His tires might be firing up quickly. A big field of these things.
Yeah.
29 cars out there on track.
Absolutely. And my timing and scoring grid, that's why I'm not talking at the moment. My timing and scoring grid did not seem to click off for me. It's probably a temporarily glitch on my computer system here, but I don't know exactly what the running order is at the moment, because what I'm looking at is not right. So
yeah, well, of course, they all tripped as they started the race, which we saw some of that as the 62 of Tom Smith dropped back. He's right. Okay. Now they come across start finish for the first time on a flyer. This should give us the right order. And so that does look like, yes, it's going to be Dane Smith leading McKinley, Bowes, and then Tom Smith now to fourth. You're start four, 2 of those GT1s running first and fourth, 2 of them are GT2s running second and third.
Yeah, Tom Smith, whatever the situation was, thankfully not too big of a problem. He only dropped back a couple of spots, but you never want to give up that front row that easily. The good news is nobody ran him over, which was something I was looking like, wow, that could happen.
And well, Mark Kirby's in that Viper right behind him. You can see there in the shot, the white or the red with the white stripes. That's Kirby in fifth. Smith is the Corvette, and they're all red just in front of him. There's a couple of red Corvettes in this group. He's got one of them. I think the other belongs to the 05 of First Hand, who's dropped back to 11th now in this early stage. He may be also one of those on the tires that are a bit slower to fire up. So watch these guys' pace change as we get about 2 laps in. Their tires all start to warm up. That's a lot of dirt coming out of 6 in the back of that shot.
Yeah, definitely. So Larry, when you have a hiccup like that, whether it's a driver error or a car hiccup, how hard is it to get refocused and get the job done after that?
Oh, a break in concentration for me always seems to set me into a bit of a loop for probably a good half lap or a short track like this. It might be a lap before you can start to hit the reset. And maybe the next time you come through that one corner and get it right, as we look like we're kind of going yellow here.
Yeah, we got a waving yellow here in turn 10. I'm hoping we get to the turn 12 camera and see if we can see what the situation is. And it's not showing us on the turn 12 camera either why that flag is waving.
I see a group standing by the wall at pit in, but I don't know if they're looking at something. It's really hard to see from this vantage point.
Yeah, I can't tell. Let me see if my little binoculars here will help me.
I see a car on the inside of 10. There it is. Can't tell what it is.
Oh, here it comes.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely it's a Porsche. Not quite sure which one it is. As slowly as it's going, it may cross the start-finish line, and I can actually see it from here. It is car number 06.
That's 06. It says unknown driver.
Unknown driver. Oh, that's my favorite. He is one of the best drivers we have out here, unknown driver.
He has good days and bad.
Well, that's true. That's true. Well, this is not one of the good ones. John Brown.
Yeah, that's...
We're hearing John Brown.
Well, there's a 66 John Brown, also in a cup car. That could be 66, maybe not 06. But he's struggling, still going down the front straight. He's finally pulling off towards the back of that stand, flagger stand in one.
I think he looked in his rearview mirror and went, "Oh my gosh, I gotta get out of the way." Yeah, definitely. And he is now stopped. You can see him right there. It looks as though his day might be done. All right, so up front, you've got Dane Smith, Tom Smith. Tom Smith has actually worked his way already back into second place, but he's still 2.2 seconds back. Barry Bowes is third, Mike McGinley fourth, Mark Kirby fifth, and Brian Carrick sixth.
Yeah, so the two GT1 Smith family there, Tom and the second place one is able to get around some of the others to get his way back up there. We'll see if he's able to gain any ground on the other Smith, Dane, the current overall leader in the race, because right now Dane's putting out some pretty good laps. He's in the 14s already and pulled out to an almost 3-second lead. But now that there's no one between them, let's see if that starts to pick up the pace. Also kind of keeping an eye on First Dan, who's down the order in ninth, fourth out of the GT1s in this group, but he might finally be starting to pick up the pace here as he's starting to see a lot of green sectors for him. So we're going to keep our eyes on as cars start to move through this field and everybody gets warm tires.
Already a lot of action here in the first 6 minutes of this race, and you've got big cars on a small track with high speeds, and that can make for some excitement.
Yes, it does. I'm even keeping an eye on some of the A sedan cars down the order, having their own little race back there with, I think, Schneidermeyer, White, and Daniels. Schneidermeyer and White, I think, weren't too far apart either in their A sedan cars, but they're intermixed now with a few others as well. Following one of our GT2 Porsche Cup cars, Ivy Wood, was right in that group as well. So a lot of intermixing still as things are getting sorted out.
Absolutely. So, and the gap between first and second is not closing down. Dane Smith is circulating at 1 minute 14. Tom Smith at 1 minute 17. So, while he's been able to work his way back into second place, he is not getting up close to the first place car. So, there's some work to be done. Although the gap is slightly smaller this time by 5.3 seconds.
I'm looking at that, even seeing right there in the shot, Tom Smith may be working through a little bit of traffic already, as there's the leader, Dane Smith. I think he's in that white with the red and blue trim, and then the red Camaro behind him is Tom. There's a bunch of lap cars that they're making their way through, and that's creating some of this accordion effect on their relatives. So we'll see if some of that sort of clears out as everybody settles in. But this group, I believe, is the group of McGinley, Bowes, Kirby, if I got that right, are those three GT2 cars all running together, and then the Porsche Cup car of possibly Carrick behind them. Not sure if that's Carrick or who that is. May not be, actually.
trying to just do a little research to figure out the relationship between the Smiths, and I'm not sure. But we'll track that down here. Barry Bowes in third. Looking a little deeper into the field, into our GTX class, you've got Ray Ramirez is your race leader there, and William Coffey is only just a slight bit more than a second back in second place. The third place car then is Stephen Burns in the GTX class. So Barry Bowes is your race leader in GT2, followed by McGinley, Kirby, Carrick, and Carrick. Those are your top four in GT2.
I thought I'd seen earlier during qualifying, somebody in the chat mentioned about the Smiths being brothers, but again, I don't want to be the one that declares that. I'm just trying to go from memory. I don't see it in my refresh of the chat, but I'm sure someone will tell me that I'm wrong shortly enough.
Yeah, definitely.
I can tell you right now that on track so far, your leader has been since the green flag Dane Smith, but Tom Smith just turned a lap quicker than Dean. So you're starting to see a little bit of that closing up. It's now less than 5 seconds between Dane and Tom. So they're starting to come back together a little bit, and we're only 8 minutes in.
Yep, 8 minutes in, and still a lot of racing left to go here this weekend. We're in our third race of the day. That means there's 5 left to go after this one, and we're going to do it all over again tomorrow with 7 qualifying sessions and 7 races all getting underway. It says in the chat here, Tom Smith is Dane's father.
Oh, okay.
So, and that makes sense to me because when I look at the membership numbers, Tom Smith has the 1 next to it, and Dane is a few numbers down. So, and usually they put them in sequential order with, parents first, kids last. So that kind of makes sense. But in my sleuthing skills here.
Yeah, well, I know what it's like to be out there racing with your son, and it's one of those bittersweet things. You hate losing, but I guess if you're going to lose, you may as well have your son out there to chase and to try and keep up with, because at some point, kids are fast.
Didn't you and your son finish on the podium at the Solo Nationals last year?
We did, yes, and he and I have been pretty equally balanced, but my days may be coming to an end while his are just taking off, and I tell you, every day is such hard work to keep up with the pace, because he's very fast at his age, 24 now, and he's a great gauge to go with every single weekend.
Yeah, but you're having fun, right?
Oh my God, I wouldn't be doing it without Jackson and I really enjoy our race weekends. It's special. We had the kart out to the kart track just to practice last weekend. This weekend it's a little cold and wet, not going to be out there, but I can't wait to get to our first event. We've got the SCCA Spring Nationals in Lincoln, Nebraska coming up on Memorial Day weekend. That's a SCCA Pro Solo and National Tour. We'll be doing those. And, just those kind of road trips are just so much fun.
Yes, and for those who might not know, Larry is also the most recent driver of eminence in the Solo National, a big honor, and I had a fun time talking with you the day it was announced or the day after, and check out that podcast as well. That was pretty cool. So
that was a lot of fun, very, very special. That week is going to stick in my mind for a very long time.
So those of you who are watching, there's a lot of different things you can do here in the SCCA beyond road racing. We have rally, we have rally cross, we have track night in America, time trials, a solo, so lots of things to do here. Getting back to our action though right now, no real changes up front. Dane Smith first, Tom Smith second, Barry Bowes third, Mike McGinley fourth, Mark Kirby is still fifth.
Yeah, that's a pretty close battle there in the third, fourth, fifth, sixth in this group. So you got McGinley, Bowes, essentially nose to tail, first and now ahead of Kirby, as those two have swapped positions a couple of times. So that little foursome is really putting on a pretty good show between a couple of GT2 cars and the first stand GT1. I'm curious to see if first stand's able to get past the other two with the extra power of the GT1 now that he's got heat in his tires. But we'll kind of keep an eye on that foursome as they make their way around.
Going back to the field, Ray Ramirez still your race leader in GTX. Still a really close second place behind him is William Coffey. Looking at that group, let me just check here. Where they go? Ray Ramirez is driving the McLaren 570S GT4 car, and Coffey is in. I'm sorry. Stephen Burns in second place is Oh boy, wait a second.
I've got
change
Coffee
here.
in the lead.
Coffee's in lead,
Yeah.
and he is driving the Maserati MC GT4. And then your second place car is Ray Ramirez in that McLaren.
Mm-hmm. And I'm checking here to see Burns might be in the GT4 Porsche Club Sport. So you've got a couple of different makes there coming into this GTX field. And between a couple of them, there's some battle still going on. I see, Ramirez trying to chase down the GT2 car of Renee Molina. But otherwise, between those GTX cars, about a second and a half, it seems, maybe between a couple of them there. So still a chance for some movement. We'll keep an eye on them as we've got this battle coming at us into turn 10. That should be the first Dan McGinley, Bose, Kirby grouping.
Well, and now we're in the position where up front, the Smiths have to negotiate lap traffic. And that's going to be the determining factor of how this thing plays out here and the final 11 and a half minutes here as we get ready to go throughout our end here. So let me do a quick call to grid here. Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars, Spec Miata, Group 4 cars, Spec Miata to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid. Let's also take this opportunity to stop and thank our sponsors. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
Want to get out on track, but not quite ready to dive into the fantastic wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing here this weekend? Well, check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day, low-pressure fun with your streetcar events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more. And later today, Larry, I'll look up the ones local to Hallett and let people know when that is. I usually try to get that done before I read that, but I did not get it done today.
Well, I can tell you, I'm going to be probably going to at least one of the ones at Gingerman in South Haven, Michigan, sometime later this summer. My whole region, the Saginaw Valley region, we're putting together an opportunity to all kind of carpool, or I guess caravan our ways out there and do a little bit of track night. And a couple of us are going to also probably do the time trials there. So great ways to get on track. There's great opportunities at all that, and I'm enjoying all of it. I've already done one time trial this year. I did the VIR time trial last month and had an absolute blast in my 2019 Miata. But it's great to have so many different ways to enjoy this club.
Yes, you can have fun with cars in lots of different ways. I see a car off in the distance there.
That's a 10.
It does, yeah, it's absolutely at 10, and I will see if I can pull out my magical, where did it go? Oh, here it is.
As another car is pulling in to pit in at the same time. It looks like giving up on the race, one of the Corvettes.
That's the 84 car that's now back in action and on the racetrack. The 84 car is...
Salvatore.
Yep, there it is. Paulo Salvatore. What are those?
who that yellow Corvette was that came and pulled into pit, pulled back towards paddock. It was under its own power, but
It was, and it is no longer in my view, so I can't tell you. All right.
Well, if I find it, I will let the folks know, but as of right now, just trying to find anybody in the Corvette thinking, oh, you know, I wonder if it was possibly Michael Pettiford. The only T1 car in the field, and he does have a Corvette.
They're highlighted on my timing screen, which usually means they're not circulating. So, and that T1 car is a Corvette, and it is yellow. So, by process of elimination.
Yeah, unfortunate for Mike there. Yeah.
So. Yeah, because he was our only T1 car. Now, let's see, 14 laps complete. We're past halfway. You know what might have happened there, Mr. Larry?
He decided he had run enough to qualify and
and to win.
Yeah, and of course to win the class.
Yep, to win the class. So that's not an uncommon occurrence here when you're out there by yourself, or when you're in a small group of cars and you can't lose any positions by staying out there. So save the car for another day.
Yeah, and give the track space up to the other classes that are still fighting.
That's even a more noble way to think about it.
Yeah,
I like that.
And from what I know about Mike Pettiford, I don't think he needs the track time.
Right.
He's one of those guys who I believe his career is around track time and possibly coaching and things. So track time's not really his issue.
Yep. And we just saw him cross the scale, so that's exactly what's going on here. He's decided he doesn't need it. We have a car somewhere here. This is turn 6. I see a standing yellow and a corner worker carrying a fire bottle. So we're going to see what the situation is here. I'm not quite sure where that corner worker is going.
I don't know if you can see from the turn 7. That's what I was wondering.
Oh, yeah, there's a car way off out there in the distance.
Yeah.
So they're probably trying to get to a position where they can see the driver to get some hand signals to figure out what's going on.
It looks like there may be even a corner worker down there with that car on the outside of 6, if that's what I'm seeing.
All right, it does look like the driver is out of that car, and I'm hearing that they're dispatching course workers to go out and check on him. So, but we've got 3 minutes left in this race. We're still looking at Dane Smith, and is it possible that was Tom Smith?
Oh,
yeah, that's Tom Smith's car out there. I'm pretty certain. He's dropped to 25th place here. I'm not exactly certain, but that does make sense to me at this moment as far as we're looking at the timing and scoring grid here. Anyway, let's keep an eye on what's going on here right now. Your GT1 leader is Dane Smith. That moves David Fairstad into 2nd. Mark Kirby is in 3rd, and Barry Bowes moves up to 4th.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that, because if you look at the gap from Smith to Fairstad is 0.2 of a second. Remember, that was like 6 seconds not that long ago. And if I've got this right, Fairstad was maybe even side by side with Smith. Yes, look at that, the red car Fairstad now side by side the 2 Corvettes with Smith as they come around 3.
Yeah, and that's with 2 laps to go here, so or 2 minutes to go, which is probably a lap and a half. Depending on how long it takes them to come by, we might have 2 laps, we might have 1 lap to go this time by.
And they've, of course, got the yellow here at 6. They've got a slow 4, but then you get to that 7, 8, 9 complex up and through the bitch curve. We'll see if they end up side by side around through there, but not decided at all when GT1 are in this race.
Yeah, definitely a time to see what's going to go on here. And I just heard that we are going to get the white flag next time by here. So, and here they come now through turn 8 and 9. They're right nose to tail. It's still Dane Smith up front with Fairstad in 2nd as they come here now.
And one of our ace sedan cars right in front of them that they're going to probably put a lap down as they go on by. Luckily, at just the right time, they're able to lay down the several hundred more horsepower that they have.
Yes.
So let's watch this straightaway from 1 down to 2. Does Fairstad have the grunt, and then does he have the brakes to make the pass on the last lap?
And we will keep moving here and keep watching. And so far, that side by side here, it looks like Fairstad's going to go in to make that pass. Will he be able to keep it and let it stick for the remainder of this lap? Dane Smith definitely slowed down here for some reason as they move up here up the hill towards turn 4. Now coming out of turn 4, no changes there. And now they come now towards this section with the yellow flag out, so there'll be no passing here until they get past the situation. And there is a pass under, almost a pass under the yellow. He realized what he was doing and backed out. But here they go with just a few laps to go going into turn 7. It's still Fairstad first, Dane Smith, I keep calling him Zane Smith, NASCAR driver Zane Smith, not the right guy. Dane Smith in second, so you've got Fairstad first and Smith in second with just a couple corners to go here. And his last-ditch effort here, there goes a check on the inside. It's not going to get it done here. And it looks like David Fairstad's going to hold on to take the Super Tour here win here at Hallett Motor Speedway. Great finish here in the GT1 race.
Unbelievable. Fairstad dropped down the order from the start. He was as low as, I think, 7th on the first lap or so. I suspect his tires took a long time to come up to 10th, but once they did, he was blazing fast, able to overcome all of those gaps and take that win. With great race for Fairstad, and for Smith, a solid second spot.
Definitely. David Fairstad is your race winner. Dane Smith second. Your first place car in GT2 is Mark Kirby. Second place in GT2, Barry Bowes, a fourth place finisher overall. Your podium finisher, second place, all of a sudden, Stephen Wiles slides into a podium bronze trophy here. What a great day for him to come up third. Your winner in GTX is going to be William Coffey. Ray Ramirez will be second in GTX, followed by Stephen Burns. And your third place car is going to be Rene Molina, is going to be your third place podium finisher in GT2. Going down a little further into the field, your A sedan winner is going to be Tim White, followed by Andy Schneidermeyer and Sam Daniels. And then your T1 race winner is going to be Michael Pettiford. Well, that was a heck of a finish here. We're going to take a break, catch our breath. When we come back, we'll have Spec Miata. Spec Miata's next, and they should be on our grid. Spec Miata cars to the grid for race group number 4. We'll be right back, everybody. We're back here at a slightly delayed Hallett Motor Racing circuit. We had a little cleanup to do after that race. I'm Brian Belansky. Larry McLeod's here, and Kent Carter's back with us. Larry, the good news is everybody was safe after all that, and we're ready to go racing.
That is good news. I'm glad that we are hardworking corner workers and track officials able to get the track all cleaned up, because now we've got what is a lot of people's favorite Spec Miatas, and I know Ken's probably feeling the same thing right about now.
All right, so I've got the grid sheets. Let's go through it. We got a short pace lap here, so I'm going to go through the first 10 rows. Starting in row 10 on the inside, Jason Hartwell. Next to him, John Valenta. Row number 9 on the inside, Tyler Ladd. Next to him, Connor Thomas. Row 8, your inside car there is the 07 car of Ken Williams. Next to him is Bill Keeling. Row number 7, Matthew Davis and Nicole Cooper-Suffalo. Row number 6 is Toby Linder and Lee Thomas. Row number 5, Mark Curley. Next to him, Vinny Beretta. Row number 4, Brett Kowalski and Christopher Schaefer. Row number 3 is Alex Stanfield and Jim Drago. Row number 2 on the inside, Tyler Quantz and Matt Stretch. Row number 1 on the outside is Matt Reynolds. On the inside, your pole sitter, number 98. Logan Stretch with a pole position time of 1 minute 28.079 seconds. So this is going to be a very laid back, not very exciting.
The first lap behind the safety car might be, but I think when they go real green, you might be wrong on that theory.
Well, and actually, yeah, exactly. So one thing we've got a little different here is at the request of the drivers. And I'm going to guess this is to get more heat in the tires. We're going to do 2 pace laps here, but the second pace lap is actually going to count. The clock is going to start at the second pace lap. So while they'll be behind the second car, the pace car for this next lap, it will be considered a race lap. And again, this was done at the request of the drivers. The only reason I can come up with to do that is to put more heat in the tires, right?
Yes, that's the only thing. But, generally these tires heat up pretty well.
Right.
It's not that chilly out there, but, that's all right. Let's give us a better race.
Well, and you've got, 25 cars all going into turn 1 at the same time. They want all the help they can get for that first corner.
Chickens.
Definitely.
Calling them out.
Spoken like a guy who's upset that he's not out there with them.
Yes.
That's hashtag bitterness.
It's easy to say that from the peanut gallery.
Exactly. All right, so we're in the middle of our second pace lap. I probably could have gone more through the rundown after I realized now that we have 2 pace laps, but that's okay.
They are short laps, though. Remember, as we talk about Hallett, it's a very short track, less than 2 miles. This isn't VIR or Road America or some places 3.5, 4 miles long. Maybe another good reason to do 2 quick little short warm-up laps. But this race will be intense when we see the green flag drop here in a little bit.
And it does look like they're taking the first lap at a little higher pace than they normally would to help get that heat. They'll probably slow it down just a little bit here to get the field bunched up as they come through the turn 10 complex for the second time here, hopefully side by side. And the starter will then decide whether or not they like what they see before they drop that green hanky. And here we go. All of these cars are varying ages of Miatas, all prepared to a specific spec. And there's a balance of power across the years to hopefully get them to be relatively close together. And then, of course, it's all in the driver's hands.
Yeah. A couple of different restrictor plates, different weights, but in the end, the racing's always close. You can hardly tell what's a what. It really doesn't matter. It's more or less spec racing, and these guys are going to put on quite a show.
If you want to make weight in a Spec Miata, put me in the driver's seat. You'll have no problems. No problems at all. All right. So we're showing full course yellow because that's essentially what this lap is. Here they come through turn 10 for the final time. Pack looks pretty good side by side. They'll be coming up here on the front stretch here, and they're going to come and wait for the start. We got a green flag, and they come down here. Right past us, everything looking good at the moment. 3 wide, 4 rows back as they head into turn 1. And this could be really good or this could be really bad. Let's see what happens. And I see 1 car off, but they were able to continue. And it looks as though we got through turn 1 in one piece, Larry.
Yeah, Logan Stretch looked like he had a bit of an issue there. May have had, it was a gear selection or what,
Yeah.
but he just bogged on the start because Matt Reynolds went right on by him. Drago now looks like he's up into second in the green and white East Street Racing. I'm trying to look and see where Logan went to. Is that pin back in about fifth, or is it fourth? Okay.
Fourth or fifth, yes.
Yeah, fourth or fifth, and I think there's a little contact there with an orange Miata that looked like it might have been maybe Tyler Quantz.
Somebody's off the pace.
It almost looked like some loose body work, like they may have rubbed at the exit of turn one and may have a rocker or something dragging along.
Yeah, loose body work would not be a surprise to me after seeing those cars go through turn one all bunched up like that. So,
yeah, well, they seem to have sorted it out now. It looks like it's mostly single file as they've kind of settled in a little bit. Maybe that second pace lap was actually a good thing to get everybody with the same amount of heat in the tires. But now we'll get to see the real chess match. Who's got the right momentum, who can make the right moves to get on by, as Matt Reynolds looks like he's going to lead the field at the end of the first lap.
and here they come past the start-finish line here in just a second. And we will see that happen. And then we'll also start to see the scoring monitors change. And we can tell you that, like Larry said, of course, Matt Reynolds is our first place car and then moved all the way up into second place, Jim Drago. And then Logan Stretch had his moment but was able to get back on the racetrack and has been able to recapture third place. And he'll try to move back up through the field now.
Was that Tyler Quantz that had his own moment coming out of turn one?
It does look like that's what happened. I had a little side-by-side action here through turn two.
And Kowalski's fallen way back in the field.
Okay.
So there was actually contact right at start finish when the green flag happened. They were 3 wide.
Oh, big off there on the left.
Oh, and that's into the tire.
Oh, into the tire wall. Tires on the racetrack. Hopefully the cars can avoid them. That's going to bring out a full course yellow, I'm sure, here, folks. While they get in, man, that car went in a world of pace. And the car's moving.
But they've got a tire wall that's going to need some repairs.
Yes.
As there's tires across the track just strewn.
You're super sleuthing once again, really accurate. As my mother would say, didn't take a brain surgeon to figure that one out.
I don't know if you're a bowling kind of guy, but I think they just got a strike on that.
Exactly. That is a lot of tire wall there.
We're still green at start finish, though.
Still green at start finish at the moment. I think they're trying to see how clear they can get, if there's anything on the racetrack. There's a couple of corners they can get to before they get there. And now we've got a debris flag and a yellow flag, but the debris flag's been thrown away, which means, if nothing else, the track is clear. Now we've got the double yellow coming out. Here we go.
Yep.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Great corner working there. Those guys were working hard.
Yeah, that was some pretty impressive work there by the flag crew at whatever it was, at turn one, I think is what we were seeing.
I think this is the 2-3 complex where the flagger was running out with the run. The second guy handed him the second flag.
Yeah.
So
teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah. All right, so we've got a tire wall to do some repairs to.
Yeah. And whatever car that was pulled through that gap there in the fence, so that driver's day is done.
I'm guessing that was Tyler Quantz, because it was the yellow with the white, and he's now looked like last and out of this race.
That is an adventurous couple of laps for Tyler Quantz.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
So let's do this, because we've got this yellow flag here. This is the perfect time to take our break for this session. We'll get it out of the way so that we can be green for the rest of the way. And then when we come back, hopefully it'll all be cleaned up and we'll go racing again. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire-Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
We're back live here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I was supposed to read something here, and I was trying to answer somebody in the chat, so stand by while I get that done here. You are welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action to every event. And you can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on-site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. We're back here. Tom Pendergrass, one of our B-Spec drivers, asked in the chat if the clock started on the second pace lap. It did. That was the way it was worked out with the drivers when they asked for a second pace lap. So that was planned. And also some other great comments in the chat. Oklahoma is a free-range tire state, referring to our flying tire walls. We appreciate it. That was good.
It did kind of look like chickens on the loose, didn't it?
It did. It did. Workers are earning a gold. Oh, Larry put that in there. Yes, the workers are definitely earning a gold star. Just got word from race control. We're going to have a green flag here next time by. And we'll probably have about 13 and a half minutes left to go in this race when that happens. Whew.
Wow, what a
Yeah. A quick recap at the front. Matt Reynolds took the lead on the opening green flag, still has it. Second spot is Logan Stretch, has worked his way back up. Jim Drago in third. Matt Stretch is now in fourth. Alex Stanfield fifth. Benny Barada in sixth. Toby Lindor in seventh. And Lee Thomas in eighth. And after that, you can throw a blanket over him. Everyone's just going to be in a big train here and will completely change everything I just said as soon as the green flag drops.
You know, it's funny, Larry. I'm going on 30-plus years of doing this. And every race weekend, I say to myself, I've never seen that before. Which is shocking to me, because I've been around a lot of racetracks for a lot of races, and I've seen a lot of stuff. It's like that Farmers commercial. I know a lot because I've seen a lot, but I'm still shocked at how many things I've seen this year that I've never seen before.
Tires running across the track after a car hits the tire barrier wasn't one of the things you've seen?
That's a fairly new occurrence for me. So,
Yeah.
But
Makes cleanup quick, right?
It
Just
does.
Go back in the pile and
It
let's
does.
get back to racing.
So, all right, Lee Thomas is up front. Oh no, that's eighth position.
I was like,
Matt Reynolds. So I was looking at the pylon. Matt Reynolds is up front. Logan Stretch second. He's been able to move back into second place. Jim Drago is third. Matt Stretch is in fourth. And that's what they're going to look like when they come to the line right now. Here comes our green flag. Nice thing about this restart is there'll be single file. That should save us a little bit of angina as they come through turn one. But Logan Stretch is going to try to make it interesting, taking the preferred line. Matt Reynolds takes the I'm going to block you line. And we'll see. Sometimes that works, sometimes that doesn't. It looks to me like Logan Stretch was like, no, that's okay. I'll take the fast way, you take the slow way, and I'm going to just drive right past you.
Yeah, well, they're going to be side by side through two for sure because of it.
Yep. And it does look like Matt Reynolds was able to hold off Logan Stretch at least this time. That's the red, white, and blue American flag liveried cars. That's the Logan Stretch, Mark Stretch, or Matt Stretch duo there. So that's what those two cars are. We'll see how this is going to be fun the next couple of laps there.
Yeah, watching Drago also kind of almost took the opportunity to get past Logan. Looks like he's shuffled now back to fourth as Matt Stretch was able to get by him. But these guys are continuing to do this. Interesting that Reynolds was able to hold Logan behind him by taking the defensive line into one and then still being defensive and holding his line through two. Very key thing that you're not able to make that pass through these shorter straightaways to make the draft and push on by.
So Ken, Matt Reynolds, he's got some laps here, right?
Yes.
So obviously that move is something he's probably practiced before, that blocking line, understanding the two corners down the road, it's going to pay off for him because he can stay there and not have to worry about it, right?
I was still surprised to see him do it, though.
Right.
I thought, knowing Matt, he would stick it in there hard and one and hold that gap. I think he's afraid of Logan. I think Logan's got the mark on him, and he's going to have to work hard to keep him behind him.
Well, we've got 11 minutes and 44 seconds to go, and right there on the rear bumper, that is Logan Stretch and Matt Reynolds, and I see a big puff of smoke coming out there, or dust, I should say, and not sure who that came from, but yeah, the front four still look like they're the same, so, ooh, there's a car that went off on the inside there.
Yeah, look, they were trying to make a pass. Couldn't tell maybe if that was the Linder and Thomas battle, perhaps. I'm not quite sure.
No love lost there.
All right, so Reynolds, Stretch, Drago, and Stanfeld. That's a good group of guys up front there.
Stanfield got shuffled back pretty hard at the start during this shift situation.
Right.
Worked his way back up.
And last few laps, they've all been playing well here. That's a popular place to put a rear or like a right rear wheel off, is it not?
Yes.
Okay. I've seen a lot of puffs of dust there over the weekend. So now we settle in here, and Kent.
What do you mean settle in?
Well, so hey, every race I've done, I break it up into 3 sections into my brain. The first 2 laps, the middle section, and then go time. If that's the thought process, are these guys just trying to get to the last 3 or 4 laps? And because the situation with Spec Miata is usually the guy who passes last wins.
Sure. Yeah.
So is that kind of where you're thinking, they're thinking?
No.
No.
Not
at all.
I see no evidence anybody's biding their time right now.
Okay.
I see a battle at the front that is between 4 cars, and you got the 2 stretches. I think Matt is worried that they have his number today, and of course he doesn't want that. And then Drago's back there being opportunistic, waiting for an opportunity to show up.
Didn't you know the guest announcer's supposed to just agree with the lead announcer?
Sorry.
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh no, this is way better.
It's awesome. No, I love it. I love it. That's why we bring people up here, folks, because they're far more expert than I am, and I love it.
It's the Spec Miata is always intense, and it's intense from green to checker. There's no quarter being taken up here. Nobody's conserving tires. Nobody's conserving the car. They're racing hard.
When it does happen, it's when you've got like maybe 2 cars and they're way out front, and they know it's just going to be the 2 of them on the last lap. But I think you're right. When you've got a pack of 4 cars and actually all the way back to like 8
7 or 8, yeah.
There's really no. Oh, and there's a big off there. Oh, and that car shot back across the racetrack. Thank goodness there wasn't anybody there, because that could have been a big moment. I mean, it was a big moment. It could have been a bigger moment.
Free-range tires.
Exactly. That was a black car with yellow numbers. I don't remember which one.
Not sure.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a car right there going to go into turn 1.
Vinny Barata.
Okay, the 163 car, I'm being told.
Okay, Mark Curley?
Mark Curley.
Curley's the 63. So one of the things, and Kent, maybe your experience here at this track as well as running these types of classes, B-Spec, Spec Miata, when you're in the middle of a train like this and you're Logan Stretch, how much of an advantage is it to have a sibling or right behind you and Matt, a relative, as opposed to a hard competitor that may try and make a counter move on you?
Well, wait a second.
Do
you think that a brother's going to be not a hard competitor, Larry? Come on.
I'm just saying. At least you know who it is back there. Do you think there's going to be, hey, let's both get around this guy? Or do you think, if you're Logan, you're in second, you make a move and it fails, are you going to give up that next spot as well? Or are you going to work together to try and come out with the 1-2 if you can?
What do you think?
I would love to be listening in on the radio chatter between their father, Bob Stretch, who I used to race against, and the 2 boys, because I think he's probably on the horn saying, strategy, let's run to the end. But I don't I don't know if there's any quarter being given between the two siblings there.
And the brothers are on the radio. Shut up, Boomer. Oh,
Well,
we had
I can
two
tell you
cars
that-
come together here coming out of the first corner, but no big problems. They were all able to move on.
I'm telling you, there's no quarter being given. This
Yeah.
is a race. There's no middle section where everybody's falling in line and waiting to the last lap. They're racing.
That's right. Oh,
Yeah, watching Matt Reynolds take a defensive line, get back in main line, and get back in the defensive line. Drago may be the only one that's sort of biding his time right now, and it may be because he sees. And now is that a pass for the lead?
Yes.
looks like
Logan
Logan
Stretch.
Streck is taking the point, and that looks like Matt Stretch trying to follow suit. And maybe Matt Reynolds just went a little wide or had to check up just a tiny, tiny bit because he has opened the door now.
Drago's in.
And Drago's now trying to move up as well. Absolutely.
Yeah, the opportunities are coming with one good move into two or whatever that was, and all of a sudden it's all shaken up in this front four. Now make it front five. And Stanfield's right there looking to try to make a move on Matt Stretch.
Attention to the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Fords to the grid. You know, this has been, I was hoping for a more exciting race, guys.
Really? Okay, so Logan's got a little bit of a gap on Matt right now, and Matt's now working hard to figure out what Logan's doing better than Matt. Matt's a very savvy, calm driver, so he's in there doing the math and figuring out what he can do to get back in front of Logan. But I think from the very start, Matt was worried that Logan was going to stretch this out on him.
So is this a calculated
Nice pun, brother.
decision to
That's-
let Logan get by so he can
I got-
pay
you're gonna-
attention for a couple
you're
of
not-
laps and learn?
You're not going to
his-
acknowledge that pun? You're not going to acknowledge the Stretch pun?
I didn't hear it. What was it?
Obviously wasn't that good, but
No, I was talking.
I don't know if Matt's playing any games here. I think
Okay.
he's trying as hard as he can, just because this race has been somewhat yellow shortened, and we only have 5 minutes to go. It's go time.
Yeah, well, now it is absolutely.
Yeah,
So,
so.
well, that's why we run as many laps as we can here. Logan Stretch is our leader, Matt Reynolds second, Jim Drago third, Matt Stretch.
Ooh, that's Drago that just touched a little dirt there.
Yeah,
Seems like he's back underway, but
yeah, but he made
Now with-
everybody behind him check up a little bit.
yeah, the Stretch brothers now have taken the first and fourth positions. Drago is now trying to hold Matt off as opposed to try to get around him now, which leaves Reynolds kind of free to make a fight. He's not having to worry too much about the move coming from Drago right now because of that extra gap, but I want to see if Drago's able to pull up before we start to get to the last two laps. But Reynolds, I tell you, Logan Stretch has put on a pretty good pace since he took this lead.
Yes, I think he has the number today. You weren't going to make the Stretch out the lead pun?
Oh, okay.
There it is.
There it is. All right. Yeah. No, that's a world class. That's world class punnery right there. All right. Looking a little deeper into the field, let's go 6th through 10. Vinny Barata 6th, Toby Linder 7th, Mark Curley 8th. Then you've got Brett Kowalski 9th, and Lee Thomas is in 10th. 11th through 15th, Chris Schaefer, Matthew Davis, Nicole Cooper-Cephalo, Ken Williams, and Bill Keeling. That's your top 15 here as we get into our final 4 minutes of racing action for race number 4, our Spec Miata racers.
I don't know if Willie Keeling likes you renaming him to Bill.
Oh, no?
Yeah, you can ask him.
Okay. Does he prefer William?
Willie or Willie.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
His friends call him Willie, but I don't know if he's on that list right now.
Probably not, especially
If you're going to buy his car, you may as well know his name if you're going to buy the car from him.
I wish I had the budget. No, it's always good to buy a well-sorted race car. So, if I get his car sold for him, I can call him anything I want, probably. All right.
Oh, it's front two, though.
They're right
Reynolds.
there.
Yeah, Reynolds is doing everything he can to stay on the back of Logan Stretch, and Logan is just flipping off. Good corner exit after one after another, and you can see the gap to Drago back. And obviously, we know Drago's got he's right at the front of every field in this Spec Miata, and he can't keep up with what Reynolds and Stretch are doing out in front.
All right. So Kent, if Matt can catch the back bumper of Logan Stretch here in the final 3 minutes, where does the pass come? Where does he make that move?
10.
10.
Yeah, he makes
Last
it
lap, last
makes it on the last turn if he can. The other possibility is that he does it, into 3.
Okay.
And the other truth is wherever the competitor gives you the
Oh,
opportunity.
that's true. That's true. And it does look like he has closed the gap just a little bit here. It looks like Logan Stretch is a little better in parts of the racetrack, and Matt Stretch is a little better in other parts of the racetrack because they do a little accordion, but it ends up being sum zero when they get to the start-finish line.
Matt's been having trouble with his car this weekend. He's been losing power, having it cut out electrically in turn 6.
Interesting.
I wish we had an in-car shot to know whether he's still struggling with that and whether that's giving Logan a little bit of breathing room.
Well, and I wish we had an in-car too. And if you want to do in-cars here on the live stream, get a hold of us, and we will be happy to give you some instruction and some tips on how to make that happen. We've had in-cars at various times. So you had an in-car in your car at Sebring, right?
I did. That was a blast.
It was a blast. That was a fun picture. And a couple of times we saw it as we go into now the last minute and 45 seconds. As they come by the line this time, which means to me next time by should be the white flag. And I will turn on our little radio here and see if I get that word.
Reynolds is keeping close, a half a second now from Logan Stretch to Matt Reynolds. He picked up another 10th in that lap, but the second sector seems to be his struggle point. That's where Logan's a little bit quicker.
And I have gotten the official word from race control. Next time by, white flag.
You can see Matt looks quicker as they go through a 2-3, but some of that could just be the line he's taking through there because by the time they get down to 4, I think Logan's got a little bit more of an advantage.
It's tighter this lap, though.
Yes, it is. Look at that.
Yeah, he might be trying to set him up, but so he's got a lap and a half to get it done. If I'm behind the wheel and in this position, I'm waiting till the last possible moment to make this pass. So
you like the drama? Is that what it is?
No, I just don't want to give them another opportunity, another corner to pass me right back. That's my thought process.
Well, which corner though? It seems like we've seen passes going into 2. Is that really the best spot around here in this type of class?
It's a good spot. If you can get under somebody and then hold them from getting a good exit, you can gap them.
Right.
Okay.
The problem with 2 is there's 8 more corners to get past back.
Including
10.
Yeah.
I
mean, the late braking dive bomb maneuver into 10 is about as classic as you can get at Hallett.
All right, Logan Stretch, Matt Reynolds, 1.7 miles to glory. One of those, I can tell you one thing for certain. A Miata's going to win this race. So Logan Stretch is going to try to keep Matt Stretch. Now they go side by side, and it looks like Matt Reynolds had the better line going in, but Logan Stretch had the defensive line.
But good exit speed.
Yep. It is right here. This race is not over, folks.
Wily veteran, young kid.
That's right. Here they come through turn 4 on our final lap. The only battle that we're talking about right now is the battle for the lead, but there's still a battle going on for 3rd as well. Up front, Logan Stretch. Right behind him is Matt Reynolds. Matt Reynolds trying to get it done. He's got 4 corners to go, and if he can do it, he would be our race winner, but Logan Stretch does not want to hear any of that. There's a couple of cars going off in the background there, but that's not what we're looking at right now. We're looking for our leaders right up front. That's Logan Stretch, then Matt Reynolds, as they have 1 corner left to go here. Here they come into turn 10 for the final time. I don't think Matt Reynolds is close enough to make anything happen here, and it's going to be Logan Stretch through turn 10. As long as he keeps it on the racetrack, he's going to be able to barrel on down towards the checkered flag. Logan Stretch is going to be your race winner. Matt Reynolds is going to come in 2nd. Who's going to be 3rd? Is it going to be Drago or Matt Stretch? It looks like Jim Drago is going to get it done. Matt Stretch will come in 4th. And then our 5th place car is going to be Alex Stanfield. That was one fun way to end the race.
That was nice. Logan really drove a great race.
Absolutely, especially after having an issue right on lap number 1 to be able to bring it right back up through the field.
Yep, could have had that cool head to get back in the game after missing a shift or whatever it was that threw him off at the start.
Absolutely. Let's go through the rest of our top 10 here before we take our little break. Vinny Barada finished 2nd. Brett Kowalski was 3rd. Toby Linder was 4th. Mark Curley 5th, Mark Curley was 9th, Christopher Schaefer 10th, Lee Thomas was 11th, Matthew Davis 12th, Nicole Cooper Cephalo is 13th, Ken Williams 14th, Tyler Ladd 15th, and I'm going to go to 16th so I can get it right the final time. William Keeling is your 16th place finisher.
In his next to last Super Tour race.
In his
He's hanging up the gloves after this weekend.
That's right.
That's not true from the Super Tour, but he's going to do the Daytona race.
Correct. Well, he's got one more Super Tour race tomorrow, and we'll look forward to being here for that. All right, let's take another break here. Group 4 is in the books. When we come back, we're going to have a race group number 5, Spec Racer Fords. That's all coming up next on the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Ford to the grid. Race number 5 is about to get underway here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Cars are on the course, as you can see right there. Coming off the grid, heading on to our front straight. I'm Brian Polanski. Larry McLeod's with us as we bring you the round 11 race weekend number 6 here of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Larry, that was exciting, and this is another group that can give a similar race.
Did you take your heart meds? Because I think you might need it. With after what we just went through, there's no time to rest. We're right back at it with exciting wheel-to-wheel draft pack racing and Spec Fords. Honestly, it doesn't get better than this. These two back-to-back. In the Spec Fords, we've got two guys who've got a lot of time here at Hallett, two good buddies, and Ogburn and Stripling starting on the front row. I'm excited to watch, see how these two good friends, who are probably on comms with each other, to see how they sort it out.
So we've got 2 sets of bosom buddies here this weekend. Let's go through the grid here, and I'll talk about the first set here. In row number 10 is Jesse Prather, 6-time national champion in production cars. Next to him is Jordan Wesley in the 107 car. And then 1 row in front of Prather is one of his good buddies, another multiple national champion, Eric Prill. Both of them racing a Spec Racer Ford for the first time this weekend. Also in row number 9, Judson Holt. In row number 8, we've got Michael Seamier and Corey Ruth. Row number 7, Joshua Justice and Carl Hayward. Row number 6, Chris Funk and Carl Monroe. Then in front of them in row number 5, we've got the 33 car of Rob Peelsticker and Matt Strathman. Row number 4, Sal Weber on the inside, Tyler Fox on the outside. Then row number 3 is Richard Stevens and Grayson Strathman. Row number 2 on the inside, Peyton Long and Nils Musaeus. And then your front row, the one you were talking about, Larry, on the outside, Denny Stripling, and your pole sitter, car number 108, David Ogburn, with a fast lap of 1 minute, 21.399 seconds. That's how they're going to start, Larry.
Yep, and I don't think that's how they're going to finish, because if it does, it'd be amazing. It would be like, putting the firecracker back in the packaging, because as this race gets started, things are just going to go all over the place. There's going to be some shuffling. I think what you want to do is survive the first lap, especially that first turn. If you can survive, stay in the pack, and maybe start picking up spots once it going. But it could be a little bit of mayhem here as we get underway.
All right, pace car is on pit lane. That means the field is under the control of our pole sitter, David Ogburn, as they come through turn 10. And then they'll be on the front straight, ready to take the green flag if the starter likes what they see. And here they come. Power on, side by side. What a great looking field. Green flag flies, already 3 wide in this race, in several situations. Look at all these cars as they head down turn 1 for the first time. So far, so good. I don't see any brake lockup. I don't see any dust. Spoke too soon. That's what happens. There is the dust, but it looks like that car was able to keep going, and it does look like that David Ogburn has taken the point here as they went into the first couple corners. No, actually, that's Denny Stripling.
Yeah,
Denny
Stripling. Yep, as Ogburn was a bit of a slow to react to the green flag. He was getting a push from behind. I wonder if it may have been Stevens pushing him, but I'm not quite sure. Another good buddy in that group. But either way, it's Stripling, Ogburn leading this pack 1-2, and they are going to be probably side by side as soon as they can. There they are already coming into 6, nose to tail, and side by side.
As you predicted, Larry, and it is just looking fantastic here. This is one of my favorite groups. It's lots of close racing no matter where you are in the field. Look at the close racing in the back of the pack. Just as exciting as the close racing at the front of the pack.
It absolutely is, yeah. There's going to be that kind of battle all up and down. Icona, at some point, we're going to have to check in on the Prather Prill, because we know they started in just one row apart. We'll have to see eventually how they sort things out. But at the front, what I'm seeing is Ogburn's been pushed to 3rd, trying to figure out if that's Long possibly up into 2nd behind Stripling. We'll see what that looks like as they come across timing and scoring for the first time.
And here they are, Stripling first, then Long, then Ogburn, then Musaeus, followed by Stevens, Strathman, Fox, the other Strathman, Matt Strathman, so it's Grayson Strathman, then Matt Strathman, followed by Peelsticker, and then Monroe. That's your top 10.
Yeah, so Ogburn off to a bit of a rough start here. Lost the first spot to Stripling, now he's lost his spot to Long, but these guys are not shy about side-by-side. We're watching about every 3 cars, there's a pair of them that goes by side through turn 2. And so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that here. And I think that comes down to the braking. These are not the easiest cars to brake into these corners and to get the feel, especially on a cold day like this. And those drivers that are more confident or maybe more daring are able to push those brakes deeper and deeper and be able to make that pass, especially into 2. But watching now, strictly under pressure from Ogburn and Long coming out of 6 as they head towards 7.
Yeah, your leaders were side by side at the exit of turn 6 here. We'll see what happens here as they come through. No longer side by side here. It does look like that Stripling was able to hold on there as Long keeps pressuring.
I think that's Ogburn that's now moved back into 2nd. He's the orange with the blue stripe on the center. Yes, that's him in 2nd. The orange with the larger gray, that looks like Long. So there's been a bit of a shuffle there now between 2nd and 3rd. But look at that, top 7 are just nose to tail.
And this is not untypical of Spec Racer Ford to get these long 5, 6, 7 car trains going, and to get that kind of train up front while you probably don't get as much of a benefit of the draft here. This is a drafting class. So if those 6 or 7 cars cannot jostle for position for 3 or 4 laps and just work together, which is sometimes hard to get your brain around, they can literally pull away from the second part of the field, and you'll get 2 distinct packs here before very long.
Yeah, it looks like that may be happening already. The front 7 and then the next 4 are starting to pull away from the 12th and 13th place battle. I think maybe Funk and Hayward maybe losing touch there with the Stratham, Peel, Sticker, Monroe, and Ruth of the 8 through 11. But the front group, the one thing about the space you mentioned, these are draft cars, but this isn't the most draft-heavy track,
right.
Which means you can do some side-by-side stuff around here, which means out-braking people, as I mentioned about the braking difficulties sometimes these cars have, and you can take advantage of that. That's where you're going to see some of this, is under-braking. Who decides to have the confidence and to dive themselves on through, knowing that if you do, you're going to slow the whole pack down and bring it all together again.
Yeah, it's hard to say to yourself, okay, we're going to do this for a couple of laps, because it's an instinct as a driver is let's go to the front.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you always think you can get to the front right away, but now you got to bide your time. If you really think you're in 7th and you got a shot to win this race, the best you can do is 1 spot a lap and hope it sticks. Because if it doesn't, it's start over again.
Right, and you also want to be careful that if you are in like 3rd place in that group, if you try to make a move, you can very easily end up in 8th place.
Yeah, well, watching a move there might have been one of the Strathams maybe on Stevens back there around the 5th and 6th position. Also, I noticed as they just on this camera shot a moment ago, Ogburn is back to leading this race. There he is over Stripling and Long. So Ogburn went down as low as 3rd, now back to the front.
Although I thought maybe I saw Stripling back in the lead. Let's see where they come around here.
That's Ogburn.
Yep,
and Stripling in the red and white.
I wish they'd just have very distinct colors. Like, give me a fuchsia. That would help my old man eyes here. I see there's another puff of dust there in the back. As we talked about in the previous race, that turn 6 area is a very common place to put a wheel off at the exit of 6. So.
Yeah, watching the Spec Miata race, look at Jim Drago was picking up dirt entering 6 every single lap, like clockwork. He was doing it, and I think somebody in the Spec Ford group there in the front is doing the exact same thing. It's predictable. They're not going off out of control. They're just maximizing the track, and that last inch of the tire is picking up some dirt. But yeah, so look at the front group now as they've gone across start finish. Ogburn, Stripling, Long, Stevens, Messiah, Stratham, your front 7. And now right behind them as it's starting to close up now, Fox, Peel Sticker is a 2nd back, and then you got a 2-second gap to Stratham. So now it's an 8-way pack before you get to that 4 right there.
And, that's another group of 4 that if they want to catch the front, they have to work together,
And they are not, at least not, looked like 11th and 12th, Ruth and Funk, look like they were going to do a little bit of side-by-side stuff. There's some more side-by-side. I couldn't tell who they're between that white car and that dark blue car. But, yeah, you're seeing a lot of this, just pack racing, bunching up opportunities to get on by.
18 and a half minutes to go here as we motor on down towards what is going to be, I'm sure, a fantastic finish without this group stretching out at all and having so many really quality cars in that lead pack. We'll see how many are there when we get to our closing laps. It looks like we've also already had a little bit of a disconnect. Now we've got a 4-car pack up front, and then 5 through 8 have somehow disconnected from that lead pack. So just as I was talking about how long is the pack going to stay together, it's starting to break up a little bit.
It is, and yeah, so got to keep our eyes on those packs because they'll ebb and flow. They'll do a little bit of an accordion here and there as one decides to try making some passes. How do they make the jump? And if they do, they slow it all down, so that brings them all back together again. So that makes this kind of fascinating with these groups. But at the front, it looks like it's still Ogber and Stripling. Maybe the two of them are trying to work together, but at some point, they'll stop working together.
Sure, absolutely. And while this might not be a huge drafting track, momentum in these cars is so critical. And if a mid-pack car in that top 8 has a moment where they lose their momentum, everyone else has to lose their momentum behind them, and that's how the separation can happen in a situation like this.
I'm trying to keep an eye on. There's our front 4 now pulling away from the next 4. So a pretty distinct gap there. Ogburn, Stripling, Long, and Stevens pulling away from Stratham, Macias, Fox, Peel Sticker. But just peeking down the order, Jesse Prather down to 15th. Eric Pearl 2 spots back at 17th. Those guys starting to pick up the pace. I think they're down to the 23. So they're running competitive lap times. Interesting to see how far up the order they can go with those multinational championships between them.
I'll be interested to chat with them tonight and find out what their experience is. I can tell you what the first thing they'll say is that they're having a ton of fun. So there'll be no doubt in that. But, after all those years in production cars to do something so dramatically different, I'm just real interested to get their impressions.
Prather's up another spot to 14th if you're keeping score at home.
Exactly.
This group, those front 4, is as tight as you could imagine. No one's popping out. No one's being the aggressor right now in that front 4. I think maybe they're really trying to pull away from Stratham in 5th, who seems to put a 2nd on Macias. So the front 4 knows it's critical. If you want to finish, you want to kind of guarantee the 4th is the lowest you'll go, you've got to really play nice. But often if you're the 4th out of that 4, you're like, hey, I want a podium. I just got to pass 1. I just need to pass 1 to get a podium. Yep. You do it, though, and you don't make it, suddenly you're at risk of finishing 5th or 6th or 7th.
Yep, that's exactly the case. No question about it. Ogburn, Stripling, Peyton Long in 3rd. Then we've got Richard Stevens, Grayson Strathman, Nils Macias, who started much further up. He has moved back to 6th now. Tyler Fox is in 7th. Rob Peel Sticker is in 8th, followed by Corey Ruith. And then Scott Monroe is your top 10. Then 11 through 15, you've got Chris Funk, Sal Weber, Matt Strathman, Jesse Prather, Carl Hayward. 16 through 20, Joshua Justice, Eric Pearl, Jordan Wisely, Judson Holt, and Michael Seymour.
I think I'm watching Grayson Strathman trying to stick with that front 4. He's doing everything he can. Look at this now, a pass for 3rd in between Long and Stevens might be an opportunity for Strathman to catch up, and you can see he's almost in that draft zone. So we might have a 5-car pack if Stevens can't make this pass on Long.
Yep, big wiggle there by the 5th place car. I think that was either Stevens, I think that was Strathman, and a big wiggle there going in there.
He's trying to close up. You can see he's like, guys, don't wait for me.
I think I can. Yep.
He's quick, though. He's, again, just set the session best first sector, so he's all by himself. He's turning good laps, which part of that goes to he can pick his braking point.
Yep.
He can really pick his track out. He can see everything because there isn't someone right in front of him. The draft is nice, but this isn't the strongest draft track.
Right.
This isn't Road America where you're doing, 140 of these cars or whatever down the back straight. This is a corner to corner, a lot of twisty stuff. Having your own marks makes a big difference in a track like this.
Well, and when you're in that situation, you have to just kind of put your head down, forget that there's 4 cars in front of you, and just put down qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap. That's how you catch up.
Well, Stripling just did one right there, 21.8. Ogburn's 21.8. Those guys are really trying to work together to pull away from, as the two behind them, Long and Stevens, were swapping positions. Didn't seem to slow them down too much, but Ogburn and Stripling trying to take that advantage. Those two buddies working together. But I got to imagine at some point they're going to stop working together, and one of them wants to win this race over the other.
Absolutely. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 5, 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. E production, F production, H production, GTL, and B-Spec. Group 6 cars to the grid. Let's take a chance here and take our break. When we come back, we'll get you all the way to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in 2.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see here today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America, whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars. SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession. Along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends, ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information. If you were with us through the whole break, you saw a yellow flag at turn 2. I can't tell you why. No idea, Larry.
Yeah, we're not quite sure what's going on at 2, other than it takes away a pretty crucial passing zone for a lot of these drivers after the 2 straightaways there from 1 to 2, all the way down to 2. So that's kind of put a little bit of damper on some of the passing here. But once they lift that flag, maybe that'll open it back up here shortly. And I see now a flagger on the move. You can see in that shot coming out of 2. So not sure what's down there.
Yeah, I just don't know. So maybe, yeah, I'm not going to speculate. I do
it's
see
that vehicle, yeah.
Yeah, there's a car going down to check on, someone going down to check on somebody down here, which makes me think there's a car way down out of our view here, closer to turn 3, which is why it would be covered by a flag here. And you can see that worker is, so it looks like there's a driver off. Driver's right here. I don't know if they came off left and then crossed the track, but that's definitely what I'm doing here. Let me turn up the volume on our flaggers and see if...
Okay.
Yeah, definitely a car disabled over there, and they're saying that they're going to need a tow at the end of the session, Larry. So that's the situation there.
All right. Well, I'm seeing a couple of cars some laps down. I'm not sure which one it might be. There's a Jordan Wisely who's 3 laps down, and there's an Eric Prill now 2 laps down. So we're not sure, possibly, maybe one of those is in a struggle, as Jesse Prather is also shown as a lap down, not on the lead lap anymore. So we got a couple of cars that are potential candidates who might be down there between turns 3 and 4. We'll see if we can keep an eye on it as things develop. And of course, Brian's got the radio on. Maybe he'll hear something. But the front 4 is now a 5.
Right. It appears that I'm told that there is a bit of a ditch down there that can kind of swallow up a car that will, not necessarily hurt the car, but they can't get it out. So that might be where that car is stuck at.
Okay. Well, all of this has helped a little bit to Strathman, who was one of the quickest cars in the field. We're watching him try and catch that front four. He has now done that. That front four now are separated a total, front five, by 1 second. And there they are. Look at that. It is as tight as it gets. And I'm sure that yellow's still there, as I can still see the Jeep of the steward or so down in that area. So no passing in that spot. They're going to have to get it done somewhere else. Now, we know as they come around 5 into 6, there's an opportunity there, or maybe as they get up all the way down into 10 later in the lap. But we'll keep our eyes on these guys. We did see some passing here through 6 earlier, nothing this time by. But now it gets into that chess match of where are you faster than the person ahead or behind you.
All right, so timing and scoring screen says that Eric Pearl is in the pits, and
Okay.
Jordan Wisely is not making laps. So it could be that it's the 107 car down there. I'm not certain of that. I haven't heard that officially, but I have heard that whatever is down in that ditch, the driver is out safe and out of harm's way. So that's good news, definitely.
Yeah.
So.
That's good. Meanwhile, the rest of the race does continue. That front 5 is pulled away about 4 seconds ahead of the next 3. But look at that group. Classic Spec Racer Ford type of competition where nothing's decided yet. 7 minutes or so here to go. And I think this has been settled. You talked about the 3 phases of the race. We're clearly in that middle phase, but at some point here, we got to enter phase 3.
Yeah, phase 3 is like next lap.
It's imminent.
And they'll be all sizing each other up here, and this could be one of those 5 wide as they run across the line. And I'm looking forward to it. 6.5 minutes to go here. That should be 4 more laps is my guess. And with a minute 20 something laps.
I can tell you, I know Dave Ogburn a little bit. He is a fierce competitor. That guy wants to win everything. He wants to win the taxi ride on the way to the track in the morning. He wants to win everything. So he's going to be a tough pass, even by his own buddy, Denny Stripling, who probably knows Dave as well as anybody. Even that's probably not going to help him much. Dave is going to be defending. It's going to be a lot of wide elbows. He's got long arms, a tall guy. Those elbows are going wide, and here it comes. Stripling on the inside. Is he going to be able to make it work?
I don't know. Look at that. Now they've got a little draft going up that front straight here. And this might be one of those situations where the draft might help just a tiny bit.
Long is going to push a little bit of Stripling to help him get by and hopefully be able to follow him through. It looks like exactly that's what's happening. As Long now may have taken second and pushed Ogburn back to third, all in basically a straightaway and a half.
This is not over yet with 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. We're going to see a lot more of that over the next 5 minutes, folks.
Ogburn to fourth now. It looks like he's lost a spot to Stevens, and Strathman was also going to be pushing against him. I love it that I'm watching the YouTube chat and Russ Turner's there, and Russ is saying it's about to get scrappy out there. So I love it that the guys on the outside go, man, I'm sure Russ wants to be here in this race. But
No question. I do have confirmation now. It is the 107 car down in the ditch, Jordan Wisely. But again, like we said, out safe, and they'll pick him up at the end of the session here. All right, 4 minutes to go, Larry. Fasten your seatbelts. Put that helmet on just a little bit tighter. We're going to have some fun here.
we absolutely are, and the fun started. It looked like a lap ago, and now it's going to continue. Interesting that Stripling was able to make the pass into 10 and make the stick. I think he had him at the stripe as they went on by for the next lap, which means you can do a pass and get on by before the stripe. So now let's see what happens as Ogburn's got to fight his way up. He lost 3 positions because now you've got Long and Stevens now sitting in second. It's Stripling a couple of car lengths out in front with 4 minutes to go. Now everyone's got to figure out how to tighten back up again after all the shuffling.
Definitely, and I've seen this happen before. I will not be surprised if they are able to tighten it up as we get into our final lap or two here. Your front 5, Stripling, Long, Stevens, Ogburn, and Strathman, they are all trying to, and it even looks like now they're starting to tighten up already. So don't go away, folks. This is,
and you'll watch these guys. You'll get these your co-opetition, right? You'll have the second and third place cars start pushing each other to get close to the first place car. If that's what it takes. You do whatever it takes to. If you're in third or you're in fourth, if you have to push the second, third place guy because it'll help you both, that's what you do.
Absolutely. Co-opetition, Larry. I'm telling you right now, I'm stealing that. I
didn't make it up, but I love it.
I do. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, this is not the time to go grab a beverage from the refrigerator right now with 3 minutes to go in this race. Do not leave your YouTube feed here. And while you're watching it, click subscribe and hit the like button, because if you don't like this, you might want to go find a different YouTube channel.
Yeah, this is as good as racing gets. I love this. Here we are, 3 minutes to go. I don't know, what are we looking at? Maybe 3 laps before we're going to see a checker out here. So that's enough time to tighten this up and give Stripling a run. But Stripling has been the wise man in this. He found a good opportunity to make a pass. He got some help from Long to push to get past Ogburn, and that helped Stripling to build this lead. But one little mistake on brake, one little mistake on corner exit is all it's going to take, and he could easily lose this. He's got to watch every bit of input.
And look ahead, not too far up the highway there is a back lap truck car that they're going to have to try to work their way through. That could make a whole different deal here as they come up through this. They're going to catch this car probably before this is over. And so let's keep an eye out for that. And Denny's smart enough. He's been done enough of these races to know that those cars behind him are quite likely going to be there at the end. So he's not resting on his laurels. He's trying to lay down one qualifying lap after another here as we get to the final two and a half minutes here.
Yeah, he is, and it's not working. He's not pulling away as long as staying right there with him. And Stevens, Ogburn, Strathman are also making sure they hold tight. But I'm sure Denny's already trying to figure out, where am I going to get by this lapped car, knowing it's going to happen probably 2 laps from the checker here.
And I just say, Denny Stripling's really unhappy right now because he came across the line about 7 seconds too early, because he's going to have to keep these guys behind him for 2 more laps now.
That's a difficult task at any time. Just ask Dave Ogburn. He had the lead there for about 9 laps and then suddenly lost it because now it's so hard to get back. So Denny's thinking this, all the scenarios he's going through right now is, how do I make sure I hold this? Where am I faster? Where is it possible that Long is going to be faster? But I'm surprised no one has made a move back there. Stevens, Ogburn, Strathman are probably still trying to hold with Long. Well, there's a step out now as Ogburn tucks to the inside. The Stevens, can he make it stick going into 6?
Well, and lots of things going on that are in Denny Stripling's favor. They're racing behind him. That's big for him. Also, he's going to be easy to get around this lap car without any issues, but the other cars might not. But looks like Long got through just fine too, and that car was really nice to move out of the way and let the leaders through. But even though they hit that car, the second, third, fourth, and fifth hit that car in a not very good spot, and you know they weren't able to get through that corner with the same line that they would normally, and that's just given Long and Stripling basically a license to race each other here for this final lap.
Yeah, well, now it looks like your white flag should be going. There it is, white flag, 1 lap remaining. Look at that good gap for Stripling. He's almost a full second up. Stevens is another second ahead of what was Ogburn and Strathman. Is now Stevens, then Strathman, then Ogburn, all the way to 5th. That little move he tried to make on Stevens didn't work, and now he's back behind Strathman. Those 3 are fighting for 3rd, because I don't think they're going to catch Long or Stripling for the front 2.
Absolutely, and Stripling's far enough ahead now where if he doesn't make a mistake, Long can't catch him. This is not a situation where Long's going to be able to suck up to the back end here without any kind of a problem or a mistake from that car, the Stripling car, the 4 car up front. So it's all in Denny Stripling's hands. All he has to do is get through 4 more corners without any issues, and he is going to be a Super Tour race winner here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, and we're going to watch it here.
A little debris on the track or something there in the middle of 6?
Yeah, possibly there, but our leaders got through without any issues. We've got 3 corners, 3 corners to go here. There is your leader, Denny Stripling, with Long right behind him. Peyton Long, not close enough to catch him at this moment without any problems. Here they come through turn 10 for the final time. Textbook finish, Denny Stripling. Big move for 3rd place here. That's the race we're watching right now. Who is going to win this thing at the line? Oh, both those cars go off. Are they going to look at Thankfully, a lot of runoff there to be able to get there. So your third place car after, I don't even know who were the cars that went off, but the big winner there is Richard Stevens, who went from 5th place to 3rd place here on the final race lap to take the last spot on the podium. And I think it was Strathman was the one that went
And
off there.
Ogburn is the other. He's still out there.
He's still out there.
He led about half of this race, maybe more, after starting on the pole. And he is still out there. Looks like the car may have stalled on him after the big slide through the grass. That's just heartbreaking way to end this. What was an otherwise fantastic race.
Yeah, he went from podium to not.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he'll be out of the points, but he will be considered a finisher. That's a good thing. But yeah, he won't grab any points here or anything here. And that's just, as you said, a really, really tough way to end the day here. But you know what the good part is, Larry?
There's beer in the paddock?
Well, there's that, and they get to come out and do it again tomorrow.
That's true.
You're only as bad or as good as your last race. So, all right, your top 10 here before we head to a short break. Denny Stripling is first, Peyton Long second, Richard Stevens is third. That is your podium, followed by Grayson Strathman, Nils Macias, Rob Peelsticker, Tyler Fox, Chris Funk, and Sal Weber. Your 10th place finisher is Corey Ruth. All right, so we've got a couple cars to clean up, so it's probably going to be a little more than 5 minutes before we get to our next race. But stay with us. We will get there, and we will have some fun with it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. You're looking live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, getting ready for race number 6 here. One more after this one, 2 to go for the day. And my voice is going away, Lefty, and that's not good for tomorrow.
And you got a whole other day tomorrow. You better kind of gargle the salt water, whatever it takes. I suggest barbecue might help that.
I'm good with that. I'm good with
That's
that.
the best prescription today.
Barbecue and bourbon, and we'll have a good evening, and we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, I'll sound like Wolfman Jack. And half of the people watching have no idea who that is. All right, so we're here. We've got our production and our B-Spec group. These are going to be a split start, or a gap start, I should say. So there's not 2 pace cars. Everybody but the B-Spec cars will be in the first group. So we'll give the top 10 there. Matt Reynolds is your pole sitter, followed by Sam Henry, Cliff Ira, and Jonathan Goodall. That's your front 2 rows. Then you've got Bill Miller, Camden Jones, Ralph Lindo, Brian Heitman, Wade McBride, and Randy Wagner. That's your top 10 in your production classes. Then our B-Spec group is going to be led down to the green flag by John Phillips. Next to him will be Joe McClugan, then Joseph Gersh, and Stephanie Anderson, and Charles Davis. That's your B-Spec group. So that's how we're going to get them started, Larry, as we get ready for our second to last race of the day.
Well, by making this a bit of a gap start with the B-Specs, going to have a bit of a gap behind the H-Prod cars up there in front of them. It's actually going to put them a little closer to the front of the field, where you're going to have those the EPFP cars leading the way. So it's going to be interesting. They're going to be caught a little faster, perhaps, as I suspect that Reynolds, who we just got done talking about in Spec Miata a bit ago, as he straps himself into his very familiar E-Prod car, is going to be laying some pretty good laps with Ira and Henry and the other folks there near the front of this field. I don't know how many laps they're going to even get before they're already picking up the back of the B-Specs with this gap start.
Well, and with this gap start and with the short racetrack as well.
Yeah.
Back in with us, B-Spec driver Kent Carter.
Thanks for having me back.
Despite the way he's treated me today, he's back with. No, I'm just kidding. It's been great to have him here with us, giving his insight, and we're getting ready for our green flag here for our first pack here as they come through. They're going to come onto the main straight here. Our starter will kind of has to give. Well, yeah, I guess kind of has to give the green flag because we've got the gap start there. Already have a car pulling off there on the inside. Hopefully that car will get out of the way before the B-Spec cars come through. And he's just going to stay there in the grass. Safety is the better part of valor there. So far, it looks like the whole group got through turn 1 just fine. Now we're waiting for our B-Spec cars, and if they don't come across soon, I mean, they're just going to get caught real fast, really, really fast, Larry.
They will for sure.
They haven't even started yet, and these cars are already in turn 3.
Yeah, it's kind of making it even kind of a worse case. But look at the B-Spec field with it looks like one of the prod cars still running there behind them as well. One of the FP cars in the pack of B-Spec. So that's going to make things interesting. He's got a little bit more straightaway speed than the B-Specs do here between turns 1 and 2.
Oh my gosh, he's put himself right in the middle of the race.
The whole point of this was to not have that happen, folks, and I don't know what the deal was there. But here we go as these cars come up through, and I got a really slow H production car also going to get in the mix with these B-Spec cars. And so sometimes, as we've seen, the gap and split starts work really well. Sometimes they don't, and this would be one of those situations. And I'll be able to get the number on that car when they come across the line the next time.
Bet the FP car is going to be Wade McBride based on winning trip timing and scoring, but what I am seeing is McClugan's got the lead over Phillips here in the B-Spec group.
Yep, and now we're getting our leaders across the line now for the first time. You've got Matt Reynolds followed by Sam Henry, Cliff Ira, Jonathan Goodale, and Bill Miller. That is your top 5. And we'll see our B-Spec cars come down here in just a moment. Cycling through 6 through 10 in our production cars, you have Camden Jones, Brian Heitman, Ralph Lindo, and Randy Wagner. And then your 10th place car is Mark Weber. All right.
Well, as we flash to the B-Spec group, it looks like Phillips has got the lead back again ahead of McClugan, but the whole pack is pretty tight. At least those front 4 are pretty close together there as they end this lap and work on the start of lap 3.
All right, and all those B-Spec cars are now already catching one of the cars, slow production car up front, but it looks like the first four at least are going to get through clean and not have any worries. Those B-Spec cars, as you said, Phillips, McClugan, Stephanie Anderson, and Joe Gersh, that's your top 4 in B-Spec right now.
And I think that FP car that pulled off to start the race, I'm thinking, may have been, or has since pulled off, may have been Weber Manning somewhere out there. The number 49 is not turning.
Yes, that is the one car out there, and I don't know what the situation with this car is, but at some point in time, it's going to get the meatball flag here if it can't get up to speed, because that car is so slow.
You can
that,
hear it.
Yeah, that it could become, you know, a danger to the other cars out there. So
and that car, I believe, is David Reiter.
Okay.
If I have this right, again, looking at the order that he came out across the line right there in the middle of the B-Spec pack the last time by. So
sure.
But yeah, I think you're right. He's going to have to probably be pulling in here, as he doesn't look like that car is going to want to make many more laps, if any.
Exactly.
Looks like Stephanie Anderson, who didn't get a qualifying time this morning because of her transponder problem, has really packed up into the group. It's good to see her get a good start. She's going to make a good race there.
Yeah, the good news is when you don't have a qualifying time and there's only 5 or 6 cars, the worst you're at is in 6th place. So
absolutely,
you can jump right in there and push your way to the front without any too many issues. And here we go. We've got, I think that's your leaders in production trying to get around that slower car as they come now down towards this turn 9, 10 area. Here's turn 10, and there is one car making the defensive line. Lefty, and another car doing the not defensive line, and that usually works out better for one and the other. And it's not always the same, depending on how you make it work.
Yeah, you've got to watch where and how you do those defensive lines. I think going into 10 is probably a spot where you can get away with a little bit defensive. It seems 1, if you get too defensive, costs you all the way down into 2. Also, keep an eye on that battle. It did look like Reiter did pull himself in there going into turn 10. So whatever was wrong with the car, unfortunately, he's got tonight to go wrench on it.
Yep, and it looks like I think Sam Henry did finally get that pass on the main straight going into turn 1. So it looks to me like next time by it'll be Henry at the point, unless Matt Reynolds can make his way back around. That may have been a pass between Henry and Ira.
I think it was. Reynolds looks like he's got a pretty good gap now, because that's Ira there ahead of Henry, and then Goodale in the yellow car there in that shot we just saw.
Yeah, so because there's a 4-second lead between first and second, so it makes more sense that was Ira getting around Sam Henry. And we'll know for sure next time by here.
It should be, because Ira, I believe, is in that Del Sol looking car.
Right.
I say looking car because, it's a broad car. I don't know what it is.
Well, it's a Del Sol looking car because it's a Del Sol. So well played, and as I suspected, he has moved into second place on the grid in front of Sam Henry. And Sam Henry has dropped back 1.3 seconds. And the gap between first and second, Reynolds and Ira, has now widened. It was 4.4 seconds the previous lap, and now it is 5.3 seconds. Going back to look at our B-Spec field, John Phillips has a 3.3 seconds lead over Stephanie Anderson, and Anderson has a 0.8 of a second lead over Joe McClugan. So
impressive.
Yeah, so definitely
pushed
right to the front. And the question now is, can she make some ground up and get into the mix for the win in this B-Spec? With the amount of time we have left here, we still have a good 19 minutes left to go. There's enough time to catch up, right?
I think so. I mean, I need to see what the differential lap times are, but when Stephanie's on her game, she's really hard. She's a hard racer, and she's turning some pretty solid lap times there. John better, play his game.
Well, yes, and even though her lap times aren't quite as fast, they're just about a half a second slower. We'll look at it here this time by. And actually, this time by, Stephanie Anderson's lap time was a half a second faster than John Phillips. So
she's got the bit between her two.
Yeah. The gap's now 2.9 seconds. So if you're trying to catch the guy in front of you, being faster is the way to do it.
It's always worked for me.
I know. Physics.
Well, I think in the way that this field is going to be a lot of intermixing with those B-Spec cars, with some of, especially the E-Prod cars out in the front. That's going to create opportunities to slow him down. And if Stephanie can get on maybe on the good side of a couple of those, and maybe Phillips gets into the bad side of a couple, that'll easily bring them together the next time we see that interaction.
I will say, having raced against John Phillips for about 20 years now, he's a monster in traffic. He does traffic better than anybody I know.
Well, that is good to know, and we'll see if he masters it today, or if Stephanie Anderson can learn fast to negotiate it herself. And it just, I look at traffic as kind of like two piles of rocks. And at the end of the day, at the end, you want the two piles to be even. Sometimes you get to this car good, sometimes you don't get to the next car good. And as long as when you're done, your two piles are the same height at the end, then you've kind of dealt with traffic as good as possible. And there's a flashing light. Does that work? Someone
Yes.
flashing their headlights at you?
Yes.
I never pay attention. Usually when someone flashes their headlights with me, I try to make my car as wide as possible as they're coming through. Is that how it's supposed to work?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still trying to figure out which pile of rocks am I.
You're the smart pile.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so a couple little groups have kind of formed out there. As we've got some good intermixing going on. We've got Weber and Albin, EP and HP kind of running together between Weber in the Miata and Albin in the Volkswagen. So that's an interesting little combo of cars. And then we saw Jones and Heitman. I think they're both in a couple of the MX-5, Rodriguez Heitman and Lindauer in a couple of the MX-5 Cup cars. I got that right. Somebody is. Jones and Heitman. But good little battles out on track as Reynolds just keeps pulling away.
Sandy Hubbard in the chat. Good luck, Stephanie. Your home team from Wisconsin is rooting for you. Go Bucky Badgers. Thank you very much. I've been getting yelled at for being from Wisconsin all day here, folks. So I'm fighting back. Thomas Pendergrass, let's go BS. I'm guessing that means B-Spec.
You never know with Thomas.
You do not. Thomas, one of our Cal Club West Coasters. Prod Car's gonna prod car. Talking about, I'm guessing, the way the start pulled out there. Yeah, thank you to all. Jason Fuller's in the chat. Brian Straczynski's in the chat. Scott McCurdy, who is here with us. So yeah, thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate the support. 14 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. Not a whole lot of movement up front. Still Matt Reynolds, Cliff Ira, and Sam Henry. Your top three cars, that's E production, F production, F production. Jonathan Goodale is your leader in GTL at the moment. Your H production class leader, Ralph Lindau, followed by Chris Albin is in second, Jack Schultz is in third, and E-Prod. And then we've been looking at this B-Spec group with John Phillips in first, Stephanie Anderson in second, and Joe Gersh in third. And about 4.8 seconds between first and second in B-Spec, and then 5.4 seconds between second and third place in B-Spec. So with 14 minutes left, there's still time for that all to change, but there's not a lot of pressure on any of those cars right now.
Not at the moment. I'm a little surprised.
There's a car off in an interesting spot.
Yeah, I believe that's a prod, maybe a rabbit.
That looks like that light blue rabbit that we've seen all day.
Looks like that may be a mechanical.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
trying to
that
figure
was.
which one that is. If that's Lindau or not. Because if it is, he was the front runner of the HPs.
Yeah.
Back on track.
Okay.
Let me see if I can see a car number here, and I did not.
Because that's Chris Albin in the yellow one.
Right, so it would have to be Lindau, right?
That's what I'm thinking. Because that would be Albin right there, trying to chase him down. This could get interesting if Lindau's got any sort of issue. Maybe he was having trouble shifting and couldn't find a gear. He did have a bit of a step into the dirt there somewhere on that second straightaway. So he's running now. It doesn't look like he's that far off pace.
Well, and the way he pulled off right in front of the flag stand, that's usually a move you do when you think your car's on fire. You want to get as close to the fire bottle as possible. We got a car off in the grass right there. That's between turn 6 and 7. That's far enough.
That's Ira.
I think that's Ira.
Oh,
It
wow. Yeah, because Sam Henry's moved back into second place, and Cliff Ira is literally dropping down through the order here. Good call. I'm going to have to talk to your eye doctor, Larry, because I couldn't have told you that's who that was.
I've got it blown up really big on my screen.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because he was running so strong up there, running second as the second FP car in the run order here. Yeah, that's really tough to see. One of the strong, obviously, this guy's been at it a long time, running those Hondas, and yeah, it's tough to see this race end this way.
Well, and that puts Randy Wagner in second in F production, and it moves Wade McBride into a podium spot for F production. So, as is often the case in motorsport, one person's misfortune is usually another person's fortune, and that's exactly what has happened here. So,
we just saw Joe McClellan go by. He's really on the struggle bus this afternoon. He's qualified well with a good pace, but he's really off his qualifying pace and definitely lagging the field. John Phillips has suddenly just found his speed. He turned to 131 something on the previous lap. Stephanie's not going to catch him if he's doing that.
Definitely, but she's opened up an 8.6 second lead over third place. So, you know, Phillips, Anderson, and Gersh have really kind of put themselves in really solid podium finishing positions. And all they have to do now is get themselves to the green flag, and maybe something happens to the cars in front of them and they pick up another one. But all of that is looking really good here. So.
Well, I'm looking down the order back to Lindau in that H-Prod Volkswagen that may have been going slow. He's now shown back in 12th overall, third in H-Prod with Albin and Schultz now both ahead of him.
Yeah, be interesting to find out what happened there. Attention in the paddock, Group 7 cars to the grid. Group 7 cars to the grid, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. Your cars should be heading to the grid. We are with 10 minutes left in this race. Let's get our break in, and then we'll take you green to the finish here, hopefully. We'll do that as we wait here and get this break in. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from, where are we? Hallett. Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, the one-day low-pressure front-with-your street car events at more than 30 racetracks around the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from seller coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNetAmerica.com to learn more. Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Happy to have your company today as we are here on the YouTube. This is the SCCA official YouTube channel. This is the 11th round of the Super Tour, and we've got round number 12 tomorrow, and that's our 6th race weekend. We're past the halfway point, Lefty, and having a good time here. 7 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race, and we're keeping an eye on this B-Spec battle. It looks like it's kind of sorted itself out at the moment with pretty decent laps between times between first and second and third. John Phillips, Stephanie Anderson, and Joe Gersh is your front runners there.
Yeah, McLugan looks like he's struggling a little bit now. Has lost his spot there to Gersh in the Yaris. So not sure what's happening. Maybe he's got something up with the car that's kind of slowing him down, taking him off his pace.
Yeah, he's usually faster than that here, and he's a motor builder, so he's usually got a really solid motor in the front end of that car. But definitely he's not going to come off this race happy.
Yeah, your front of the pack, front of the field also with pretty substantial gaps here. The only real battle I'm seeing right now is for the podium, the third place podium in E-Production. Camden Jones right now has a 0.4 of a second lead over Brian Heitman. They're 5th and 6th overall. Camden Jones is in a Mazda MX-5, and Heitman is in another Mazda MX-5.
I think they're both in the Global MX-5 Cup cars, if I have this right. So yeah, like nearly identical setup cars. So
sure,
makes for great racing. If you can see them, they're almost twins out there on the track.
Yep.
Yep. So that's our best battle on the track at the moment. Our only battle on the track. The gap between first and second overall, Matt Reynolds, he's got a 19-second lead over Sam Henry. And then Jonathan Goodale is your third place car in GT Lights, and it's 6.9 seconds back to him. So that's where we're at with things as we come into our closing laps here of our second to last race of the day. Nice to see Chris Albin doing well in that yellow Volkswagen Rabbit. I have got a special place in my heart for the Volkswagens. He is your leader in H-Production. Jack Scholes is second, and then Ralph Lindau, who was leading in H-Production, he's dropped back to third.
That is the Chris Albin. That's board of directors Chris Albin. Been at this a long time.
That is true. That is true.
Love to see him out there. He's out there every year at the runoffs. Yep. And here he is doing his thing here at Hallett. And there's a good shot of those two Global MX-5 Cup cars side by side.
We'll see if we can keep an eye on this for a little bit. Zach, our director, has found them. And right now, running through it, I don't see any better battle right now. So let's hang with this for a couple of laps.
It's a good one.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're probably, like you said, they look like they're the same team. So they're probably identically prepared and have the same stuff under the hood and in the suspension, and probably very close to identical setups. And that's why they're probably as close as they are. And we're going to find out if these guys are friends or not in the last few laps. Because, see if there's any rubbing and racing here.
Are they still friends will be the question.
Well, that's true. That is true.
As that Miata pulling in, the yellow one, I do believe that is Jonathan Goodale. I think he's the only GTL car in the field. Right. Win's probably already his, so he's just going to pack it in and stay out of the way of everybody else while they continue to race for a couple more minutes.
Absolutely. Yep.
Yeah, both of those MX-5 Cup cars are run out of Velocity Mazda in Tyler, Texas.
Okay. Tyler, Texas. Is that not the home of Earl Campbell?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Who's he drive for?
The Oilers.
Well played. Well played. I am pretty certain that's the home of Hall of Famer Earl Campbell. So, all right. So here is those two guys that we've been talking about here. That is Camden Jones and Brian Heitman. That's the cars we're following at the moment. We're following them because with 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this race, at the moment, this is the only really close battle on the racetrack. So they are battling for the final podium position in E-Production. So the leader in E-Production right now is Brad Miller. Camden Jones actually... Matt Reynolds is the leader in E-Production. Brad Miller's second, so Jones and Heitman are battling for the final spot on the podium here.
And if I got this right, these cars are actually also in T3.
Okay.
They may have actually run, if I have that right, I think they may have actually run the race earlier as well.
Okay.
I can go back and check on that.
And Is this one of those situations where we're looking at maybe a last lap pass for the lead here, or for the podium finish? That's how I do it.
Possible. I mean, they're set up for it. It just depends on whether they do it.
Right. Or it could be just that Heitman's just not as fast as Jones. There's always that.
Jones owns Velocity Mazda,
Okay.
so there may be a little bit of a. Actually, I don't know if they're both Velocity cars.
Okay.
Now that I see them a little more closely.
Yeah.
But yeah.
They look very similar, but you're right. That could be different. And you don't want to, if that is the owner, you don't want to take out the owner. You know.
No.
That probably doesn't get you ass back. It's like
You don't have to give him the win. You just don't want to take him out.
Exactly.
So these two both did run in the first race of the day as
Okay.
T3 cars. They finished the race 0.2 of a second apart in 13th and 14th overall in that field, with Heitman ahead of Jones.
Oh, okay.
I do feel there is a variation on a theme here. So, 1:44 to go. Still up front, you've got Henry, Miller, and Reynolds, Henry, and Miller. Looking back down at the B-Spec racers, Phillips, Anderson, and Gersh. There's your tops in B-Spec. Your H production race, it's Albin, Lindo, and Schultz. There's your top three there. F production, your leader is Sam Henry, and second and third place is Randy Wagner and Wade McBride. So that's how they're hitting right there.
I have confirmed that Heitman does not drive for Camden Jones.
Got it.
Different team.
Got it. Okay.
They just look a lot alike on their screen.
Which means all bets are off when it comes to saving it for the boss or the team owner, because it's not his team owner. He can go ahead and make that pass as aggressively as he wants.
Just move them out of the way. And there's your white flag, folks. So we are on our final race lap here at on this race. Got one race to go. Don't go away. Don't go away. Don't click off. As a matter of fact, click like, subscribe, and the bell. If you're better than going away, click like, subscribe, and the bell. Thank you all for being here watching.
Yeah, because that wing session is actually going to be a lot of fun. We got a lot of class intermixing going on, and that should be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, definitely. A good group of cars there. With that car sitting up there in the distance, though, that we just saw, we're going to definitely have a few minutes of extra break here while they clean that car up, because they will not leave that there for the next race. But big kudos to the course workers here. As we, look at that. They've got a little bit of lap traffic right there, and that's always an issue. Here they come through 10. They were able to get around it without too much of a difference there. But yeah, that was like the worst time to come across a lap car. But they were able to get through there just fine.
One more.
Depends on who you are. If you're Jones or Heitman.
That's
if you're
true.
Heitman, it's a pretty good time. It gives you an opportunity to use them like a pick.
Yep.
I like the way you think, Lefty. Well done. So yeah, what the hell was I saying?
How about Matt Reynolds about to go through the final corner
There you
and
go.
see a checkered flag?
And there we go. We'll see the checkered flag out here right now. It is in the air. Matt Reynolds. Did he win the other race? Is this 2 in a row today?
No, he was second.
He was in second. Still a good day. Still a good day. Got a tall trophy and a slightly shorter trophy. Matt Reynolds is your race winner here. Sam Henry will come in second, and Bill Miller will come in third. Here comes this battle for the third podium spot in E-Production. We'll follow this around for the last time. And that front car is flashing. I don't know if he's close enough to catch that B-Spec car, is he?
Maybe.
He thinks he is.
Yeah.
He thinks he is. Or he's just saying, hey, I'm going to be cool and flash my lights on the last lap.
I think they'll catch
Yeah.
him. They're going to catch him in 10.
Okay.
Unless he decides to extricate
he's moving
himself
over.
from the.
Spot on. Look at that.
Nice job.
Well done.
Joe's a savvy driver. He's been around a long time.
Yep. That was exactly how you draw it up in the textbook to help the drivers who are actually racing for position. Here comes the checkered flag for those cars, and it's going to be Camden Jones who's going to pick up the third spot on the E-Production podium. So let's go through them all here before we take another short break. B-Spec, your race winners, John Phillips, Stephanie Anderson's in second, Joe Gersh is in third. E-Production, our overall winner, Matt Reynolds, as well as the second and third place, as we said, Bill Miller and Camden Jones. In F Production, Sam Henry, Wendy Wagner, and Wade McBride. GT Lights, our race winner, the only car in that class, Jonathan Goodale, and in H production. It says here that Ralph Liddau was able to get back in front of everybody.
About
take
2
the
laps to
win.
go. He recovered, got back around Chris Albin, and ended up taking the win. Good recovery from him. It looked like he was pulling off earlier in the race. Comes back and takes the checker.
Well, I apologize to the viewers at home for missing that battle, but good for him. Ralph Liddau first, Chris Albin second, and I just got the race complete banner over the third place driver.
Schultz was third.
Schultz was third. Thank you very much. All right, that's going to do it for this race. We've got one more to go. Kent Carter, thank you for being up here today.
My pleasure. I think we're going to have an interesting race in B-Spec tomorrow because the best laps of the top 3 toward the end started to compress.
Good.
And so, looking forward to that. And again, thanks for letting me come and crash your party.
Yep. No, all good. And I think you're going to come up and join us for a couple of races tomorrow too,
If
right?
you'll have me.
Cool.
I'll think about it.
Okay.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back, our final race of the day. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back. We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. I'm Brian Polanski. Larry Lefty McLeod is with me, and we are getting ready to fire up our, I shouldn't use that word, we are getting ready to get going on our last race of the day, and this is my favorite group, clearly.
Because it's the last of the day? No, because it's fast. This is
exactly.
Speed. This is aero. But you've got cars that have wings that don't do like a lot of wingy things. Like those Formula Mazdas, to be honest, they're more of a rocket ship with a straight line, and those wings don't do a ton. But they're doing well around here, and there's a good bunch, and that should be some good racing. It'll be interesting to see how our Pulsar Rivera is able to get heat in his tires on this outlap, because he struggled to get there in qualifying. Eventually did, but how fast is he going to be on the opening laps?
All right, let's go through our starting order. We'll probably get through the first 5 rows here. Paul Rovares is your pole sitter. He is in a Formula Atlanta car. Then you've got Ashland Speed in the front row in an FX car. Your row 2 is our only prototype car, Jack Donnellan, in the Lola B06. Then you've got another Formula Atlanta car on the other side of row 2 with Moses Smith, and a couple of FX cars, Brock Evans and Mark McGahee. In the 4th row, Steve Zerga and Garrett Vilman. And then your 5th row is Brad Yake and Gray Fowler. That's your first 5 rows here as we get ready for another 25 minutes of racing action. This should be our fastest race of the day, or our fastest cars of the day, because it's a timed race. It'll be just as long as every other one. But we're getting our way through it here, and this has been fun, Mr. Lefty. You're going to have to join us again. Oh, wait, you are joining us again.
I get to do it again tomorrow, and then again in 2 weeks, and again after that. And I get the whole Thunderhill weekend coming up that we haven't even talked about today. That's going to be pretty wild.
Yeah, we'll probably talk about that more tomorrow, because that's actually a pretty unique setup that we're doing there. And we'll have time tomorrow during qualifying to talk about that. Here we go. Our race car is getting into the turn 10 area. The pace car is off the racetrack, and we are going to possibly go green right here for our last race of the day. I hear cars revving up, and I see them now. Green flag is in the air, and a big jump on that Formula Atlanta car.
That's Smith.
Oh, was it Smith coming from the 3rd row?
I think so. That jumped up into that 3rd or 4th spot. Is that contact? Somebody's off in one for sure.
There.
One of our Formula Mazdas in FX. And he's going to go around.
And they're going to get a 9 from the Russian judge for a wonderful artistic impression there. And we get back going to the front here. Everyone else seems to be making through just fine. God, is that gorgeous?
Yeah, all the side by side.
Can I just tell you, these cameras, man.
Yep.
They're putting a good spot.
They really are. I love some of these angles. This is great stuff here coming through 4, as these cars have to really get the heat in the tires to work. Otherwise, the aero can only help you so far if the tires aren't doing anything. So we'll see how quickly they can do it. It looks like Rivera is able to do it well, as he's already gapped the bunch, which you would expect, right? That's an Atlantic against a couple of Formula Mazdas, and it looks like even the P2 Donnellan's now moved up into 2nd. Again, I expect that with the horsepower, as long as they're able to get the heat in those tires early on, which puts a whole bunch of FXs together along with Moses Smith and that FA mixed in between.
And this is classic multi-class here. You know, you've got your real fast car up front who's going to walk away, and then you got a bunch of other cars that are going to race each other all race long.
Yep, as I look at that, so you've got an FA out front, Rivera, Speed, and Donnellan in 2nd in the P2 car, and then it's going to be one more Atlantic, and then it's FX, FE2, and then another FX. So you've got a whole bunch of Formula Mazdas in between the FE2 car. Those are going to be fun to watch.
Right, there's a car spun in a really bad spot. Looks like right at the apex of turn 10. That's a late apex corner there. So if you're driving that corner properly, that's where you're supposed to drive. All of them apparently were able to negotiate around that. Our spinner here on the first lap obviously has been able to get back into the action as well. So pretty fast and furious here as we get into our later in the day here. And these cars are, and again, here's the situation, Larry, where the conditions now are a whole lot different probably than what they had, although these were late qualifiers, so probably not as big a change here as it was for maybe some of the other cars.
Probably not. In fact, everybody's getting a little bit better conditions, but since these guys are more like right before that lunch break, the conditions are at least somewhat similar. Looks like the car that may have spun in 10 might be Garrett Vilvan. in one of the FX Formula Mazdas. And the other car that spun earlier, I believe, was the 10 of Shannon Edwards, another one of the FX cars. So a little trouble with those guys getting some heat in those rear tires early in this race. But as it warms up, they should be fine.
All right, Paul Rivaris is our race leader. And what's interesting is he had a big gap, and then the P2 car, which again is often their second fastest group of this in this class in this race group, he was able to get around a couple of the other cars, and he's gone purple. He's actually the fastest car on the racetrack right now, just turning a 1:19.3. So he's got it hooked up, and he is catching our leader.
Yeah, I'm also seeing a couple of the FX cars in the 120s, which tells me that looks like the car rolling away now from turn 10. I believe that is Bilvin in one of our Formula Mazdas that had the spin. There might be some damage to his front nose.
Yeah.
Perhaps the right front wing element disappeared. Those Formula Mazdas, they're a single plane element, but they're typically pretty sturdy. These cars back in the day when they were created as a feeder starter series for open wheel club racing and for semi-pro stepping stone things. They were built like tanks, these little cars. It was just why some of them 35 years later are still running.
Exactly.
Yeah. With that classic Mazda, I think it's a 13B in the back, and was just spitting out all kinds of flames every time they blip the throttle. It's awesome stuff.
Right, looking at our battle in FX, it's Brock Evans, Ashland Speed in second, and Brad Yake in third. And both those, Brock Evans and Ashland Speed, moved up now a spot overall because of that spin. I think you were right there. That was a good call. So that's what it looks like in FX. And Moses Smith is now trying to work his way back up through the field. Has now taken over the 5th place spot here.
Yeah, he should be able to get around them eventually, as that looks like him may have already done that. That might be him up into the 3rd position on track. Hard to say for sure. Maybe right there behind Donnellan. Is that's a Formula Mazda? That looks like an FE2 car up in there. So we'll have to figure out who is who out there, but it's a good mix.
Well, and it also looks like that our leaders now are starting to deal with some lap traffic, so that will play a role in all of this too. But Paul Rivera is clearly navigating through it without any issues, and but his gap is going to be much bigger now over the 2nd place car in P2, Jack Danilin. It looks like that's going to be close to 10 seconds. So clearly the first group of cars responded to the blue flag better than the second group of cars coming through. Here comes Rivera's across the line, and Brock Evans has now become your 2nd place car. Brock Evans in that FX car just dropped a purple lap of 1:16.8.
Wow.
Where'd that come from?
That's one of those Formula Mazdas. I'm telling you, these things, they're point and squirt. They get where they're going. Not a ton of aero around here, but they can certainly scoot along pretty well, especially at the high RPM as these rotaries do. But the fact that he got past Speed and Donnellan tells me he's got this place some serious track knowledge around Hallett that maybe some of the other guys don't have.
And one of the best parts is it gets a little later in the day and it gets a little darker out. I've always loved the Formula Mazdas when they come off the throttle. They always have a little bit of gas in the tailpipe, and it gives a nice little burst of flame. And you know, who doesn't like flame, right?
Oh yeah, these rotaries with just spitting flames at the back are just one of my favorite things. I think it's awesome. I love that these chassis are around as old as they are, still holding in. And these, the rotaries, you just keep slapping one in, you keep them tuned, and
That's
off
right.
they go. They're a ton of fun to drive around here. I just think they're fantastic. Watching Evans out there doing what he's doing is so amazing in that car. Look at, there he is in the little white, running in the 2nd spot, pulling away from Speed and Donnellan behind him. This is amazing. He just set a 15.7.
Absolutely. Taking a look at our FE2 race right now. Gray Fowler is your FE2 leader, followed by Justin Upchurch, who's 3 seconds back in 2nd place. Your 3rd place car is Steve Zerga. He's 6.5 seconds back from Upchurch. So now no real battles, and there's a couple of cars between all of those cars, which is, I'm sure, making it difficult. They're all turning really close to the same lap times, but we've got some different class cars in the middle there. And I'm sure that's making it difficult for those 3 cars to stay together. Oh, there's a slow car coming through 10. Hopefully it won't be in the way as that car comes through. That was definitely off pace. Now that car seems to be back on pace. So a little hiccup, maybe a missed shift, or got a little wiggly, and we don't, when you get wiggly, sometimes that takes you a couple corners to get yourself back together.
Just doing a little quick check on who is Brock Evans, who's currently running up there in second with one of the fastest laps of the race session so far. I believe he does driver's coaching, came out of the karting world, in the last decade or so. Won a whole bunch of karting races, different championships, running in 80cc shifters and everything else. So yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. In fact, it looks like he even does some coaching along the Formula Mazda drivers. So very cool to see that kind of experience playing out here in this scenario.
And he is right on the ragged end. When he came through turn 1 that last time, he hit that curb so hard, I thought he was going to end up in the grass. But he collected it and just kept his foot and kept going. He's now 2.5 seconds back from your race leader. Someone must have gotten on the horn to Rivaris, because he's like, hey, folks, there's these FX cars which are not supposed to be as fast as you get on it. So he right away goes and turns purple, going to a 1:15.078. We might get in the 1:14s here, Lefty.
It's about to happen, I think, because he just went purple in Sector 2. We'll see how he does Sector 3 through here, but yeah, I think Rivaris may have gotten that radio call and said, wait a second, why is that Formula Mazda gaining on me?
He's like, what?
Yeah, but Evans is making a game out of this. This is it's just so much fun to watch. Rivaris a 15.2 this time by. Didn't reset fastest lap, but certainly matching, while Evans does a 15.3.
Right, and they're starting to pull away from the other cars. Yeah. Give a good shout out though to Ashland Speed. She's right there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah,
she's running 16.8s, which again is blazing around this place.
And those are two of those Mazdas ahead of a P2 car and a Formula Atlanta car, a bunch of FE2 cars. I mean,
they are 10 miles an hour slower, a good 9 miles an hour slower than Donnellan and the P2 car in the trap speeds. It shows you the horsepower difference between what a P2 can do and what the Mazda is with that little simple rotary back there can do. It just tells you Evans and Speed right now are both laying down flyers.
Well, and it proves our point. Oh, there's a car way wide there. Is that our race leader?
No, I don't think so. That was one of the FE2 cars.
Okay. So it just goes to prove, though, that what we've been saying all day long is that how horsepower isn't quite as important here as it is at other tracks.
It definitely is not as important. Track knowledge seems to be the most important thing. In talking to Kent and talking to everybody, this place, you just have to have that experience. You got to know what you can do when you can do it. Guarantee you that Evans and Speed know exactly.
There we go.
This is not their first time here.
Paul Rivaris, we talked about it. He's now dipped into the 1:14s with a 1:14.926. That is one fast race lap here.
Yes, it is. 14s is getting on with the program. To use the David Hobbs term.
Absolutely. I'm reaching for the qualifying sheet, which I tossed away thinking I wouldn't need it. His best qualifying time was a 1:13.6, and the best qualifying time in that FX class was a 1:16. So the FX cars are running faster than they did in qualifying.
So I wonder if some of that is the FXs, of course, are a carbureted rotary, and perhaps they worked on their jetting a little bit between the morning and the afternoon, and they're getting a little bit more out of it to get that extra speed. With Rivaris, maybe he's still building his temps. We did see in qualifying, it took him a lot of laps to get down to those 13s. He might still be building it to get to that rate at this point. As well as he's got more traffic.
Jetting? What are jets?
Oh, I can tell you all about it.
So
we'll have a few beers over that.
Oh, yeah. Tell me about it.
I run two-strokes. I know all about the joys of carburation.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so Rivaris, Evans, Speed, that's your top three right now. Let's take a break, our final break of the day. When we come back, we'll go green, hopefully right to the checkered flag. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Don't go anywhere. Still some fun left to come.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
What is it, 14 minutes into this race? That means I think we've got 11 minutes left if my math is good. And that's about the highest level of math I've got. Our race leader right now, Paul Riveras, and our second place car is Brock Evans, and Jack Donlin has moved into third place here overall. Ashland Speed has dropped back just a tiny bit, but it's been fast and furious here, Larry.
Yeah, we're kind of following here on the camera shots an interclass battle here. That's Scott Fouch in the Formula Atlantic, and I believe right behind in one of our Formula Mazdas in the FX class, Kevin Fisher. They had swapped positions coming onto the front straight, and that on that's going off in the dirt there in 8th is the Formula Atlantic of Fouch. So he's going to give that position back, and if he can keep momentum, he can at least not lose his overall position in the order, but that's a long way around 9.
Yeah, that is not the preferred line, right?
No, it is not. His tires are going to be dirty when he goes to hit the brakes, and his brakes might not have the same feel.
Exactly. And but it looks like there's nothing behind him at the moment, so he can take his time, get everything back in working order, and keep back at it here. So, yeah, 9.5 minutes to go. Let's take a look back at our FE2 field at the moment and see where we are with that group. FE2, Justin Upchurch has taken the lead. That was what we were just talking about with Gray Fowler going off there in the 13 car. And then Steve Zerga is in third place there. Going through the FX field, Brock Evans, Ashland Speed, Brad Yank. Then you've got Mark McGahee and Kevin Fisher. That's your top 5 there. So, and of course, Formula Atlantic, we were talking about that as well. That's Paul Riveras, our overall leader. And just went purple again with a 1:14.902. So he is not easing up at all here, even though he has a 26-second lead over his next car in the class, who's Moses Smith, Scott Fouch, and Paul Crabtree.
Yeah, so that FE2 battle, Upchurch, Fowler, and Zerga, they are all nose to tail together on the track, with Upchurch just a couple of tenths ahead of Fowler, and then Zerga just another couple tenths back. So that might be our best in-class battle that's going on right now. We got a lot of inter-class battling going on and a lot of different laps and stuff happening. But that FE2 battle is turning into your classic FE2 racing, where again, they've got some downforce, but these things are all about momentum and all about strategy when it comes to who can come out ahead. So this FE2 looks like they've got one brewing. They're somewhere in the third sector.
Yeah, definitely. And the interesting part is we're knocking off these lap times, and they're getting to be more and more impressive. But there's not a lot of close battles here at the moment. Riveras has now opened up a 4-second lead over 4.5 seconds over Evans, and then it's another 5 seconds back to the P2 car in third overall, Jack Donnellan. Even our class battles really aren't terribly close at the moment. The closest one is the battle for FE2 in the lead. Last time by it was 0.6 of a second. Now it's 1.75 seconds, or 1.175 seconds between first and second. Maybe the best battle right now between second and third place in FE2, where that's about 0.5 of a second.
Yeah, those guys I think had gotten separated with some lap traffic. They worked their way through. We'll see if Zerga and Upchurch. Remember, Upchurch was ahead of that three-way battle a moment ago, got shuffled back. So there's a lot of shuffling going on between those three, so they still appear to be kind of stuck together track. About a second and a half separate to the three. So good little battle going on in FE2.
A lot of our race weekends in this group, FE2 is the best battle because there's a lot of cars, especially if you go a little further east. There's a ton of FE2 cars. We've got a pretty good contingent on the West Coast as well, and they often put on a really good. There's a big move there. I don't think that that white car wasn't expecting the blue car to come out of that corner quite so slow.
No, probably not. But again, it's lapping through traffic because I believe that's our P2 leader, third overall, Donnellan, trying to work some way through some traffic. And then he's got Speed right behind him, and she's trying to kind of follow him, picking him through some of this traffic as well. So it's making things interesting for Ashland and for Donnellan there at P2, Jack Donnellan.
Yeah, and in theory, that P2 should be a lot faster than those FX cars.
Yeah.
And the Atlantic, Moses Smith, should be a lot faster than those FX cars too. But I think they're taking advantage of this really tight and twisty course where the horsepower is not as beneficial here. And let's not forget, Brock Evans and Ashley Speed, they're good race car drivers.
Yes, they are.
So we've had Ashland Speed in several races this year, and always up front. There's been a couple of late race problems, but there's never been a lack of pace when everything was going well. So that is good to see.
Kind of keeping track of that FE2 battle. Justin Upchurch may be having a bit of an issue as he's falling off the pace now as Fowler and Zerga are starting to really pull away. Upchurch last time by about 3 seconds off, and his sectoring is also going to be another couple seconds off here. So something's up there with the 34 of Upchurch.
5 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in our race here. Want to remind everybody that we're going to do this again tomorrow, same place. If you're having fun here, join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. Central Time. We'll get back underway with 7 qualifying sessions. Essentially the exact same schedule tomorrow that we had today. Qualifying in the morning, then a break for lunch, and then our 7 races in the afternoon. The only difference tomorrow is that our races are either going to be 35 minutes or 27 laps. Yes, 35 minutes or 27 laps. So we usually expand the races a little bit longer on Sundays to kind of give it a feature event feel. And that is our plan for tomorrow. We'll be out here again, and we'd love to have you join us.
Rivaris at the front continues to just crank out pretty consistent high 14s, low 15s. To try and hold back the Brock Evans in the FX car about 5 seconds behind them. And then you got Donnellan and Speed in the P2 and the other FX still trying to chase Brock Evans down, but not really making up any ground at this point.
Yeah, some car I just see, and thanks to our sorry, my voice is failing me at the moment, folks. That's looks like one of the maybe FE2 cars. Thanks, Zach, for pointing that out to us. So in the pits. Okay.
We'll keep our eyes on that, as it might be the 16 of Fouch that pulled in, but we'll see if we can keep an eye. That's the one that seemed to be dropping down the order. Okay. Yeah, looks like back out onto the track for Justin or for Mr. Fouch, Scott Fouch. Find where our FE2 battle is, because the front two, Zerga and Fowler.
Oh, big spinner close. Right in front of another car. Let's see if it stays out of the way, and those two cars able to avoid it. Big wave of the yellow flag there by our flag crew. Great job to be on it, and that car's like, I do not want to be there. That is the holy, get me out of here move.
Hey, you know what's worse? That might be Zerga, the former leader in FE2 that spun.
Oh,
that
no.
might be handing the lead to Fowler next time we come across the stripe. We'll see that on timing, but I believe that's the 15 of Zerga.
And that car comes back on the racetrack with a big puff of dust in front of a bunch of another car there. And, oh, wow, that was...
Probably a lot of red mist flowing right now in that driver. That is, that'll upset you more than spinning from the lead.
Yeah, he's got to channel his inner Taylor Swift and shake it off here and get back into the groove here for the final lap and a half here, because that's pretty much what we're coming up on. We should be, we're going to get our white flag here very shortly. But man, and that was definitely one of those moves where like, I know this is the bad spot and I am getting the heck out of here.
I'm also seeing our P2 car may have also pulled off. Again, the only P2 in the field, may have done the end the race early, as the win's going to end up being his anyway, but he's dropping down the order pretty quick. I assume he's pulled in.
And the word has come down from race control. The next time the leader comes by, they're going to get the white flag, and we will be on our final lap of the day here. We're going to wrap things up and get to our evening festivities, and we'll be back tomorrow. And we'll find out which drivers enjoyed the evening festivities too much once we get back here tomorrow morning.
I'll try and celebrate the same way here in Michigan, just so I can get that paddock feel. Have a couple shots of whiskey, some beer, a little barbecue.
You may also find out how much your race announcer enjoyed the Saturday evening festivities. Yeah, I'm as good as I once was, but I'm not as good once as I ever was. How's that go?
If you can't remember, you're probably getting old.
There's
the
true.
white
There's
flag
our white
waving.
Flag. Yep.
Right as Rivaris does a 1:13.9
Jeez.
to crack into a 13 qualifying pace here in the race as he starts his final lap, I believe lap 20.
A little congestion there as they come through turn 2 and 3, and there is our leader for the final time today through that section of 2 and 3 up the hill towards 4. Coming around the corner at the exit of 4. I love that camera. Coming right at us. I feel like a Johnny Bench waiting there as catcher's mitt. And here he comes again now. This is Paul Rivaris, turn 6. 4 turns to go before the checkered flag comes out, and we end our day here. Again, like and subscribe so you can show up and be with us tomorrow. We would love that very much. Here comes time running out on our session as we get to our final 3 corners of the day. There is your race leader for the final time. Through turn 10, he'll just cruise on to the checkered flag. And there it is. There is your race winner, Paul Rivaris.
Just for kicks, he runs a 12.5, a 1 minute 12.500 on his last lap of the race, going purple in all 3 sectors and on trap speed. Did it all. What a lap.
That lap is 0.8 of a second faster than his qualifying lap.
Yes, that's moving right along. Also moving along was Brock Evans coming in the lead there and winning in FX, taking 2nd overall in the session. And then in 3rd is Ashlyn Speed coming in 2nd in FX. Great race for her as well.
Absolutely. And Jack Donnellan dropped out with 3 laps to go, and he was in the 16 car in P2. He's the only P2 car, so he was able to do that and still take the win. And let's go through a couple of the other cars. 2nd place in Formula Atlantic was Moses Smith. 3rd place in Formula Atlantic will be Paul Crabtree. Of course, these results are provisional. Robert Henson will win your Formula Continental race. He was the only Formula Continental there. Gray Fowler takes the FE2 win. Justin Upchurch and Steve Zergo will join him on the podium. We talked about the FX class. Brock Evans, Ashlyn Speed are our first 2 cars. And a little further back, Brad Yake will be there on the podium with those folks. And then looking again, like I said, at P2, Jack Donnellan. That is going to do it from Hallett Motor Speedway, Motor Racing Circuit. At the end of the day, Larry, sometimes my brain decides to depart my body.
It's time for some celebratory beverages for sure.
No question. Larry, thank you. It's been a pleasure having you with me today.
Awesome day, Ryan. This was a lot of fun. I can't wait to do this all again tomorrow.
We will do it tomorrow. That's going to do it. From Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, he's Larry McLeod. I'm Brian Belansky. We've got Brandon Kasmerick is here, and Zach Johnson. He is our guy in the pressing all the buttons and making us look good. Great job, Zach. Thank you so much. We'll be back tomorrow. Drive home safely, everybody.